September 20th to 22nd, 2009. Mount Rainier shook. More than 1,000 earthquakes struck beneath the volcano in just 3 days. At the time, it was the largest earthquake swarm ever recorded beneath the mountain. Scientists determined the activity was caused by hydrothermal fluids moving deep beneath the volcano. The alert level remained normal. Then, July 8, 2025. At 1:29 a.m., Mount Rainier began shaking again. Hundreds of earthquakes struck within hours. By the time the swarm ended, more than 1,350 earthquakes had been located, with thousands more too small to detect. The strongest measured only magnitude 2.4. Scientists concluded the swarm was once again linked to the mountain's hydrothermal system, not an eruption. The volcano remained green, normal. By August 25, 2025, the U.S. Geological Survey officially declared the swarm over. The mountain had returned to its normal background seismic activity. But one fact never changed. Mount Rainier remains one of the most dangerous volcanoes in North America, not because an eruption is inevitable, but because one of its deadliest threats requires no eruption at all. A no-notice lahar can begin without warning, without lava, without ash, and without an eruption. If that day ever comes, more than 100,000 people living and working in the valleys below may have less than 90 minutes to escape. This story is fiction, but the danger is real. This story begins on that morning.
Saturday, October 16th, 5:58 a.m. Just another rainy day. Not the kind that made the evening news. Just another cold October rain in western Washington. It drifted steadily through the darkness, coating rooftops, soaking empty streets, and turning every porch light into a blurry halo. Gutters overflowed. Wind nudged the tops of towering Douglas firs. Fallen maple leaves clung to sidewalks like wet patches of paint. It was the kind of morning no one remembered. The kind of morning that happened hundreds of times every year. In Orting, porch lights flickered on as early risers prepared for another weekend. A retired schoolteacher wrapped both hands around a steaming coffee mug while watching rain race down her kitchen window. Across town, a bakery unlocked its front door, warm air spilling onto the empty sidewalk as the smell of fresh bread escaped into the cold. In Puyallup, truck drivers eased onto State Route 167 with trailers full of groceries destined for Tacoma supermarkets. A nurse finally ended her 12-hour overnight shift, exhausted, already dreaming of sleep as she started the drive home. In Tacoma, the waterfront glowed beneath scattered dock lights. Cranes stood motionless over shipping containers stacked like giant building blocks. Tugboats idled quietly along the tide flat while fishermen prepared for another day on Puget Sound. Coffee shops opened. Gas stations welcomed the first customers of the morning. The city was waking up. Slowly. Normally. Exactly as it had thousands of Saturdays before. High above them all, Mount Rainier stood silent. Its snow-covered summit disappeared behind thick October clouds, hidden from the millions of people living beneath its shadow. Most people wouldn't think about the mountain today. It had become part of the background. Something permanent. Something comforting. Children drew pictures of it in school. Tourists pulled their cars to the shoulder just to photograph it. Businesses proudly carried its name. People even gave directions by it. Head east until you can see Rainier. Beautiful day. The mountain's out. No one questioned it. No one feared it. Because mountains don't move. Not like this. 16,000 feet above the valleys, deep beneath layers of ancient volcanic rock, glacier ice, and water-saturated earth. Pressure shifted, not violently, not explosively, almost imperceptibly. A fracture buried deep inside the volcano's western flank widened another fraction of an inch. Ancient volcanic clay, softened by centuries of groundwater and weakened by time, could no longer support the unimaginable weight pressing down upon it. No explosion echoed across the valleys. No towering plume of ash climbed into the sky. No warning sirens screamed. Nothing happened that anyone could see. Life continued. A father backed his pickup into the driveway to warm the engine. A teenager pulled headphones over his ears before heading out for a morning jog. A firefighter laughed at a joke over his second cup of coffee. A little girl padded into her parents' bedroom carrying her favorite stuffed bear. Somewhere in Tacoma. A man kissed his wife goodbye before leaving for work. Neither of them knew it would be the last time. At exactly 6:04 a.m., Mount Rainier. Let go. It began with a section of the mountain no larger than a neighborhood. Then another. Then another. Millions of tons of volcanic rock, glacier ice, centuries-old snow and water broke free almost simultaneously. For one impossible second. The mountainside seemed to hesitate. Then gravity took over. The entire western flank collapsed. Rock shattered against rock. Glacial ice exploded into torrents of water. The ground itself liquefied beneath unimaginable weight. What began as a massive landslide transformed within seconds into something history had seen before. And humanity always underestimated. A lahar, the mountain, had begun to move. A wall of mud, shattered forests, house-sized boulders, glacier ice, and water accelerated into the river valleys below. 30 miles an hour, 40, 50. Everything in its path became part of it. Trees, bridges, power lines, roads, homes, lives. 6 miles away. 19-year-old Ethan Cole eased his beat-up 1998 Ford Ranger down a quiet neighborhood street, newspapers stacked neatly across the passenger seat. He had delivered this route for nearly 2 years. He knew every driveway, every barking dog, every porch light that never worked, every customer who waved from the window. He reached for another newspaper, rolled it beneath practiced fingers, lowered the driver's window, and tossed it toward a front porch. Perfect throw. The paper landed exactly where it always did. Then, the steering wheel gave a tiny shiver beneath his hands. The Ranger trembled. Just once. Just enough for Ethan to ease off the accelerator. He looked east, toward the mountain hidden behind the low October clouds. He couldn't see Rainier. Only an endless wall of gray stretching across the horizon. Then, the clouds themselves seemed to shift. Not because of the wind, because something unimaginably large had changed beneath them. Ethan frowned. His heartbeat slowed. His mind searched desperately for an explanation. There wasn't one. Because what he was about to witness, no one his age had ever seen, and no one in Washington would ever forget. Chapter 1. 6 a.m. The old Ford Ranger shuddered as Ethan Cole turned the key. The engine coughed once, twice, then settled into the familiar uneven rumble he'd heard nearly every morning since his father handed him the keys a year earlier. Ethan rested one hand on the cracked steering wheel and smiled. "Good morning to you too." He let the truck idle while the windshield slowly cleared. The heater had never been much of a heater. It pushed out warm air when it felt like it, cold air the rest of the time. This morning, it seemed undecided. Outside, a cold October drizzle drifted through the darkness. Streetlights reflected across rain-soaked pavement. Water gathered along the curb before disappearing into storm drains beneath carpets of wet maple leaves. The sky was a solid blanket of gray, hiding everything beyond the valley, including the mountain. The dashboard clock rolled to 6 a.m., right on schedule. Ethan reached across the worn bench seat and picked up the first bundle of newspapers. The smell hit him immediately. Fresh ink, damp paper, plastic wrap. For most people, it was just another newspaper. For Ethan, it meant another Saturday. He had been delivering the Tacoma News-Tribune every weekend since graduating high school. It wasn't glamorous work, but it paid for gas, insurance, and whatever was left over usually found its way into an old coffee can hidden in the back of his bedroom closet. He still wasn't sure what came next. Trade school, community college, maybe working full-time at the port with his dad. There was time to figure that out. At 19, life still felt like something waiting just over the next hill. He slipped the Ranger into gear. The truck rolled quietly into the sleeping neighborhood. Porch lights glowed softly through the rain. A plastic pumpkin sat beside one front door. A scarecrow leaned against another porch railing, its straw hat dripping steadily into a flower bed below. October had arrived. The Pacific Northwest had answered with rain. Nothing unusual about that. Ethan slowed beside the first stop on his route. Without thinking, he reached for a newspaper. One twist, one practiced throw. The paper spun through the damp air and landed exactly where he wanted it. Bullseye. He smiled to himself. Dad always said if newspaper delivery didn't work out, he could probably throw for the Mariners. Ethan always reminded him, "The Mariners aren't exactly looking for me." His father usually answered, "They should be." The memory made him laugh. He rolled toward the next house. Same motion, same throw. Perfect again. After nearly 2 years, delivering newspapers wasn't something he thought about anymore. It was muscle memory. Every porch, every mailbox, every driveway, every stop. He knew which homes had squeaky gates, which dogs barked before he even stopped the truck, which porch lights never worked, which customers liked the newspaper tucked safely behind the screen door instead of lying on the wet concrete. Little things. Things nobody else would ever notice. But Ethan noticed. That's what made him good at the job. He turned off the radio as he approached the next house. The early morning DJ disappeared into silence. Only the soft patter of rain remained. The Ranger rolled to a stop. He grabbed another newspaper and stepped out into the cold. The damp air hit him immediately. 43 degrees. Maybe colder. He pulled the hood of his sweatshirt a little tighter around his neck and walked toward the porch. Before he reached it, the screen door opened. Mrs. Anderson smiled. "There you are. Morning. I was wondering if you decided to sleep in." He laughed. "I don't think my dad would let that happen. He's still making you earn your keep? Every chance he gets." She chuckled and looked toward the Ranger parked at the curb. "That old truck still running?" "Barely. I remember when your father bought it." "So does he? He still tell you how much he paid for it?" "Every other Saturday." Mrs. Anderson laughed. "He was proud of that truck." "He still is." She nodded. "He should be." For a moment, neither of them spoke. Rain tapped softly against the porch roof. Somewhere down the block, a wind chime stirred in the breeze. Mrs. Anderson held up her coffee mug. "You eating breakfast after your route?" "Pancakes." "Chocolate chip?" He smiled. "Mom won't let us have plain pancakes anymore." "Smart woman. She says life's too short for boring pancakes." Mrs. Anderson laughed harder this time. "Tell your mother I agree." "I will." She reached for the newspaper tucked safely between the doors. "You be careful out there." "I always am." "I know." She smiled. "That's why your mother worries." Ethan started back toward the truck. Halfway across the lawn, he turned. "Mrs. Anderson?" "Yes?" "You still planning on bringing that apple pie to Mom's birthday next week?" She pointed a finger at him. "Only if you promise not to steal the first slice." It was the same kind of conversation they had almost every Saturday. Small, ordinary, comfortable. Neither of them knew. It would be the last one. Ethan climbed back into the Ranger and eased the door shut. It took a harder pull than most vehicles. His father always said the hinges had character. Ethan called them worn out. He dropped the truck into drive and pulled away from the curb, the headlights cutting through the steady drizzle as he headed toward the next stop. The windshield wipers continued their familiar rhythm. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The dashboard clock changed. 6:02 a.m. Still ahead of schedule? His mother would be happy. She worried if he was late. She worried if he was early. Truthfully, she just worried. His phone buzzed against the seat. Emily? He smiled before answering. His little sister never texted. She always called. He tapped the speaker button. What's up, Em? You left your hoodie. I've got another one. No, you don't. I've got one other one. You've got one sweatshirt because I borrowed the other 3. You stole the other 3. I prefer the word borrowed. He laughed. You gonna give them back? No? At least you're honest. There was a pause. You bringing donuts home? I thought Mom was making pancakes. She is. So why do you need donuts? I don't need them. Another pause. I want them. Ethan shook his head. You sound just like Dad. No, she giggled. Dad sounds like me. You tell him that? I like living. He laughed so hard he had to wipe a tear from the corner of his eye. I'll see what I can do. Chocolate frosting. Anything else? Sprinkles. You're getting expensive. I'm worth it. You keep telling yourself that. I love you. The words came quickly. Naturally. Like they always had. Love you too, Squirt. She groaned. I'm 13. You'll always be Squirt. I hate that name. I know. He smiled. Bye. The line disconnected. For a moment, the truck felt warmer. Not because the heater had finally started working, because home wasn't very far away. He reached into the passenger seat and picked up another newspaper. The route became automatic again. Stop, throw, drive, repeat. He had long since stopped thinking about the mechanics of it. Instead, his mind wandered. Dad had promised they'd pull the Ranger into the garage Sunday afternoon. Oil change, rotate the tires, maybe finally replace the wipers. If they don't fly off first, Ethan muttered. The thought made him grin. His headlights swept across another front yard. A black cat darted beneath a hedge. Somewhere nearby, a porch light switched on. Coffee makers hummed to life inside homes hidden behind rain-covered windows. People were waking up, stretching, making breakfast, planning football games, fishing trips, grocery runs, birthday parties, completely unaware that every plan they had for the rest of the day would never happen. The Ranger rounded another gentle bend. A pair of raccoons hurried across the road in front of him. Unusual. They were normally long gone before sunrise. He slowed. The larger raccoon stopped halfway across the pavement. It looked toward the east, almost frozen. The smaller one bumped into it before both animals suddenly bolted into the trees. Ethan watched them disappear. Weird morning. He drove on. Something else caught his attention. The birds. He hadn't heard them all morning. Usually, even in the rain. There were robins hopping through soaked lawns, crows arguing from telephone poles, sparrows fluttering beneath bushes. This morning, nothing. Only rain. He rolled down the driver's window a few inches. Cold air drifted inside. He listened. Nothing. Not even one. He frowned. The silence felt heavy, almost like the whole valley was holding its breath. He glanced east. Clouds completely hid Mount Rainier. That wasn't unusual. October mornings often swallowed the mountain whole. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. He rolled the window back up. Probably just the weather. It sounded reasonable enough, so he believed it. Nearly a mile away. hidden beyond layers of cloud and rain. A section of Mount Rainier's western flank continued to move, not fast enough for human eyes to notice, not loud enough for anyone in the valley to hear. But gravity never stopped working. Ethan reached for the next newspaper. As his fingers closed around it, the steering wheel trembled, just once, so lightly. He wondered if he'd imagined it. He looked down. The coffee in the cup holder rippled. A single ring spread across the surface, then another. The vibration stopped. He looked into the rearview mirror. Nothing. No truck behind him. No heavy equipment. No reason for the old Ranger to shake. He rested his hand on the steering wheel. Waited. Silence. Rain. Wipers. His heartbeat. Then he smiled to himself. Getting old, girl. He patted the dashboard affectionately. The Ranger answered with its familiar engine rumble. Ethan pulled toward the next stop, completely unaware that what he'd just felt hadn't come from the truck. Chapter 3. The next house belonged to Mr. Calloway, 74 years old, Korean War veteran. Every Saturday, without fail, he was already awake before Ethan arrived. Not because he couldn't sleep, because after 40 years in the Army and another 20 in the Veterans of Foreign Wars, sleeping past sunrise simply wasn't something his body knew how to do. Ethan rolled to a stop. Before he could reach for the newspaper, the front porch light blinked on. The door opened. "So you're still alive?" Ethan laughed. "Barely." Mr. Calloway stepped onto the porch wearing an old Marine Corps sweatshirt beneath a faded rain jacket. "You look tired." "I was up too late." "Girl?" Ethan chuckled. "No." "Then it wasn't worth it." They both laughed. The old man pointed toward the truck. "Your dad still making you drive that relic?" "It's reliable. So's duct tape." Ethan climbed out with the newspaper tucked beneath one arm. "You calling my truck ugly?" "I'm saying she's earned retirement." "She heard that." Mr. Calloway grinned. "I hope she did." Ethan slipped the paper safely behind the screen door. As he turned to leave, a low growl stopped him. Duke, Mr. Calloway's black Labrador. The old dog stood at the edge of the porch, head low, ears forward, every muscle in his body rigid. He wasn't looking at Ethan. He wasn't looking at Mr. Calloway. He was staring east, toward the unseen mountain. Mr. Calloway frowned. "What have you got there, boy?" Duke didn't move. The growl deepened. Not loud, not threatening. Concerned. Ethan had known that dog almost as long as he'd known Mr. Calloway. Duke loved everyone. Children, mail carriers, squirrels. He'd never heard him make that sound. "You all right, buddy?" Ethan held out his hand. Normally, Duke would have trotted over, tail wagging, begging for attention. Instead, the dog backed away, never taking his eyes off the eastern horizon. Mr. Calloway looked at Ethan. "That's odd." "Yeah. You ever seen him do that?" "No." The old veteran rubbed the dog's neck. Duke trembled beneath his hand, not from the cold, from fear. Mr. Calloway looked toward the clouds. "You hear thunder earlier?" Ethan shook his head. "No." The old man kept watching the sky. "So what's got him spooked?" Neither of them had an answer. Ethan gave Duke one last look before climbing back into the Ranger. As he pulled away, he glanced in the mirror. Mr. Calloway was still standing on the porch, one hand resting on Duke's back, both of them staring east. The truck rounded another corner. The route continued. Another paper, another driveway, another familiar home. The rhythm should have been comforting. Instead, something felt different now. Not wrong, just off. He rolled his shoulders, tried convincing himself he was imagining things. Maybe he hadn't slept enough. Maybe too much coffee. Maybe the weather. Washington mornings could play tricks on you. Fog, rain, low clouds. Everything looked different before sunrise. That had to be it. Chapter 4. Then, the radio went silent. Not static, not fading. Silent. The music stopped in the middle of a song. The display remained lit. The speakers, dead. Ethan reached over and turned the volume knob. Nothing. He tapped the faceplate. Still nothing. Weird. Then, without warning, the speakers exploded with a burst of static. Ethan flinched. Pierce County? Static. Repeat. More static. Emergency manna. The transmission vanished. The music returned as though nothing had happened. Ethan frowned. What the hell was that? He glanced at his phone. Full signal. No missed calls, no alerts. Everything looked normal. He turned the radio off. The silence felt better. For a moment. Then, every hair on the back of his neck stood up. He couldn't explain why. There wasn't a sound. There wasn't a movement. There wasn't anything he could point to. Only a feeling. The kind that tells you someone is standing behind you, even when you're alone. Ethan slowly looked east again. The clouds over Mount Rainier seemed different. Not moving faster, not darker, just heavier. As though they were pressing down on the valley. He blinked, shook his head. Get a grip. He smiled at himself. You're starting to sound like Mom. He reached for another newspaper. Outside, the rain continued falling, steady, gentle, almost peaceful. And somewhere beyond the clouds, Mount Rainier took one more silent step toward the valleys below. Ethan never looked up. If he had, he wouldn't have seen the mountain anyway. Low October clouds had swallowed it hours before sunrise, leaving nothing but a dull gray horizon where Washington's tallest peak usually stood. He eased the Ranger toward the next stop, the tires hissing across the rain-dark pavement. The truck's heater had finally decided to cooperate, warming the cab just enough to chase away the chill clinging to his sweatshirt. He reached over and grabbed another rolled newspaper. Without thinking, he caught himself smiling. His mother would probably have breakfast waiting before he pulled into the driveway. Pancakes, if she stayed with tradition. Eggs if she decided everyone needed real food. His little sister would complain either way, then steal bacon from his plate the second he looked away. She denied it every single time. His dad never defended her. He simply laughed. Ethan had long ago accepted that he was outnumbered. The Ranger rolled to another stop. This house belonged to the Hendersons. 3 generations under one roof. Grandparents downstairs, parents upstairs. Twin boys who treated Saturday morning like Christmas because they fought over who got to carry the newspaper inside. He stepped from the truck, tucked the paper safely behind the screen door, and turned back toward the street. One of the boys stood in the front window wearing dinosaur pajamas. The little boy pressed both hands against the glass and waved enthusiastically. Ethan waved back. The boy disappeared, only to return a second later, dragging his younger brother by the arm. Both of them waved now. Ethan laughed. The brothers couldn't have been more than 6. He gave them a mock salute before climbing back into the truck. Simple moments. The kind you never remember. Until they're gone. He drove another block before realizing something felt different. Not frightening. Just unusual. He rolled past a row of towering cedar trees that normally echoed with crows arguing before sunrise. This morning, the branches were empty. He glanced into the side mirror. Maybe they'd already flown off. Probably. He shrugged. Rain did strange things sometimes. He reached for another newspaper. A sudden blur shot across the headlights. A red-tailed hawk. It flew so low over the hood that Ethan instinctively ducked. What the? The bird never climbed. It stayed just above the rooftops, beating its wings hard as it disappeared toward the northwest. He'd never seen one fly like that. Not around here, not in the rain, not that low. His eyes followed it until it vanished into the gray morning. Then, silence. No crows, no robins, no sparrows. Only the steady whisper of rain on the ranger's roof. Ethan turned the radio knob. Static. He turned it farther. A country station crackled to life before dissolving back into white noise. He smacked the dashboard with the heel of his hand. The music returned for half a second, long enough for a voice to break through. Repeat. Static. Pierce County? More static. All units. Then nothing. The music came back as if nothing had happened. Ethan frowned. Weird. The radio had been acting up for months. His dad blamed the antenna. Ethan blamed the truck's age. Neither one had ever bothered fixing it. He smiled to himself. You're still getting me home. That was all that mattered. He shifted the Ranger into second and eased toward the next stop. As the truck rounded the corner, the coffee in the cup holder trembled. Just once. A ripple spread across the surface before becoming still again. Ethan glanced down. He looked through the windshield, then into the rearview mirror. No semi-truck, no dump truck, no construction equipment. Nothing. He rested his hand on the steering wheel. The vibration was so slight he almost convinced himself it had come from the Ranger. Almost. He pulled to the curb in front of another familiar house and shifted the Ranger into park. The mailbox read, Morris. The black lettering had faded over the years, but Ethan didn't need the name to know where he was. Mr. Morris had been on his route since the beginning. Retired electrician, Vietnam veteran, always awake before sunrise. Always. Ethan grabbed another newspaper and stepped into the drizzle. The smell of wet cedar hung in the cool morning air. As he reached the porch, the front door opened before he could tuck the paper behind the screen. Morning, Ethan. Morning, Mr. Morris. The old man stood barefoot in blue flannel pajama pants, a faded University of Washington sweatshirt hanging loosely from his shoulders. In one hand, he held a steaming mug of black coffee. You staying dry? Ethan looked down at his soaked jeans. I'm failing. Mr. Morris chuckled. Builds character. So my dad keeps telling me. He ain't wrong. Ethan handed him the paper directly. See you next week? Wouldn't miss it. Ethan turned to leave. Hey, Ethan. He looked back. You tell your father I still owe him a fishing trip. I'll remind him. And tell him I'm still waiting. I think he's waiting on you. Mr. Morris laughed. Sounds like Tom. Ethan smiled. It does. He jogged back toward the Ranger. As he opened the driver's door, Mr. Morris spoke again. You feel that? Ethan paused. What? I thought... The old man looked down at the porch beneath his bare feet. Never mind. You sure? Mr. Morris shrugged. Probably this old house settling. Ethan nodded. See you next Saturday. Mr. Morris raised his coffee mug. If the fish don't beat us to it. The Ranger rolled away. Ethan looked in the mirror. The old man was still standing on the porch, not reading his newspaper, not drinking his coffee, just looking east. The road curved gently between rows of tall fir trees. Rain collected on the needles before falling in heavy drops that struck the truck's roof one at a time. Tap, tap, tap. The dashboard clock clicked forward. 6:04 a.m. Ethan reached for his coffee. Before the mug reached his lips, the truck shivered. Not a violent shake, more like someone had grabbed the front bumper and given it a quick tug. His coffee rippled again. He frowned. The engine sounded normal. Oil pressure was good. Temperature was fine. No warning lights. Okay? He looked through the windshield. Nothing. Then the tremor came again. Longer. This time the side mirror buzzed softly. Coins rattled inside the center console. A loose pen rolled across the dashboard and fell into the passenger side floorboard. The vibration lasted, maybe, 3 seconds. Then stopped. Ethan eased onto the brake. The Ranger coasted to the shoulder. He shut off the engine. Silence. Rain. Nothing else. He stepped out into the drizzle. The cold air hit him immediately. He stood perfectly still, listening, waiting. A pickup passed in the opposite direction. The driver slowed, rolled down his window. You feel that? Ethan nodded. Yeah. Earthquake? Maybe. The man looked toward the eastern sky. Didn't feel like one. No. It felt, he searched for the word. Different. Neither man spoke for several seconds. Then, a single crow burst from the trees behind them. It wasn't flying. It was fleeing. It crossed the road just above the hood of the Ranger, beating its wings so hard Ethan heard the feathers cutting through the damp air. Another followed, then 5 more, then dozens, within seconds. The sky filled with birds pouring out of the forest, not circling, not searching for food, leaving, every one of them heading northwest. The driver whispered, "Holy." His sentence never finished, because from somewhere beyond the hills came a sound neither man had ever heard before. Not loud, not sharp, deep, so deep. It seemed to rise through the soles of their boots instead of entering through their ears. A rolling, endless growl, almost like distant thunder. Except thunder faded. This didn't. It grew. Ethan looked toward the clouds hiding Mount Rainier. For the first time that morning, fear quietly found its way into his chest. Not panic, not terror. Just the unmistakable feeling that something enormous had awakened. The sound lingered, not in the air, in his chest. It was low enough that he felt it more than he heard it, a steady vibration that seemed to roll beneath the ground instead of across it. Then, it stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse. The driver of the pickup leaned farther out his window. You ever hear anything like that? Ethan slowly shook his head. No. The man looked toward the hidden mountain again. My wife always worries about Rainier. He gave a nervous laugh. I always tell her she'll never live long enough to see it do anything. Neither man smiled. The joke had fallen flat. The pickup pulled away, its taillights disappearing into the rain. Ethan remained standing beside the Ranger, listening, waiting. Nothing. The valley had become strangely still. Even the rain seemed quieter. He looked at his watch. 6:05 a.m. He was behind schedule. Mrs. Anderson would tease him about that next week. The thought made him smile. He climbed back into the truck. Let's finish this route. The Ranger started on the second turn of the key. Just like always. 2 blocks later. The routine finally broke. A woman stood barefoot in her driveway, still wearing a bathrobe over her pajamas. She wasn't looking at the sky. She wasn't looking at Ethan. She was looking at her cell phone, holding it high over her head, turning slowly in circles. Searching. As he rolled past, she flagged him down. Ethan! He stopped. You got service? He glanced at the top corner of his phone. Yeah, 4 bars. My phone won't load anything. He shrugged. Maybe your Wi-Fi's down. She looked unconvinced. Maybe. She thanked him anyway and hurried back inside. Ethan pulled away. His phone buzzed. A text message from his mother. Drive safe. Love you. He smiled, typed back. Almost done. Save me pancakes. The message sat on the screen. Sending, 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 then Delivered. He thought nothing of it. A quarter-mile farther along, he reached another familiar stop. As he stepped from the truck, every porch light on the block blinked. Once, the lights dimmed, came back, dimmed again, then held steady. The Ranger's headlights flickered with them. Power surge. Probably. He looked toward the nearest transformer. Nothing. No sparks, no pop. Just a brief hiccup. Another thing to explain away. Another thing to forget. Then, a dog screamed, not barked. Screamed. The sound ripped through the quiet neighborhood like a knife. Another answered. Then another. Within seconds, it seemed every dog in the valley had found its voice. Some barked wildly, others howled, a few whimpered. None of them sounded normal. Ethan stood frozen beside the truck. His heart had begun beating just a little faster. Not because he knew what was happening. Because animals didn't act like this without a reason. He looked toward the trees lining the edge of the neighborhood. Movement, a flash of brown, then another. A herd of deer burst from the tree line. Not one, not three, at least 15. They weren't grazing, they weren't wandering, they were running. Hard, straight through backyards, jumping fences, ignoring roads, ignoring people, ignoring everything. One nearly collided with a parked SUV before changing direction at the last second. A woman standing on her porch gasped. Oh my God. The deer never slowed. Within seconds, they were gone, heading northwest, away from the mountain. Ethan watched until the last white tail disappeared between two houses. His mouth had gone dry. That wasn't normal. There was no explaining that. Not anymore. He slowly climbed back into the Ranger. His fingers tightened around the steering wheel, without realizing it. He locked the doors. The radio crackled. Not static this time. A voice. Broken. Urgent. All Pierce County units. Static swallowed the next sentence. Multiple reports? Possible slope? Rainier. The transmission vanished beneath another wall of static. Ethan turned the volume higher. Nothing. Then, silence. He stared at the radio. One word stayed with him. Rainier. He looked east. Clouds. Nothing but clouds. He whispered to himself. What happened up there? The answer came from somewhere behind him. Not a voice. A horn. Long, deep. The unmistakable blast of a freight train. Ethan turned instinctively toward the sound. The railroad crossed several miles away, and he was used to hearing trains throughout the valley. This one sounded different. It wasn't moving. The horn kept blowing. One long blast after another. Almost like a warning. He watched for several seconds before climbing back into the Ranger. Probably somebody on the tracks. He pulled away from the curb. The farther he drove, the more people he noticed outside. A man stood in his driveway wearing slippers and staring toward the eastern horizon. A woman held a cordless phone against her ear while repeatedly pressing the redial button. Two teenage boys stood on the hood of an old pickup trying to see over the rooftops. Nobody looked frightened. Just confused. That somehow made Ethan more uneasy. Confused people stood still. Scared people ran. Nobody was running. His phone vibrated. This time, it wasn't a call. It wasn't a text. The screen flashed bright amber. Wireless emergency alert. The sharp alert tone filled the cab. Every phone he'd ever owned made the same sound. He'd heard it during amber alerts. Severe weather. Nothing more. He glanced down. The message hadn't fully loaded. Only one line appeared. Pierce County. Then it froze. The spinning circle continued turning. Loading, 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 nothing. He tapped the screen. Still nothing. A few seconds later, the alert disappeared completely. What? He pulled the phone closer. No message, no notification. Nothing in the alert history, as though it had never existed. He looked up. A woman across the street was staring at her own phone. Another man was doing the same thing from inside his pickup. Everyone seemed to have gotten something. No one seemed to know what. The ranger rolled through another intersection. A stop sign. Empty streets. Rain. Quiet. Too quiet. He stopped longer than usual, listening. The low growl had returned. Still faint. Still impossible to identify. Except now, it seemed closer, not louder. Closer. He couldn't tell from where. It didn't echo like thunder. It rolled, as though the sound itself was moving. Then, his truck rocked, not from front to back, side to side, a quick, uneasy sway. The mirrors buzzed, the loose coins rattled again. Across the intersection, a hanging flower basket swung beneath a porch roof. One swing, then another. A wind chime began clinking softly. Except, there wasn't enough wind. The leaves on the maple tree barely moved. Ethan stepped out of the truck. Rain landed softly against his face. He looked down. The puddle beside his boot wasn't still anymore. Tiny ripples raced across the surface. Not from falling rain. From underneath. He crouched, touched the water with one finger. The ripples continued, steady, rhythmic. His stomach tightened. He stood slowly. What the hell? A screen door slammed. Mr. Morris hurried into his front yard. You feeling that now? Ethan nodded. Yeah. The old veteran looked toward the east. I was stationed in Alaska in '64. Ethan looked at him. We had an earthquake. Mr. Morris swallowed hard. This doesn't feel like one. No. It keeps coming. Neither man took their eyes off the horizon. Then, every dog started barking again. Only this time, none of them stopped. The sound spread from one neighborhood to the next, until it seemed the entire valley had found its voice. A car alarm suddenly erupted 3 houses away, then another. Not because someone touched them, because the ground had begun vibrating just enough to trigger the motion sensors. Mr. Morris looked at Ethan. For the first time since they'd met, Ethan saw fear in the old man's eyes. Not confusion, not curiosity. Fear. Then, from somewhere beyond the hidden foothills, a sound rolled across the valley unlike anything either of them had ever heard. Not thunder, not an explosion, not an earthquake. It sounded alive. A deep, continuous roar, as though an entire mountain had taken a breath. Neither man spoke. Neither man moved, because deep inside, without understanding why, both of them knew. The morning they had woken up to was over. The roar faded, not all at once. It simply became part of the morning, like rain, like wind. Always there. Ethan swallowed. You hear that? Mr. Morris never took his eyes off the eastern horizon. I wish I didn't. The old man wrapped both hands around his coffee mug. His knuckles had turned white. I've lived here 38 years. He spoke quietly, almost to himself. I've heard storms. He paused. Floods. Another pause. Earthquakes. His eyes never left the clouds. I've never heard that. Neither had Ethan. He climbed back into the Ranger and closed the door. The cab suddenly felt smaller, quieter. He reached for the key. Stopped. The engine was already running. He hadn't realized he'd left it idling. He shifted into drive. The truck rolled forward. Normally, the next few stops were his favorite. Kids' bicycles lay scattered across front yards. Basketball hoops stood at the edge of driveways. On Halloween, this neighborhood always went all out. Last year, one family had built a pirate ship entirely out of plywood. His little sister had begged their parents to drive by 3 nights in a row. Today, everything looked exactly the same, which somehow made it worse. Nothing looked wrong. Yet, He rounded another corner. A man stood in the middle of the street wearing reflective rain gear. Ethan recognized him immediately. Rick, City Public Works. Rick wasn't waving traffic through. He wasn't working. He was simply standing there, looking east. Ethan slowed beside him. "You all right?" Rick blinked, almost surprised to see another person. "You hear that?" "Yeah." "What do you think it is?" Ethan shook his head. "No idea." Rick looked toward the hidden mountain again. "My wife just called." "What did she say?" "Schools are getting weird calls." "What kind of calls?" "They don't know." Rick rubbed the back of his neck. "Parents asking if they should come get their kids." "It's Saturday." "I know." Neither of them spoke. Rick finally stepped away from the truck. "I better get to the shop." "Everything okay?" Rick looked back one last time. "I honestly don't know." The Ranger continued down the road. Ethan glanced at the dashboard clock. 6:07 a.m., only 7 minutes. It felt like an hour. His phone vibrated again. This time, it wasn't his mother. It wasn't Emily. It wasn't a notification. It was Dad. A smile crossed Ethan's face. He answered immediately. "Morning?" No reply, only static. "Dad?" A crackling sound filled the speaker. Then, more static. "Hear me?" The line broke apart. "Dad?" "Port?" Another burst of static. "Everybody?" Silence. "Dad?" The call disconnected. Ethan stared at the screen. Call failed. He hit redial immediately. Calling. Nothing. He tried again. Nothing. 1 bar, then 3, then none. Then 3 again. The signal kept changing. He lowered the phone. His heartbeat had picked up. His father never lost calls. Not like that. Without thinking. He pressed the accelerator a little harder. Not fast. Just faster. He wanted to finish. He wanted to get home. For the first time that morning, the pancakes didn't matter. Only home. As he crested a gentle rise, he instinctively looked toward where Mount Rainier should have been. The clouds had begun changing, not breaking apart, not getting darker. Moving. Slowly. Almost boiling. He narrowed his eyes. Clouds didn't usually move like that, especially on calm mornings. The movement wasn't sideways. It seemed to be pushing outward. His stomach tightened. "What?" The word barely escaped his lips. Then, something flashed. Not lightning. Orange. Gone almost instantly. He blinked. Looked again. Nothing. Only gray. He rubbed rainwater from the side window with the sleeve of his sweatshirt. Still, gray clouds. Nothing else. He exhaled slowly. Probably a transformer. It made sense, didn't it? He wanted it to make sense. Because every explanation he came up with was easier to believe than the truth. The Ranger rolled through another intersection. Normally, Ethan barely noticed this part of the route. Saturday mornings always followed the same rhythm. Deliver the paper, wave to a few familiar faces, finish by 7, go home. Today, the rhythm was gone. A white pickup sat motionless at the stop sign ahead. Not parked. Stopped. The driver's door opened. A woman climbed out, still wearing slippers beneath her jeans. She walked into the middle of the intersection and looked east. Another driver stepped from his SUV. Then another. Within moments, 4 strangers stood silently in the rain, all staring toward the hidden mountain. Nobody spoke. Nobody seemed to know what to say. Ethan eased around them. As he passed, he heard one man quietly ask, "Do you smell that?" Another shook his head. "What is it?" "I don't know." Ethan lowered his own window. Cold rain drifted into the cab. He took a slow breath. Wet cedar, fresh asphalt, wood smoke from somebody's fireplace. Nothing unusual. He shrugged and continued on. His phone buzzed again. This time, it wasn't a call. A voicemail notification. One new message. He frowned. How could he have a voicemail when the call with Dad had never connected? He pressed play. Static. Several long seconds of static. Then, Ethan, his father's voice. Broken, faint. If you... Static swallowed the next words. Don't. More static. Home. The message ended. 5 words, most of them missing. Ethan stared at the phone. His father never panicked. Never. If Tom Cole left a voicemail instead of calling back, something had gone very wrong. He shoved the phone into the cup holder and pressed harder on the accelerator. The ranger protested with a tired growl. Come on. The road dipped gently before climbing again. Rainwater flowed along both sides of the pavement, feeding roadside ditches already half full from days of October rain. As Ethan reached the crest, he could finally see farther across the valley. His eyes swept automatically toward the Puyallup River. Something caught his attention. The water. At first he couldn't figure out what looked different. Then, it hit him. The river wasn't its usual gray-green color. It looked brown, not muddy after a storm. Darker, thicker, almost like chocolate milk. He slowed instinctively. The current also seemed faster, much faster. Large tree limbs spun through the water, then an entire log. He frowned. We haven't had that much rain. He looked upstream, nothing but drizzle, no flood, no overflowing banks. Yet the river looked like it belonged after days of heavy storms. His stomach tightened again. One strange thing could be ignored. 2? Maybe. By now, there had been too many. Behind him, a horn blasted, not in anger. Warning. Ethan looked into the mirror. The white pickup he'd passed moments earlier came racing toward him. The driver leaned out the window. Watch the radio. Then he was gone. Spraying water behind him as he accelerated toward town, Ethan reached for the volume knob. Only static. He changed stations. Static. Another. Nothing. Then, a weak signal broke through. Repeat. Unconfirmed reports. Mount Rainier. Stay. Static swallowed the rest. Await further. Silence. His hand froze on the radio. He turned the volume higher. Nothing. The station disappeared completely. He looked out through the rain-covered windshield. For the first time all morning. He said the words out loud. What happened to the mountain? The question hung inside the truck, unanswered. A moment later, the ranger's tires rolled over something he had never noticed before. Not because it had always been there, because it hadn't. A crack. Fresh. Thin. Running across the entire width of the road. He slowed. The truck bumped gently over it. In the mirror, he watched rainwater disappear into the narrow opening. The crack hadn't existed last Saturday. He was sure of it. He drove another 50 yards. Another crack. This one longer, branching toward the shoulder. His hands tightened around the steering wheel. Whatever was happening, it wasn't just happening on the mountain anymore. It was happening here. Right beneath him. Ethan eased the Ranger to the shoulder. The engine idled quietly beneath the hood as rain tapped against the roof. He stared at the fresh crack stretching across the road. It couldn't have been there before. He drove this route every Saturday, sometimes twice a week when he covered for another carrier. He would have remembered. He climbed out. Cold rain immediately soaked through the shoulders of his gray sweatshirt. The crack wasn't wide, maybe half an inch, just enough for muddy water to seep upward through it. He crouched, ran his fingers along the broken asphalt. The edges were sharp, fresh, very fresh. He stood again. Another vibration, this one stronger. The ground didn't shake violently. It rolled, almost like standing on the deck of a boat after another vessel passed too close. His balance shifted for a split second. Then everything settled. He looked toward the houses lining the street. Wind chimes swayed beneath covered porches. Garage doors rattled inside their tracks. A basketball rolled slowly down a sloped driveway before stopping against the curb. No one screamed. No one ran. Most people simply stepped outside, trying to understand what they had just felt. An older woman opened her front door carrying a cordless phone. "Young man." Ethan looked over. "You feeling these tremors?" "Yeah." "Can you call somebody?" He held up his cell phone. "I've been trying." She frowned. "My phone keeps saying call failed." "So's mine." She looked east. "You think it's an earthquake?" "I don't know." She hugged her sweater tighter around herself. "I don't like it." Neither did Ethan. The growl returned. Longer this time. Lower. He couldn't tell if it came through the air or through the ground. The sound seemed to settle inside his chest, like standing too close to giant speakers at a concert. He looked toward the hidden foothills again. Still. Nothing. Just clouds. Rain. Gray. Then, something changed. Not dramatically. Subtly. The rain. It stopped. Not gradually. Instantly. 1 second. Thousands of raindrops whispered across rooftops. The next, nothing. The silence that followed was almost unsettling. People noticed. Doors opened. Faces appeared at windows. Everyone looked up. The clouds remained exactly where they had been. Heavy. Gray. Motionless. Ethan held out one hand. Not a single drop landed on his palm. He had lived in Western Washington his entire life. Rain didn't just stop. Not like that. A faint mechanical voice echoed somewhere in the distance. Tinny. Broken by static. "Attention." The words drifted across the neighborhood. Attention. Someone had turned on an outdoor loudspeaker. Or maybe a patrol car. He couldn't tell. The voice faded before he could understand anything else. Several people stepped farther into their yards, listening, waiting. Nothing more came. His phone suddenly vibrated. Once, twice, 3 times. Text messages flooded onto the screen all at once. "Mom, where are you? Emily. Something's wrong. Dad, call me." Then, the signal vanished. No service. The 3 words sat at the top of the screen like a punch to the stomach. He stared at them. His father almost never used all capital letters. Not for anything. Tom Cole's message contained only 2 words. Get home. Nothing else. No explanation. No punctuation. Just get home. For the first time that morning, Ethan didn't think about finishing his newspaper route. He didn't think about customers. He didn't think about being late. He thought about his family. He threw the remaining newspapers onto the passenger seat, shifted the Ranger into drive, and pressed the accelerator. The tires hissed across the wet pavement as the old truck began heading home. Behind him, a rolled copy of the Tacoma News Tribune slipped from the passenger seat. It landed in the floorboard. Tomorrow's headlines? Had no idea. They were already too late. The Ranger surged forward, its tires hissing across the rain-soaked pavement as Ethan abandoned the rest of his newspaper route. He had never done that before. Not once. In 2 years of deliveries, he'd finished every route. Snow. Ice. Heavy rain. A dead battery that forced him to borrow his father's truck. It didn't matter. The papers always got delivered. Today, he didn't care. Every mile between him and home suddenly felt too long. He glanced at the dashboard clock. 6:08 a.m. Only 8 minutes had passed since he'd started. It felt impossible. His life had somehow divided itself into 2 parts. The first 8 minutes, and whatever came next. He reached for his phone again. No service. He held it closer to the windshield. Nothing. He lifted it toward the side window. Still nothing. Damn it. The words barely left his mouth. He tossed the phone onto the passenger seat. The Ranger rounded another bend, climbing a gentle rise overlooking the valley. Normally, Ethan loved this stretch of road. On clear mornings, Mount Rainier dominated the eastern skyline, its snow-covered summit glowing pink beneath the first light of sunrise. His father always called it the best view in Pierce County. Today, there was no mountain, only a wall of thick gray clouds stretching from one end of the horizon to the other. Ethan slowed instinctively. Something about the clouds bothered him. Not their color, their shape. The lower edge looked uneven, almost ragged, as if the clouds were hanging lower in one place than everywhere else. He blinked. Rain streaked across the windshield. The image disappeared. Probably just fog. He wanted it to be fog. A pair of headlights suddenly flashed behind him. Fast. Much too fast. A red pickup roared past, spraying water across the Ranger's windshield. The driver laid on his horn as he passed. His passenger leaned halfway out the window. Go! The truck never slowed. It disappeared around the next curve. Ethan stared after it. What the hell? People didn't drive like that around here. Not on wet roads. Not unless... He didn't finish the thought. Another vibration rolled beneath the Ranger, longer than before. The steering wheel buzzed in his hands. Loose change rattled in the center console. The rearview mirror blurred. Then, it stopped. Not gradually. Instantly. Ethan eased off the accelerator. He looked toward the shoulder. Fence posts, telephone poles, mailboxes. Everything looked normal. But it didn't feel normal anymore. He couldn't explain why. Only that every instinct he had was telling him to keep moving. So he did. Far ahead, a church bell began ringing. Once, twice, 3 times. It continued without rhythm, without stopping. Ethan frowned. Church bells didn't ring on their own. Not on Saturday morning, not at 6 o'clock. He drove another 100 yards before he realized it wasn't ringing. It was swinging. The tremors had set the heavy bronze bell in motion inside the steeple. Every vibration. Another slow, lonely gong. The sound drifted across the valley. Deep. Ancient. Haunting. Ethan looked at the church as he drove past. The front doors were still locked. No one stood outside. Only the bell continued its slow, uneven rhythm. Gong. A pause. Gong. Another pause. The sound followed him down the road until it disappeared behind the rain. For reasons he couldn't explain, he suddenly wanted to be home more than he'd ever wanted anything in his life. He pressed a little harder on the accelerator. The old Ranger answered with a determined growl. Come on, girl. We're almost there. The Ranger answered with a tired growl as Ethan shifted into 4th gear. The old truck wasn't fast. It had never been fast. But this morning, every extra mile an hour felt important. The road curved through a stretch of towering Douglas firs, their trunks disappearing into sheets of gray drizzle. Water dripped from the branches in heavy drops that slapped against the windshield as he passed beneath them. For a brief moment, the trees hid everything. No houses, no people, just forest. Then, the radio exploded to life. Static. A burst of voices talking over one another. Repeat. Can anybody confirm? Coming down the valley? Units respond. The transmission dissolved into a wall of white noise. Ethan grabbed the volume knob. Come on. Another voice broke through, this one clearer. All available personnel. Move to high. Static swallowed the rest. Then silence. The radio went dead again. His grip tightened on the steering wheel. High. What? Highway? High school? High ground? The sentence never finished. The trees opened. Ahead, the valley spread out beneath the low clouds. Normally, Ethan would have caught at least a glimpse of Rainier from here. Instead, only gray. He glanced toward the river. His stomach tightened. The water had climbed, not over its banks. Yet, but higher than it should have been. The current churned violently around bridge pilings, carrying whole trees downstream. Not branches, entire trees, roots and all. He had fished that river with his dad since he was 10 years old. He'd seen spring runoff, winter floods, heavy storms. He had never, ever seen the river moving like this. A pickup sat parked on the shoulder. Its driver stood against the guardrail, staring downstream through a pair of binoculars. He never looked away as Ethan rolled past. Didn't wave, didn't move. He simply watched, waiting. For what? Ethan couldn't imagine. Another vibration rolled beneath the Ranger. Longer, stronger. The steering wheel buzzed in his hands. The dashboard creaked. Somewhere behind him, a picture frame slid from the rear window onto the bench seat. It was the only photograph Ethan kept in the truck. His family, taken at Point Defiance the previous summer. His mother was laughing. Emily had ice cream all over her face. His father stood in the back wearing the same worn mariner's cap he'd owned for 15 years. Ethan reached over and picked it up at the next stop sign. For a second, he just looked at it. Then he tucked it carefully into the pocket of his sweatshirt, without really knowing why. The stop sign ahead began vibrating. Not much. Just enough that the metal gave off a faint ting, ting, ting. As it shook against its mounting bolts, the sound was almost lost beneath the growl coming from somewhere beyond the hills. Almost. Then Ethan saw something that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. A horse. A large chestnut mare had broken through a fence and was running flat out along the edge of the road. No saddle, no rider. Its eyes were wide. Foam covered its mouth. It wasn't wandering. It wasn't spooked by traffic. It was fleeing. Seconds later, another horse burst through the same broken fence. Then another. They weren't running randomly. Every one of them was heading northwest. Away from the mountain. Away from the river. Away from something Ethan still couldn't see. One nearly collided with the Ranger before disappearing across a pasture. Ethan eased onto the brakes. What in God's name? He had grown up around enough farms to know one thing. You don't see horses abandon a pasture unless something has terrified them. Not one. Certainly not all of them. His phone suddenly vibrated. 1 bar, then 2. Just enough. It rang. Mom. He answered before the second ring. Mom. Her voice came through in broken pieces. Ethan, where? I'm on my way. Don't. Static. Listen. Another burst of crackling. Sirens. Dad called me. I'm coming home. Love. The line cut out. Silence. Ethan held the phone against his ear for another few seconds. Nothing. He lowered it slowly. His mother had never sounded afraid before. Not once in his 19 years. She did now. He looked through the windshield. The old Ranger kept climbing, kept pushing, kept carrying him toward home. And for the first time that morning, Ethan realized something that sent a cold knot twisting deep into his stomach. He wasn't driving toward answers. He was driving straight into whatever everyone else was trying to escape. The Ranger rounded another bend. For the first time that morning, traffic was coming the other way. Fast, a delivery van, 2 pickups, an SUV pulling a fishing boat, every one of them heading west, away from the mountain, away from the river valleys. None of them were speeding recklessly. They were simply leaving. The driver of the fishing boat flashed his headlights. Once. Twice. then pointed frantically behind Ethan before disappearing around the curve. Ethan looked in the mirror. Only rain. Another quarter-mile. More vehicles. A landscaping truck. A school bus. Empty. No children. The driver leaned forward over the wheel, his face tight with concentration. As the bus passed, the driver lifted one hand from the steering wheel. Not a wave. A warning. He pointed uphill, then kept driving. Ethan frowned. Uphill? He looked toward the hillside rising beside the road. Why uphill? The low growl returned. This time, it carried a rhythm, not mechanical, not natural either. Almost like thousands of heavy objects crashing together somewhere far away. The sound rolled across the valley in slow waves, each one lasting a little longer than the last. His phone buzzed again. Signal. Gone. Signal. Gone. Then, one text finally slipped through. It wasn't from his family. It wasn't from a friend. It was from his boss at the newspaper distribution center. All routes stop, return immediately. The timestamp read 6:11 a.m. Another message tried to load beneath it. It never opened. No service. Again. Ethan glanced toward the passenger seat. Dozens of newspapers remained undelivered. For the first time since taking the job, he wasn't thinking about disappointing customers. He wondered how many of those people were even home anymore. A sharp crack echoed somewhere ahead. He instinctively hit the brakes. Another crack, louder, a third. The sound wasn't gunfire. It was wood, splintering. He looked toward the tree line. One enormous Douglas fir leaned awkwardly, not falling because of wind. The ground beneath its roots had shifted. Slowly, almost gracefully. The tree tipped farther. Then gravity took over. It crashed across an empty side road with a deafening explosion of branches and shattered bark. Ethan stared. The tree hadn't snapped. The earth beneath it had moved. His breathing became shallow. What is happening? Nobody answered. Then, the emergency sirens finally reached him. Not close. Far away. One. Then another. Then another. Their mournful wail drifted through the rain from different directions across the valley. He had heard those sirens his entire life. Monthly tests. Always scheduled. Always predictable. Never like this. They weren't testing anything. They were calling everyone, calling him, calling families still eating breakfast, calling fishermen backing boats into the water, calling truck drivers crossing the tide flats, calling parents, calling children, calling anyone who could still hear them. The sound settled over the valley like a funeral hymn. The ranger climbed another small rise. As Ethan reached the top, he finally saw something that froze him. Not the mountain, the river. Even from this distance, he knew it. The Puyallup wasn't flowing anymore. Not the way rivers flowed. It looked wrong. The surface wasn't rippling, it was heaving. Large sections of water surged upward before collapsing again, carrying entire trees that spun like matchsticks in the current. Telephone poles, fence posts, pieces of somebody's dock, things that should never have been in the river. Were. Ethan slowed almost to a stop. His heartbeat pounded in his ears. He'd never seen water move like that. Not in person. Not on television. Not anywhere. Then, something caught his eye. A sheriff's cruiser sat sideways across a nearby intersection. The deputy was outside the vehicle. Rain streamed from the brim of his campaign hat as he waved both arms toward approaching traffic. Not directing it forward. Turning it around. Go back now. The deputy looked directly at Ethan. Their eyes met across the rain. The deputy's expression said everything his voice couldn't carry over the distance. Don't come this way. Ethan's hands tightened around the steering wheel. His home, his family, were somewhere beyond that roadblock. And for the first time all morning, He faced a choice: turn around or keep going. The deputy stepped farther into the intersection, rain running off the brim of his hat as he motioned every approaching vehicle toward a side road climbing the hillside. Turn around! His voice carried through the damp morning air. Go to higher ground! The words caught Ethan off guard. Higher ground? Why? He lowered the ranger's window. Officer? The deputy jogged toward the truck, breathing hard. His rain jacket was soaked. Mud covered the legs of his uniform pants almost to the knees. He looked like he'd already been running for hours. You can't go this way. My family's up ahead. I understand. No, you don't. My mom's there. My little sister's there. The deputy glanced toward the east. For the first time, his composure cracked. I know. It wasn't the answer Ethan wanted. It wasn't even really an answer. I have to get to them. The deputy leaned closer to the window. Listen to me. His voice dropped. I need you to listen very carefully. Ethan nodded. We're getting reports. He stopped himself. His eyes searched for the right words. Something has come down off the mountain. What does that mean? I don't know. It was the truth, painfully honest. We've lost contact with units farther east. Ethan felt his pulse quicken. What kind of contact? No radio. No phones. Nothing. The deputy looked over his shoulder as another patrol car raced past with its lights flashing. No siren, just lights. The second deputy never slowed. He disappeared into the rain. The first deputy turned back. I've got orders to keep people out of the valley. My family's in the valley. I know. They're expecting me. I know. Every answer was the same. Every answer hurt. A woman suddenly screamed. Both men turned. A teenage girl stood outside a small convenience store across the road. She pointed toward the river. People began gathering beside the guardrail. Not running, walking, drawn by curiosity. The deputy took 2 steps toward them, then stopped. Ethan looked too. At first, he didn't understand what he was seeing. The river was disappearing, not drying up, moving. The water level dropped so quickly that muddy banks appeared where water had been only moments before. Logs settled against exposed rocks. Branches lay stranded in thick brown mud. The current simply fell away. What? Ethan whispered. Nobody answered. The deputy stared in disbelief. I've never... His sentence died. Neither man had. The river continued dropping, foot by foot, almost unnaturally fast. One fisherman climbed onto the exposed riverbank. What the hell's going on? Someone farther back yelled. Where's the water going? Another person laughed nervously. Must be a dam. There isn't a dam. The laughter stopped. Every face along the guardrail turned upstream. Waiting. Watching. The valley became impossibly quiet. Even the dogs had stopped barking. Ethan heard only one thing. The steady ticking of the ranger's engine cooling in the rain. Tick, tick, tick. Then, the deputy's radio exploded. A burst of static, a panicked voice. All units. More static. Wall, moving, static. Then one word, perfectly clear. Run! The transmission ended in a shriek of feedback. The deputy's face went white. He grabbed the microphone. Dispatch. Nothing. Dispatch. Repeat your traffic. Only static answered. He looked up, toward the river, toward the people standing along the guardrail, toward Ethan. Then, he heard it. Not the growl, not anymore. This was different. A roar, deep, relentless, growing louder with every heartbeat. The deputy spun toward the crowd. His voice cracked as he screamed with everything he had. Get away from the river! People turned, confused. Some hesitated. Some looked upstream. One man actually took a step closer to the bank, trying to see, trying to understand. Then, around the bend, something appeared. Not water, not at first. Trees, entire Douglas firs, spinning, rolling over one another, as though an invisible hand were carrying an entire forest downstream. The roar became deafening. The deputy didn't wait. He grabbed the teenage girl by the arm and shoved her toward higher ground. Run! Only then did Ethan finally see it. Beyond the trees, beyond the shattered logs, beyond the spray. A wall, not of water, of earth, mud, rock, entire trees, pieces of houses, everything churning together into one unstoppable mass racing down the valley. It wasn't a wave, it was the mountain itself, and it was coming straight toward them. For a heartbeat, nobody moved, nobody screamed, nobody ran. The human mind refused to accept what the eyes were seeing. The wall stretched from one side of the valley to the other, not 20 feet wide, hundreds. Trees vanished into it like twigs dropped into a wood chipper. Entire sections of riverbanks simply collapsed. The roar became unbearable. Not one sound. Thousands. Boulders crashing together, trees snapping, steel twisting, water, mud, everything grinding into one deafening voice. The deputy found his own. Run! This time, people listened. Panic exploded across the roadside. The fisherman dropped his tackle box where he stood. The teenage girl stumbled as the deputy shoved her toward the hillside. A mother grabbed two small children by the backs of their jackets. Someone screamed for their husband. Another yelled for their dog. Car doors slammed. Engines roared. Tires spun helplessly on the wet pavement. Ethan stood frozen beside the ranger. His mind couldn't process what he was seeing. The river wasn't overflowing. The river was disappearing beneath something far bigger. The lahar struck the first bridge. For the briefest second, the bridge held. Steel groaned. Concrete cracked. Then, the center span folded downward as if someone had kicked the legs out from beneath it. The entire structure vanished into the churning brown mass. A pickup crossing the bridge disappeared with it. There wasn't time for brakes. There wasn't time for a scream. 1 second, it existed. The next, it was gone. Oh my God. The words escaped Ethan before he realized he'd spoken them. The deputy grabbed his shoulder. Get in your truck. Ethan didn't move. His eyes remained fixed on the valley. The lahar wasn't slowing. It was getting bigger. Every tree it consumed became another weapon. Every house, another battering ram. A propane tank burst somewhere inside the moving wall. A dull orange fireball rolled through the mud before being swallowed almost instantly. Not an explosion. Just another thing erased. The ground beneath Ethan's boots vibrated so violently now that loose gravel danced across the pavement. A mailbox toppled over. Power poles leaned. High above. 3 transmission lines snapped almost together. The sound echoed like rifle shots. Then the wires whipped wildly through the rain before crashing onto the empty roadway. Blue sparks exploded across the wet asphalt. People scattered. A minivan swerved into the ditch, trying to avoid them. The deputy drew his sidearm, not because there was someone to shoot, but because instinct had taken over. Training, adrenaline, pure survival. Ethan, the deputy's voice finally broke through. If you stay here, he pointed toward the roaring valley. You're dead. That word hit harder than anything Ethan had seen. Dead. Not maybe. Not possibly. Dead. His legs finally obeyed. He sprinted toward the ranger. Behind him, the roar kept growing. Not because it was speeding up, because it was getting closer. He threw open the driver's door. His hands shook so badly he dropped the keys onto the floorboard. Damn it! He reached down. His fingers brushed something, one of the newspapers, still lying where it had fallen. For the smallest fraction of a second, he saw the front page. A smiling family. A story about a community fundraiser. A high school football score. A weekend fishing report. A world that had existed 10 minutes ago. He shoved the paper aside, grabbed the keys, and jammed them into the ignition. The Ranger fired on the second turn, just like it always did. Come on. He slammed it into gear. The deputy was already sprinting uphill, pulling the teenage girl with him. Behind them, the first wave of mud reached the place where they'd been standing only seconds earlier. The guardrail disappeared. The shoulder disappeared. The road itself cracked apart like a cracker beneath a boot. Ethan hit the gas. The Ranger lunged forward. In the rearview mirror, the world simply ceased to exist. The Ranger fishtailed as Ethan slammed through the first corner. Mud sprayed from the rear tires. His heart hammered so violently he could hear it over the engine. He risked one glance in the mirror. He wished he hadn't. The road behind him was gone. Not covered. Gone. The shoulder collapsed in chunks the size of houses, swallowed instantly by the boiling torrent below. Telephone poles leaned one after another before snapping like dry matchsticks. The deputy, the girl, gone from sight, hidden by rain, mud, and a wall of shattered timber. Ethan gripped the steering wheel until his knuckles turned white. Please. He didn't even know who he was talking to. The truck rounded another bend. Ahead, brake lights, dozens of them, cars, pickups, SUVs. Every lane blocked. People had abandoned their vehicles and were running uphill through the rain. A man pounded on the door of an elderly woman's sedan. Leave it! She couldn't hear him. She kept trying to restart the engine. Again. 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 The starter only clicked. No, Ethan whispered. Not here. Not now. He stomped on the brake. The Ranger slid sideways before stopping only a few feet behind the last vehicle. His eyes darted everywhere. No way around. The ditch on one side. A steep embankment on the other. The road had become a parking lot. He looked into the mirror again. The roar had grown louder. Much louder. Not because the lahar was visible, because it was closing the distance. Fast. A fist slammed against his passenger window. Ethan jumped. A little boy, maybe 8 years old, soaked from head to toe. Terror filled his eyes. My mom. The words barely came out. Please. Ethan looked past him. 50 feet away. A woman struggled to free a toddler from a child's seat inside a small SUV. The rear passenger door wouldn't open. She yanked harder. Nothing. Again, nothing. The little boy pounded the glass. Please help her. Without thinking, Ethan threw the truck into park. He was out the door before the engine finished idling. Rain soaked him instantly. What happened? The door. The woman looked up. It's jammed. The toddler inside was screaming. The vehicle had shifted crooked after another tremor. The frame had twisted just enough to trap the rear door. Ethan grabbed the handle, pulled. Nothing. He planted one boot against the rocker panel and pulled again with everything he had. Metal groaned. The handle snapped off in his hand. Damn it! The woman was crying now. My baby! The roar behind them deepened. People on the hillside began screaming. It's coming! Ethan looked around desperately. His eyes landed on a tire iron lying beside a pickup. He sprinted toward it, grabbed it, ran back. He jammed the flat end between the door and the frame. Stand back! He leaned his weight into it. The steel bent. The door creaked. Another shove. The metal screamed. Then, crack! The latch tore free. The door flew open. The woman reached inside, unbuckled the toddler, and clutched him against her chest. The little boy threw his arms around her waist. She looked at Ethan. She wanted to say thank you. No words came. Only tears. "Go!" Ethan shouted. "Get up the hill!" She didn't hesitate. She grabbed both children and ran. Another tremor rolled beneath the road, stronger. The pavement split with a loud pop 10 yards away. A jagged crack raced across both lanes. Someone fell. Another person helped them up. Nobody looked back anymore. They didn't need to. The roar was almost on top of them. Ethan sprinted back toward the ranger. Halfway there, he heard something. A bark, sharp, desperate. He turned. A chocolate Labrador stood trapped in the bed of a landscaping truck, its chain tangled beneath a toolbox. The dog clawed frantically at the metal. Its eyes locked onto Ethan. For the briefest second, everything stopped. Emily. She'd have stopped. His dad would have stopped. His mom would have stopped. Every lesson they'd ever taught him came rushing back at once. If you can help, you help. The ranger sat 20 feet away. Safety. The dog barked again. The roar grew louder. Ethan had maybe 5 seconds, maybe less. He looked at the truck, then at the dog, then back at the truck. His feet moved before his brain decided. He ran toward the barking. The Labrador threw itself against the side of the truck bed, barking wildly as Ethan reached it. Easy, easy. The chain had wrapped twice around the steel toolbox bolted behind the cab. The dog pulled harder, making it worse. It's all right. His own voice sounded strange, too calm, too steady. Inside, his heart felt like it was trying to break free from his chest. He climbed onto the rear tire and reached into the bed. The Labrador lunged toward him, not to bite, to escape. I know. He grabbed the collar. His fingers found the clip. Twisted. Nothing. Mud. The clasp had packed full of thick brown mud. It wouldn't release. The roar behind him grew louder. People on the hillside were screaming now. Not words, just screaming. Ethan looked around frantically. The tire iron, still lying where he'd dropped it. He reached for it, slid the flat end beneath the chain. Pulled. Nothing. Again. The metal stretched. Not enough. The Labrador whined. Its entire body trembled beneath Ethan's hand. Come on. He planted one boot against the side of the truck, pulled with everything he had. The chain snapped. The dog nearly knocked him backward as it exploded from the truck bed. For one split second, the Labrador stopped, looked directly at Ethan, tail tucked, chest heaving. Then it bolted uphill, never looking back. Another roar rolled through the valley. This one so powerful. Ethan felt it in his teeth. He turned. The Lahar had reached the first line of houses. It didn't crash into them. It erased them. One moment, a white 2-story home stood beside the river. The next, its foundation disappeared. The entire house twisted sideways. Windows exploded outward. The roof folded. Then the whole structure vanished beneath a boiling mass of mud, trees, and shattered lumber. It happened in less than 3 seconds. A detached garage followed, then a barn, then another house. There was no fire, no explosion, no dramatic collapse. Just gone. As if the earth itself had decided those buildings had never existed. Ethan! The voice echoed from somewhere uphill. He looked. The deputy stood halfway up the embankment. Rain streamed down his face. What are you doing? Ethan jumped from the truck bed. The ground shook violently beneath his boots. A loud crack echoed across the road. The landscaping truck lurched sideways. Its rear wheels slipped into a widening fissure forming beneath the pavement. Ethan sprinted. The truck dropped another foot. The front bumper struck the asphalt. The windshield shattered. He never looked back. Halfway up the hill, he heard the sound, not the roar. A horn, long, desperate. He turned instinctively. A freight train. The engineer held the horn continuously as the locomotive raced toward the valley crossing. The train couldn't stop. It weighed thousands of tons. The engineer probably couldn't even see what waited beyond the rain. Ethan watched in horror. "No." The deputy grabbed his shoulder. "Keep moving. The train. I know." They both watched. The locomotive disappeared behind a stand of trees. The horn never stopped. Then, silence. A heartbeat later. The roar swallowed everything. The horn was gone. The deputy closed his eyes. He didn't have to see it. He already knew. The hillside was crowded now. Families, children, neighbors, people wrapped in blankets, some still wearing pajamas, others barefoot. A little girl clutched a stuffed rabbit soaked by the rain. An elderly man stood beside her, wearing nothing but slippers and a raincoat over his bathrobe. Nobody spoke. They simply watched. The valley where they'd lived, worked, raised children, and built lives, was disappearing, one piece at a time. Ethan reached the top of the hill. His breathing came in ragged gasps. He turned toward where home should have been. He couldn't see it. Rain, trees, distance, too far away. He pulled his phone from his pocket. No service. Again. He tried anyway. Mom call failed. Dad call failed. Emily call failed. 3 words appeared beneath each attempt. Unable to connect. For the first time all morning. Ethan's knees gave out. He dropped to the wet grass, still clutching the phone, still staring at the screen, as though trying one more time might somehow change the answer. Far below, the mountain continued moving, and Ethan realized something that chilled him far more than the October rain. This was only the beginning. Chapter 2. The ranger's tires hissed across the rain-soaked pavement as Ethan pressed harder on the accelerator. His heartbeat refused to slow. The tremor, the clouds, whatever he'd seen near the mountain, none of it made sense. His phone buzzed. Wireless emergency alert. The loud tone exploded inside the cab. He nearly dropped the steering wheel. The screen lit up. Emergency alert. Move to higher ground immediately. Stay away from rivers and streams. This is not a drill. Ethan read it twice, then a third time. Not a drill. His eyes shot toward the Carbon River. He'd crossed that bridge hundreds of times, gone fishing there with his dad, skipped rocks with Emily during the summer. The river had always been part of life. Now, the government was telling people to run from it. His phone rang. Mom, Ethan, I got the alert. Where are you? Near Ording. Her voice broke. Come home. I'm trying. We're leaving. What? Your father is getting Emily. We're heading uphill. When? Now. The call crackled. Her words dissolved into static. Mom? Love. Static. Mom? The line went dead. He stared at the phone. No service. Damn it. He slammed it onto the passenger seat. The ranger rounded a bend. Traffic ahead had stopped. Not slowed. Stopped. Dozens of vehicles filled both lanes. Brake lights glowed red through the rain. Some drivers sat frozen behind their wheels. Others had climbed out and were pointing east. Ethan rolled down his window. A woman stood beside a minivan with tears streaming down her face. What's happening? She looked at him as if she couldn't believe the words herself. The river. What about it? It disappeared. Ethan frowned. What do you mean disappeared? She pointed beyond the trees. It just went away. No river could simply disappear. His mind rejected the idea until he heard it. A sound. Low. Distant. Like thunder that never ended. Not one boom. A constant roar, growing louder. People began getting out of their cars. Some climbed onto hoods for a better view. Others stood motionless, listening. Nobody spoke. The roar continued building. It seemed to come from everywhere at once. The ground vibrated beneath Ethan's boots as he stepped from the truck. A deputy sprinted down the line of stopped vehicles. "Get back in your cars! Turn around! Get to high ground!" Nobody moved. The deputy screamed again. "Now!" Then someone pointed. "Oh my God!" Every head turned. Beyond the trees, a line of towering evergreens suddenly leaned forward. Not from the wind. They simply vanished, one after another, as though erased by something hidden behind them. The roar became deafening. Birds exploded into the sky. Power lines snapped. The first wave of muddy water burst through the tree line. Behind it came the mountain, not rock, not lava. A boiling wall of mud, shattered timber, vehicles, and entire trees moving with impossible speed. It swallowed everything in its path. Cars, telephone poles, buildings, gone in seconds. Someone screamed. Then everyone ran. Ethan dove back into the Ranger. The old Ford fired on the second turn of the key. He slammed the shifter into reverse. Tires spun on the rain-slick pavement before finally grabbing. Ahead, the highway had become a parking lot. Behind him, the road was still open, barely. People abandoned their cars where they sat. Some ran toward nearby hills. Others stood frozen, unable to process what they were seeing. A pickup ahead clipped a parked sedan trying to make a U-turn. Metal screamed. Neither driver stopped. There wasn't time. The roar grew louder, louder than the engine, louder than the rain, louder than the terrified voices outside. Ethan looked in the mirror. The line of trees behind the traffic disappeared beneath a wall of gray-brown destruction. It wasn't flowing like water. It rolled, like wet concrete poured down an endless hill. Entire cedar trees spun through it like toothpicks. A white delivery van flipped onto its roof, then vanished. "Move," Ethan whispered. "Come on." The Ranger accelerated, past abandoned cars, past people sprinting uphill, past bicycles thrown into ditches. A sheriff's cruiser skidded sideways across the road. The deputy jumped out before it had completely stopped. "This way," he pointed toward a steep side road climbing away from the valley. "High ground." Ethan didn't hesitate. He cranked the wheel. The Ranger fishtailed as it turned onto the narrow road. Behind him, dozens of vehicles followed. The climb was steep. The Ranger strained in second gear. Its tires slipped on wet pavement. For one terrifying moment, Ethan thought it wouldn't make it. Then the truck found traction. Slowly, it climbed. At the next bend, he glanced in the mirror again. The main highway disappeared, not beneath floodwater, beneath the Lahar. The mud slammed into abandoned cars, lifting them like toys before carrying them away. A gas station exploded as fuel tanks ruptured beneath the crushing weight. A ball of orange flame punched into the gray morning. The fire lasted only seconds before it, too, was swallowed. Ethan couldn't look anymore. He faced forward. His hands gripped the steering wheel until his knuckles turned white. His father. His mother. "Emily, please be climbing." His phone buzzed once. 1 bar, then none. A text appeared. "Dad, only 3 words. We're heading up." The message froze, failed to download completely, signal lost. Ethan stared at it. It wasn't much, but it was enough. They were alive. At least they had been. He tucked the phone back into his pocket. For the first time since the alert, he had something to hold on to. Hope. The Ranger reached the top of the ridge. Ethan pulled onto the shoulder. Not to stop. To look. Below him. The valley had disappeared. The places he'd known his entire life no longer existed as places. Roads had become rivers of mud. Fields had become lakes of debris. Neighborhoods had become scattered rooftops surrounded by gray. Emergency sirens echoed from every direction. Helicopters crossed the sky toward the devastation. One after another. Not nearly enough. Ethan swallowed hard. His home was somewhere out there. He shifted back into gear. The dashboard clock changed. 6:12 a.m. 8 minutes. Only 8 minutes. Since the mountain had collapsed, it felt like an entire lifetime. He pressed the accelerator. The Ranger rolled north toward the only thing that mattered now. Getting home. The narrow county road wound along the ridge, climbing through dense stands of Douglas fir and western red cedar. Rain continued to fall, steady and cold, washing leaves across the pavement. For the first few minutes, there were no other cars, no sirens, no voices, only the Ranger's engine. The silence felt wrong. Ethan passed a small church perched on the hillside. Its front doors stood open. Cars filled the gravel parking lot at odd angles. People poured inside, soaked from the rain. Some carried children. Others carried blankets. An elderly man stood beneath the covered entrance, waving arriving vehicles into the lot. Ethan slowed for only a second, then kept driving. There wasn't anything he could do. Around the next bend, the power went out. One moment, streetlights glowed against the gray morning. The next, everything died. Traffic signals in the distance turned black. Neighborhood lights vanished. The only light left came from headlights cutting through the rain. The realization settled over him. This wasn't just one town. The entire region was beginning to fail. His fuel gauge caught his eye. Just under half a tank. Normally, that would have been plenty. Today, he had no idea. Gas stations needed electricity, electric pumps, working roads. None of those things could be counted on anymore. He eased off the accelerator. No reason to waste fuel. A pair of Washington State Department of Transportation trucks raced past in the opposite direction, lights flashing. One driver leaned on the horn. The trucks weren't heading away from the disaster. They were driving straight toward it. Ethan watched them disappear into the rain. Those men knew exactly what waited ahead. They went anyway. He quietly whispered, "Be safe." The CB radio crackled again. This time, the voice was stronger. "All emergency units." Static swallowed a few words. "Multiple bridge failures. Carbon, more static. Pew all upriver. Avoid all river corridors." The transmission dissolved into noise. It confirmed what Ethan already feared. This wasn't one collapsed bridge. It was many. Every normal route home was disappearing. He unfolded the county map Deputy Dalton had given him. One hand stayed on the wheel. His eyes flicked between the road and the map. If the highways were gone, the back roads were all he had left. His father had taught him most of them during hunting season. Old logging roads, county access roads, gravel service lanes, routes most people never noticed. For the first time all morning, he realized those weekends with his dad hadn't just been memories. They might save his life. The Ranger rounded another curve. Ahead, a line of vehicles blocked the road, not abandoned, waiting. A Pierce County Sheriff's deputy stood in the middle of the pavement, rain running off his campaign hat. He raised one hand, stopping everyone. Ethan eased onto the brake. His stomach tightened. Whatever came next, it wasn't going to be good. The Ranger rolled to a stop. The deputy hurried to Ethan's window, his yellow rain jacket soaked through. "Where are you headed?" "Tacoma." The deputy's expression said everything. "You won't get there this way." Ethan's stomach sank. "What happened?" "The White River Bridge failed about 5 minutes ago." He pointed down the road. "Took the entire approach with it." Ethan stared at him. "There has to be another way." "There is." The deputy nodded toward a narrow county road climbing into the trees. "Wilkson. Then Carbonado. If those roads are still open." "If?" The word hung in the air. Behind Ethan, more vehicles joined the growing line. Drivers climbed from their cars despite the rain. Everyone wanted answers. Nobody liked the ones they were hearing. A woman stepped from an SUV. "My husband's in Enumclaw." Another man spoke up. "My kids are at school." Someone else asked, "Has the National Guard been called?" The deputy looked exhausted. "I don't know." His radio crackled again. "All Pierce County units, static. Mandatory evacuation. High ground, bridges." The transmission vanished. He slapped the side of the radio. "Come on." Nothing. Ethan looked toward the line of waiting cars. Fear had a sound. It wasn't screaming. It was dozens of quiet conversations happening at once. People trying to convince themselves this couldn't be real. The deputy unfolded a laminated county map across the hood of Ethan's Ranger. His finger traced a winding route east. "Take this road." He followed it with his finger. "Stay off every river, every creek. If you see moving water, turn around." Ethan memorized the route. "You think it'll hold?" The deputy looked toward the gray sky. "I honestly don't know." Then he looked Ethan straight in the eyes. "But sitting here won't help your family." Those words hit harder than the emergency alert. Your family, not your truck, not your job, not your house. Your family. Ethan nodded once. "Thank you." The deputy stepped back. "Good luck, son." It wasn't something officers usually said. Today, nothing was usual. Ethan shifted into gear. The ranger climbed onto the narrow county road. In his rearview mirror, the deputy was already waving the next vehicle forward, giving the same directions, answering the same impossible questions, trying to save as many people as he could, one car at a time. The rain intensified. Wind pushed against the ranger as it climbed higher into the foothills. The trees closed in on both sides. The road narrowed until there was barely enough room for two vehicles to pass. Ethan tightened his grip on the wheel. He had never driven this road before. And now, it was his only way home. The county road twisted through dense evergreens, climbing steadily away from the valley. Rain drummed against the ranger's cracked windshield while the wipers struggled to keep up. For the first time since the emergency alert, Ethan couldn't see the river. He took that as a good sign. His eyes flicked to the dashboard clock. 6:16 a.m. 12 minutes. Only 12 minutes had passed since the mountain let go. It felt impossible. The CB radio hissed with bursts of static. Then, a voice. "All emergency personnel." Static swallowed the next few words. "Multiple bridge failures. Avoid all river corridors." The transmission dissolved into white noise. Ethan reached for the microphone. "This is Ethan Cole." No response, only static. He set it back in its cradle. The silence that followed somehow felt worse. The ranger rounded another bend. The forest suddenly opened onto a hillside overlook. Ethan slowed without thinking. From here, he could see for miles. Gray rain hung over the valley like a curtain. Columns of smoke climbed into the sky. Emergency lights flashed in the distance. Helicopters crossed the clouds one after another, all flying toward the same place. Toward the destruction. Toward home. He swallowed hard. Somewhere beneath that blanket of rain, his parents were trying to survive. Emily was probably scared, waiting for someone to tell her everything was going to be okay. He pressed harder on the accelerator. "I'm coming." The words disappeared inside the cab. He wasn't sure if he was talking to his family or to himself. The road curved sharply north. A weathered green sign appeared through the rain. Tacoma. 27 miles. Normally, 27 miles meant 35 minutes. Today, it might as well have been the other side of the country. Ethan drove on, not knowing that before the next hour was over, his life would be divided into two parts: everything before this morning and everything after it. The ranger disappeared beneath another canopy of towering fir trees as the narrow county road wound north through the foothills. Rain drummed steadily against the windshield. The farther Ethan climbed from the valley, the quieter the world became. No traffic, no sirens, no helicopters, only the steady hum of the engine and the rhythmic sweep of worn windshield wipers. It felt wrong, like the disaster had been left behind. He knew better. Disasters didn't stay in one place. They spread. The dashboard clock read 6:19 a.m. 15 minutes. That was all. 15 minutes since Mount Rainier's western flank had collapsed. It felt like half a lifetime. His eyes drifted toward the fuel gauge. Just under half a tank. Normally, more than enough. Today, he had no idea how many roads still existed. The CB radio crackled. Pierce County units. Static swallowed the next sentence. State Route 410. More static. Bridge failure confirmed. Silence. Ethan tightened his grip on the wheel. Every report sounded the same. Another bridge, another road, another way home. Gone. The ranger rounded a sharp bend. A fresh rock slide covered half the roadway. Chunks of basalt and broken branches littered the asphalt. He slowed, carefully weaving between boulders no bigger than basketballs. One rock, about the size of a washing machine, had smashed through the guardrail and disappeared down the hillside. Ethan glanced upward. Loose dirt still trickled from the slope above. The hillside wasn't finished moving. He pressed the accelerator. No reason to stay beneath it any longer than necessary. A few miles later, he passed a Washington State Department of Transportation maintenance yard. The gates stood wide open. Every truck was gone. Only empty parking spaces remained. Whatever crews had been stationed there, they were already responding. His phone vibrated. One bar, then two. A voicemail notification appeared. Dad Ethan hit play immediately. Nothing. The message refused to download. A second later, the signal disappeared again. His phone returned to no service. He let out a slow breath. At least his father had been able to call. That had to mean something. The forest began to thin. Through the trees, he caught his first glimpse of the Puget Sound lowlands. Dark clouds hung over Tacoma. Several thick columns of black smoke rose into the morning sky. Even from this distance, he could tell the city had changed. Then, his headlights swept across a green highway sign. Enumclaw left Arrow Buckley right arrow. A smaller sign beneath it pointed straight ahead. Tacoma. Ethan didn't hesitate. He followed the arrow. Home wasn't getting farther away anymore. For the first time since the mountain collapsed, it was getting closer. He just prayed. His family had survived long enough for him to get there. The ranger rolled downhill through sheets of cold rain. Every mile carried Ethan farther from the mountain and deeper into uncertainty. The radio remained silent. No music, no news, only bursts of static. He reached over and shut it off. He'd had enough noise. The road curved around a stand of towering cedars before opening onto farmland. Fields stretched across the valley floor. Normally, they'd be dotted with grazing cattle. Today, the pastures were empty. Gates hung open. Livestock wandered aimlessly along fence lines, startled by sirens echoing from somewhere beyond the hills. The sight tightened something inside him. Even the animals knew something was wrong. A pair of Pierce County Sheriff's cruisers raced past in the opposite direction, lights flashing. Neither slowed, neither used a siren. Their urgency said more than any announcement ever could. Whatever waited behind Ethan was still getting worse. His phone buzzed. 1 bar, then 2. Another text struggled to come through. This one from his younger sister. Emily. The message loaded 1 word at a time. Where a pause. Are another pause? You? Ethan grabbed the phone. His thumbs flew across the screen. I'm coming home. Stay with Mom and Dad. I love you. He hit send. The message sat there, waiting. Then, message failed. The signal disappeared again. He dropped the phone onto the seat. Come on. He wasn't talking to the phone anymore. He was talking to time itself. Ahead, brake lights appeared through the rain, not traffic, a checkpoint. Several Washington State Patrol cruisers blocked the highway. Orange barricades stretched across both lanes. Troopers waved every vehicle to a stop. Ethan's pulse quickened. Another road. Another problem. He eased the Ranger into line behind a logging truck, rain tapping steadily against the roof. The clock on the dashboard clicked forward. 6:27 a.m. 23 minutes. The mountain had only been falling for 23 minutes. It already felt like the world had ended. Ethan eased off the accelerator as the county road curved west through the foothills. Rain continued to fall. Not harder, not lighter, just steady, relentless. The kind of rain Western Washington had always known. Only this morning, it carried the smell of freshly torn earth. The Ranger climbed another rise before the trees opened briefly to the valley below. Ethan looked instinctively toward Tacoma. Dark smoke rose in several places across the skyline. Emergency lights flickered like distant stars beneath the low clouds. Helicopters crossed overhead, one after another, all flying east, toward the destruction, toward people who still needed saving. His hands tightened around the steering wheel. He wanted to turn around, to help, to do something. But another thought drowned it out. Mom, Dad, Emily, they needed him too. He pressed the accelerator. The Ranger surged forward, every mile he drove. The farther he left the mountain behind, the closer he came to whatever waited for him at home. He just prayed. He wasn't already too late. The road narrowed as it climbed another ridge. Towering Douglas firs closed in around both sides of the Ranger. The forest swallowed everything. Even the rain sounded different here. Muted, almost peaceful. It didn't last. A violent crack echoed somewhere ahead. Ethan instinctively lifted his foot from the accelerator. Another crack, then another. Not thunder. Wood, huge trees, breaking. He rounded the next curve and slammed on the brakes. A massive Douglas fir crashed across the road less than 50 yards ahead of him. The impact shook the ground. Branches exploded across the pavement. The trunk bounced once, then settled. Silence. Ethan's heart hammered against his ribs. If he'd been 5 seconds earlier, the tree would have landed directly on top of the Ranger. He sat frozen, his breathing shallow. Rain dripped from the shattered branches. Steam curled from the truck's hood. For several long seconds, neither Ethan nor the forest moved. Then another sound reached him. Not from ahead, behind. A deep groan rolled through the hillside. He looked into the rearview mirror. The slope he'd just driven beneath was beginning to give way. Rocks tumbled onto the pavement. Mud followed. Not a lahar, a landslide. Small, but growing. Ethan's eyes darted between the fallen tree in front of him and the collapsing hillside behind. Forward was blocked. Backward was disappearing. He was running out of road. Ethan's eyes darted across the narrow roadway. There wasn't enough room to turn the Ranger around, not with towering fir trees crowding one side, and a steep embankment dropping toward the Carbon River on the other. Another crack echoed through the forest. A section of the hillside behind him broke loose. Mud and loose rock spilled across the pavement, stopping only a few yards behind the ranger. His escape route was gone. Damn! He threw the truck into park and jumped out. The Douglas fir stretched across both lanes, its trunk nearly 4 feet thick. There was no moving it, no driving over it. He looked uphill. The root ball had ripped free from the saturated hillside, leaving a crater nearly as tall as the truck itself. Rain continued to wash dirt and small rocks onto the pavement. Then he saw it. About 50 yards ahead. An old Washington State Department of Natural Resources Service road disappeared into the trees. A faded green gate stood open. A weathered sign leaned sideways. Authorized vehicles only. The gravel road looked forgotten. His father had once told him about roads like these. Old logging access roads. Some dead-ended after a mile. Others connected to roads nobody remembered anymore. Ethan looked back at the landslide, then at the fallen tree. He didn't have a choice. He climbed back into the Ranger, four-wheel drive engaged with a heavy clunk. The truck lurched off the pavement and bounced onto the muddy service road. Branches scraped both sides of the Ranger. The trail narrowed almost immediately. Blackberry vines clawed at the mirrors. Wet alder branches slapped against the windshield. He eased forward, slowly. Every few yards he expected the road to end. It didn't. Instead, it continued winding west through the timber. Hidden beneath towering Douglas firs that had probably stood there before his grandfather was born. For the first time since leaving Ording, the Ranger disappeared from every public road in Pierce County. And somewhere behind him, another section of hillside collapsed onto State Route 165. The only road he had known was gone. The Ranger crawled deeper into the timber. The gravel road had long since surrendered to mud. Water poured through deep ruts carved by years of logging trucks. The suspension groaned as the old Ford lurched over exposed roots and loose rock. Ethan kept both hands locked on the wheel. His father had taught him something years ago. Don't fight a logging road. Let the truck find its way. He could almost hear his dad's voice over the engine. Easy. Nice and easy. The trees suddenly began to thin. Ahead, a faint beam of daylight filtered through the forest. Ethan eased off the accelerator. The service road curved sharply to the left before climbing one last hill. At the top, the woods opened. He pulled the Ranger to a stop, not because he wanted to, because he had to see. From the ridge, he could see across miles of Pierce County. The valley below no longer looked familiar. A wide ribbon of gray mud traced the path of the Carbon River. Entire stretches of forest had vanished. Columns of smoke rose from places where homes and businesses had once stood. In the distance, a pair of Army National Guard Black Hawk helicopters crossed the skyline toward Orting. One followed the other, flying low, flying fast. Ethan watched until they disappeared into the rain. They're finally here. He whispered it to himself. It was the first good news he'd seen all morning. His eyes drifted farther west, toward Tacoma. Dark clouds still hung over the city, but beneath them, he could make out the faint outline of the port of Tacoma's container cranes. A landmark. Familiar. Home was still there. Somewhere beyond those cranes. Beyond the rain. Beyond the smoke. His family was waiting. Or praying he was. The dashboard clock changed again. 6:35 a.m., 31 minutes. Nearly a third of the 90 minutes had already disappeared. He shifted the Ranger back into gear. I'm coming. The truck rolled down the opposite side of the ridge, toward whatever the mountain had left behind. The gravel road twisted downhill through dense timber before finally leveling out. After nearly a mile, the trees gave way. The Ranger bounced back onto pavement. Ethan glanced at the weathered road sign. South Prairie. He let out a slow breath. He knew where he was. His father had driven these roads during hunting season, always claiming the back roads were faster if you knew where they led. Today, that lesson might save his life. The town looked frozen. A pickup sat abandoned in front of the old grocery store. The front door swung slowly in the wind. No customers, no employees. Only the steady rain tapping against empty storefront windows. A dog wandered across the street carrying its leash behind it. It disappeared between two houses before Ethan could even slow down. His eyes found the dashboard clock. 6:39 a.m. 35 minutes. The mountain had stolen more than half an hour. It felt like 5 minutes. And a lifetime. He followed the road west. Every few hundred yards. Another reminder. An ambulance. Lights flashing. Heading east. A fire engine. Heading east. Utility trucks. Heading east. Everyone with a job to do. Was driving toward the destruction. Ethan was the only one driving away from it. Yet somehow, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was headed straight into another kind of disaster. A green highway sign appeared ahead. WA162. Orting left arrow, Pew all up right arrow. He never took his foot off the accelerator. Orting no longer existed as the town he'd left behind. Home was west. Tacoma was west. Everything that mattered was west. Rain streaked across the windshield. The wipers squeaked with every pass. The Ranger had never sounded older. Every bump rattled the dashboard. Every turn produced another groan from the suspension. Ethan rested one hand against the cracked steering wheel. Just a little farther. The old truck answered with another rattle. It was enough. For now. Both of them were still moving. The farther west Ethan drove, the more traffic returned. Not normal Saturday morning traffic. Evacuation traffic. Minivans packed with children. Pickup trucks pulling horse trailers. Motorcycles weaving between slow-moving cars. Everyone was heading away from the mountain. Nobody looked at each other. Their eyes stayed fixed on the road ahead. A gas station came into view just outside South Prairie. Its parking lot was overflowing. Cars sat 3 deep at every pump. Several drivers had abandoned their vehicles, arguing with the lone employee standing in the doorway. A handwritten sign was taped to the glass. No fuel. Ethan looked down at his own gauge. Just under half a tank. His father always filled the Ranger before it dropped below half. You never know when you'll need it. For the first time, that habit might save his life. He kept driving. The emergency alert sounded again. The sharp tone filled the cab. Another message appeared across his phone. Emergency alert. Stay off all river valleys. Seek higher ground immediately. Do not return to evacuation areas. Ethan stared at the last sentence. Do not return. He quietly shook his head. I have to. He locked the phone and tossed it onto the passenger seat. For everyone else. The safest place was away from the disaster. For Ethan, the only place that mattered was inside it. Rain continued to fall as the Ranger crossed South Prairie Creek. The water below was swollen and fast, carrying broken branches downstream. Ethan couldn't help but look. Every moving river made him uneasy now. Every bridge, every creek, every culvert. He found himself wondering the same thing. Is this one still safe? A weathered green sign appeared through the rain. Pew all up 12 miles, Ethan took a slow breath. He was getting closer. Closer to answers. Closer to home. Or closer to the worst day of his life. He wasn't sure which. He pressed the accelerator. The Ranger disappeared into the gray morning. Rain continued to sweep across the windshield as Ethan followed State Route 162 toward Puyallup. The farther west he drove, the more the world changed. The mountains disappeared behind him. Neighborhoods became more frequent. Traffic grew heavier. Every intersection told the same story. People were leaving. Fast. A family crammed into a pickup loaded with blankets and plastic storage bins. A horse trailer bounced behind an aging Dodge. An elderly couple drove with both hands locked on the steering wheel, saying nothing. Nobody honked. Nobody complained. Fear had replaced impatience. The Ranger crested another small hill. Ahead, the brake lights stretched for nearly a mile, not stopped, crawling. Ethan eased off the accelerator. "What now?" he muttered. The line continued inching forward. One car length at a time. He rolled down the window. Rain drifted inside the cab. Far ahead, he heard it, the steady chopping sound of helicopter blades. A Washington State Patrol helicopter crossed low overhead, flying southeast toward Ording. Seconds later, another followed. Then another. Ethan had never seen that many helicopters in one place, not even on the evening news. The line finally began moving again. As he rounded a gentle curve, he understood why traffic had slowed. A concrete overpass crossed above the highway. One side of it had collapsed. Chunks of broken concrete littered the shoulder below. Washington State Department of Transportation crews had already pushed enough debris aside to leave a single narrow lane open. State troopers waved vehicles through one at a time. Ethan tightened his grip on the wheel. The Ranger eased between orange cones. He glanced up. The jagged edge of the broken overpass hung overhead like a cracked tooth. Concrete dust still trickled from the exposed steel. He didn't breathe until he was clear. The dashboard clock changed. 6:46 a.m. 42 minutes. Nearly half the 90 minutes were gone. He looked west. Tacoma was getting closer. But so was the truth. Whatever waited for him there, he would face it soon enough. He pressed gently on the accelerator. The Ranger picked up speed once again. State Route 162 stretched ahead, slick with rain. For the first time all morning, Ethan could almost convince himself he was making progress. The farther west he drove, the more familiar the landscape became. Farmhouses, feed stores, small churches, places he'd passed dozens of times growing up. Only today, every driveway seemed empty. Every front porch deserted. It was as if the entire valley had decided to leave at once. A green highway sign emerged through the rain. Pew all up 9 miles, 9 miles. Normally. 15 minutes. Today, who knew? His phone buzzed. Not a call, not a text. The battery warning. 20%. Remaining. Ethan frowned. He reached for the charging cable hanging beneath the dashboard. Nothing. He looked at the cigarette lighter adapter. The tiny green light was off. He tapped it. Still nothing. Another casualty. Somewhere along the rough logging road. It had shaken loose. He plugged it back in. The light flickered, then stayed on. Good. One less thing to worry about. The rain finally began to ease, not stopping, just enough for the low clouds to lift. In the distance, he caught his first clear glimpse of Mount Rainier. It stood above the cloud deck like it always had. White, massive, beautiful. If someone had looked only at the summit, they never would have guessed an entire valley was being destroyed below it. Ethan stared for only a second, then looked back to the road. He wasn't angry. He wasn't afraid. He simply couldn't understand how something so beautiful could leave so much devastation behind. The Ranger rolled across another small bridge. Ethan's hands instinctively tightened on the wheel. He glanced over the side. The creek below churned with brown water and broken branches. He didn't slow down. He didn't look twice. Not anymore. Every bridge felt like borrowed time. Ahead, the traffic began to thicken again. Not stopped, just slow. Everyone, Moving west, everyone, trying to outrun something they couldn't even see anymore. Ethan stayed with the flow. 1 mile closer, 1 minute closer, one answer closer. Whatever waited for him in Tacoma, he would face it. The Ranger followed the slow procession of vehicles toward Puyallup. Nobody tried to pass. Nobody seemed impatient anymore. The normal rules of the road had disappeared. People weren't trying to get somewhere first. They were simply trying to get somewhere. Alive. A Pierce Transit bus rolled past in the opposite direction. Empty. Its destination sign still glowed through the rain. Downtown Tacoma. The driver sat alone behind the wheel, heading east toward a city everyone else was trying to leave. Ethan watched it disappear in his mirror. Someone had to keep going. Even today. Another emergency alert tone echoed from somewhere outside. Then another. And another. Cars ahead of him lit up as drivers reached for their phones. The sound spread through the line of traffic like falling dominoes. No one needed to read the message. Everyone already knew. Something terrible was still happening behind them. The windshield wipers squeaked across the glass. Back, forth, back, forth. The rhythm reminded Ethan of long road trips with his dad, fishing rods bouncing in the bed of the Ranger, his little sister asleep against the passenger window, his mom laughing every time his dad got lost trying to find a shortcut. He smiled. Only for a second. Then the smile faded. He didn't know if he'd ever have another road trip with them again. A familiar landmark appeared through the mist. The foothills trail crossed beneath the highway. Normally, cyclists and joggers filled the trail on Saturday mornings. Today, it was empty. Even the birds seemed to have disappeared. The dashboard clock clicked over. 6:52 a.m., 48 minutes. Almost halfway. Ethan looked west. The gray outline of Puyallup was beginning to emerge through the rain. For the first time all morning, home no longer felt like an idea. It felt like a destination. He only hoped. He wasn't already too late. The rain eased to a steady drizzle. For the first time since leaving Orting, the Ranger's tires hummed instead of splashed. It should have felt comforting. It didn't. Ethan's shoulders ached from gripping the steering wheel. He forced himself to loosen his hands. His fingers were white. He hadn't realized how hard he'd been holding on. A flashing yellow light marked the intersection ahead. The traffic signal was dead. Vehicles crept through one at a time. Nobody needed directions. Courtesy had replaced impatience. Everyone silently waved the next driver through. Nobody wanted another accident. Not today. As Ethan crossed the intersection, his eyes drifted toward a neighborhood on the south side of the highway. Children's bicycles still leaned against front porches. Halloween decorations swayed in the wind. Orange pumpkins, paper ghosts, plastic skeletons. Everything looked perfectly normal. Except there wasn't a single person outside. It felt as though the neighborhood had been abandoned in minutes. The CB radio suddenly crackled. Not static. A voice. Tacoma, General. The transmission broke apart. Casualties. More static. Additional medical. The words dissolved into white noise. Ethan turned the volume higher. Nothing. Just the hiss of an overloaded frequency. Hospitals. They were already overwhelmed. His stomach tightened. The Ranger rounded another bend. The first businesses on the edge of Puyallup appeared through the mist. Parking lots overflowed. People stood outside grocery stores with bottled water and blankets piled into shopping carts. Gas stations had yellow caution tape stretched across their pumps. Everywhere he looked, people were preparing for something. Ethan realized they still believed the worst was coming. He knew differently. The worst had already arrived. His eyes lifted toward the west, beyond Puyallup, beyond Fife, beyond the port of Tacoma, was home, somewhere beyond the gray rain. His parents, his sister, waiting or hoping. He was still alive. He pressed a little harder on the accelerator. The old Ranger answered with its familiar rattle. Still running, still fighting, just like him. The city limits of Puyallup came into view beneath a curtain of light rain. Storefronts lined Meridian Avenue. Most were dark. Those that were open had long lines stretching into their parking lots. People stood shoulder to shoulder beneath umbrellas, buying whatever they could carry. Cases of bottled water, batteries, blankets. No one knew exactly what had happened. They only knew something had. Ethan stayed on the road. Stopping wasn't an option. Not anymore. Every minute he spent here was another minute his family waited. Or another minute they might not have. He refused to let himself finish that thought. The dashboard clock rolled forward. 6:58 a.m., 54 minutes. More than half the 90 minutes were gone. His chest tightened. He had never wanted time to slow down more in his life. The rain began falling harder again. Headlights reflected off the wet pavement in long streaks of white and red. Traffic slowed, not because of an accident, because everyone was watching. To the east, even from this distance, a massive brown scar cut across the valley where neighborhoods had once stood. The Lahar had left its mark. No television camera, no helicopter, no photograph would ever capture how enormous it really was. Ethan swallowed hard. He forced himself to look away. Looking back wouldn't get him home. Ahead, a green overhead sign appeared through the rain. WA 512 West Tacoma. Only a few miles remained before he'd leave Puyallup behind. His heart pounded. Not from fear anymore, from anticipation. Every exit, every overpass, every familiar landmark brought him closer to the answer he'd been dreading since 6:04 that morning. Were they alive? Or was he already driving toward memories? He tightened his grip on the wheel. The Ranger merged into the slow-moving traffic heading west. Neither of them knew that before the hour was over, everything Ethan believed about home was about to change. The Ranger eased onto State Route 512 West. Normally, this stretch of highway carried commuters between Puyallup, Lakewood, and Tacoma. This morning, it carried fear. Traffic flowed steadily, not fast, not slow. Everyone left just enough room between vehicles to stop if they had to. Nobody trusted the road anymore. Green exit signs slipped past overhead. Meridian Street, Steel Street, places Ethan had driven countless times with his father. Every sign made Tacoma feel closer. Every mile made his stomach tighten. His phone buzzed again. One bar, just one. A voicemail notification appeared. Dad, again. Ethan hit play. The screen loaded, stopped. Loaded again, then failed. The signal vanished. He slapped the steering wheel. No. He pulled the phone closer to the windshield as if another inch might find a signal. Nothing. The screen returned to the same two words. No service. He dropped the phone onto the passenger seat. For the first time that morning, he wasn't thinking about the mountain. He wasn't thinking about the roads. He wasn't even thinking about himself. Only one thought remained. Please be there. Rain tapped softly against the roof. The Ranger rolled beneath another overpass. A digital message board stood dark above the highway. Normally, it warned drivers about construction, traffic delays, amber alerts. Today, it displayed nothing. Its screen was black, powerless, like everything else. The dashboard clock clicked forward. 7:03 a.m., 59 minutes. 1 hour had almost passed. 31 minutes remained. Ethan could feel them slipping away. 1 minute at a time. He rested his hand on the cracked dashboard. "Come on, old girl." The Ranger answered with its familiar rumble. Still moving, still carrying him home. Far ahead, through the mist. Red and blue lights flickered across the highway. Not one patrol car, dozens. The traffic ahead began to slow, then compress, like a wave moving backward through every lane. Ethan eased off the accelerator. His pulse quickened. Something had happened, something big. And for the first time since leaving Orting, he couldn't see a way around it. Traffic slowed to a crawl. Windshield wipers swept back and forth across hundreds of vehicles stretching toward the horizon. No horns, no shouting. Only engines idling beneath a gray October sky. Ethan eased the Ranger forward a few feet, then stopped. Another few feet. Stopped again. Something had everyone frozen. He just couldn't see what. He rolled down his window. Cold air drifted into the cab. A man in the pickup beside him leaned halfway out his own window. "Any idea what's going on?" Ethan shook his head. No. The man looked toward the flashing lights ahead. "Whatever it is, it ain't good." 5 more minutes passed. The line barely moved. The dashboard clock changed. 7:08 a.m., 64 minutes. 26 minutes remained. Every minute sitting still felt like another minute farther from home. Finally, traffic began creeping forward, one vehicle at a time. The flashing lights grew closer. Red, blue, amber. Washington State Patrol, Pierce County Sheriff's Office, Tacoma Fire, several wreckers. None of them were blocking traffic. They were looking over the edge of the highway, every one of them. Ethan's pulse quickened. As the Ranger rounded the curve, he saw why. A section of the shoulder had collapsed. Not the roadway itself. Just enough of it to tear away several yards of guardrail. Beyond it, the hillside dropped steeply into a wooded ravine. Fresh mud still oozed down the slope. Tow trucks were working to recover 2 abandoned vehicles that had slid over the edge earlier that morning. One lay upside down among the trees. The other had disappeared almost completely beneath the mud. State Patrol had narrowed traffic to a single lane while engineers inspected the remaining pavement. Ethan gripped the steering wheel. The mountain's reach extended farther than anyone realized. Not just rivers, not just valleys. The saturated ground itself was beginning to fail. A trooper waved him through. No conversation, no questions. Just a quick motion of his hand. Keep moving. Ethan nodded once and eased past the damaged shoulder. He deliberately kept his eyes on the road, not on the wreckage below. As the Ranger cleared the work zone, traffic slowly began to pick up speed again. Ethan exhaled. He hadn't realized he'd been holding his breath. Ahead, Tacoma was getting closer. Behind him, rain continued falling over the valley. And somewhere, far beyond the gray clouds, Mount Rainier remained hidden, silent, its destruction still unfolding one hillside, one river, one broken road at a time. Traffic gradually spread out as Ethan left the damaged section of highway behind. The Ranger settled into a steady 45 miles an hour. For the first time in over an hour, he wasn't braking. He wasn't swerving. He wasn't looking for another way around. Just driving. West. The Tacoma skyline slowly emerged through the mist. The cranes at the port stood against the gray morning like silent skeletons. Beyond them, he knew, was home. He'd never been happier to see those cranes. The dashboard clock changed. 7:12 a.m., 68 minutes. 22 minutes remained. He did the math without meaning to. If traffic kept moving, he might actually make it. The thought lasted only a moment. Then another emergency vehicle flew past on the shoulder, then another, then a third. Every one of them headed east, toward places Ethan had already escaped. A light rain continued to fall, just enough to leave the pavement slick. The Ranger's tires hummed across the asphalt. He glanced at the fuel gauge. Still just under half a tank. His father would have smiled. Never let it get below half. He could hear the old man's voice as clearly as if he were sitting beside him. The memory faded as quickly as it came. Ahead, traffic slowed again. Not stopped. Just enough for brake lights to ripple through every lane. Ethan frowned. This wasn't another collapse. People were looking toward the right shoulder, one by one. Drivers slowed as they passed, some only for a second, others longer. Ethan couldn't see why. Not yet. He eased off the accelerator. The Ranger rolled forward with the line of traffic. Rain tapped softly against the windshield. Then, he saw her. A silver SUV rested at an impossible angle beyond the guardrail. Its rear wheels still clung to the shoulder. Its front end hung over a steep embankment. One more shift, one more inch, and it would disappear into the trees below. The driver's door was pinned shut against the guardrail. The passenger door hung open. No one stood beside it. No emergency crews had reached it yet. Only passing traffic. And then, movement. A woman's hand struck the inside of the driver's window. Once, twice, then again. Ethan's heart dropped. She was alive. The line of traffic continued moving. Slowly, deliberately. One car after another passed the hanging SUV. Some drivers looked. Most didn't. No one stopped. Ethan understood. They were afraid. The shoulder had already failed once. Nobody wanted to become the next victim. He couldn't blame them. His hands tightened around the steering wheel. "Keep driving." He whispered it aloud, as if hearing the words might make them true. The Ranger rolled another 20 feet. The woman pounded the window again. This time, he heard it, even through the rain. 3 desperate blows. Then, nothing. Ethan looked into his rearview mirror. The silver SUV grew smaller. The woman disappeared behind the line of traffic. His foot stayed on the accelerator for another 3 seconds, 4, 5. Then he closed his eyes, just for an instant. No. He eased onto the brake. The Ranger slowed. A horn sounded behind him. Another joined it. Ethan ignored both. He steered carefully onto what remained of the shoulder and shifted into park. Rain immediately began tapping against the roof. He looked toward the passenger seat. His phone. No service. The tire iron. Still lying where he'd tossed it after saving the family back in Ording. He picked it up, took one deep breath, then opened the door. Cold rain hit him in the face. He looked once toward Tacoma, then back toward the woman. "I'm sorry, Mom." He wasn't apologizing for stopping. He was apologizing for being late. He broke into a run. The rain had turned the shoulder into slick gray clay. Each step slid half an inch beneath his boots. The silver SUV creaked as it hung over the embankment. Its front tires no longer touched solid ground. Only the rear axle rested on what remained of the shoulder. Even that was beginning to crumble. "Ethan!" a man shouted from the highway. "Kid! Leave her!" He didn't look back. The woman saw him coming. Relief flooded her face. She pounded weakly on the driver's window. Her lips moved. He couldn't hear her over the rain. He reached the driver's door. It wouldn't budge. The twisted guardrail had crushed it shut. He circled toward the front of the SUV. The earth shifted beneath his feet. A low crack echoed through the hillside. The vehicle dipped another inch. He froze. The woman froze. For one terrifying second, neither of them breathed. "I'm going to get you out." He forced confidence into his voice. "I promise." She nodded, tears mixed with the rain running down the inside of the glass. Ethan moved to the open passenger door. The cabin had twisted. The dashboard had folded toward the driver. She was pinned from the waist down. He grabbed the tire iron, wedged it between the bent doorframe and the dashboard. Pushed. Nothing. He planted both feet, strained harder. Metal groaned. The dashboard shifted. Barely. The woman cried out in pain. "I'm sorry. I know. I know." Another crack rolled beneath them, this one louder, longer. The SUV lurched forward several inches. Loose dirt spilled away beneath the front tires. Ethan looked down. The shoulder wasn't just collapsing. It was peeling away. Foot by foot. The same saturated earth that had swallowed roads all morning was now swallowing this hillside. He looked back at the highway. Drivers had stopped. Some stood outside their vehicles, watching. Nobody moved. Nobody could. They knew what Ethan hadn't wanted to admit. The ground was losing, and it was taking everything with it. Ethan shoved the tire iron deeper beneath the crushed dashboard. Every muscle in his body strained. The steel groaned. The dashboard lifted another inch. The woman's right leg came free. She gasped. "I've got you." He reached across the center console. "Give me your hand." She stretched toward him. Their fingertips brushed. Another inch, and he'd have her. Then, the hillside spoke, not with an explosion, not with a roar, with a deep, grinding crack. The sound rolled beneath Ethan's boots. He looked down. A jagged fracture raced across the soaked earth between the Ranger and the SUV. It reached the guardrail, kept going. The remaining pavement shifted. Only an inch. But it was enough. The SUV lurched forward. The woman screamed. Ethan threw himself through the passenger door. His left hand caught her wrist. His right arm wrapped around the doorframe. For one impossible second, they held each other. Rain poured over them. Mud slid beneath them. Everything stopped. Then the earth gave way. The shoulder collapsed. The SUV dropped, not fast. At first, it seemed to float. The rear tire slipped free. The guardrail folded like paper. Gravity took over. The vehicle pitched nose first into the ravine. Ethan held on with everything he had. Her fingers slipped. He grabbed harder. Mud coated both their hands. She looked straight into his eyes. There was no panic anymore. Only heartbreak. "I'm sorry." The words barely escaped her lips. Then her hand slid from his. The SUV tumbled once, twice, then disappeared through the trees below. The impact echoed through the ravine. Silence followed. Ethan remained frozen at the edge of the broken shoulder, his hand still reaching into empty space. Rain washed the mud from his fingers. He stared down the hillside, unable to move, unable to breathe. He had done everything right, everything, and it still wasn't enough. A hand grabbed his shoulder, hard. "Ethan!" He spun around. A Washington State Patrol trooper had climbed over the guardrail. Another man in an orange Washington State Department of Transportation rain jacket was right behind him. "Move!" The trooper didn't wait for an answer. He pulled Ethan backward. "The whole shoulder's letting go." Ethan stumbled. His boots slid through the mud as they dragged him toward the highway. Only then did he hear it? A slow, unnatural groan, not from below, from behind. The Ranger. It was moving. Barely. Its rear tire had already disappeared into a widening crack in the pavement. The driver's door stood open where Ethan had left it. Rain fell through the empty cab. His backpack rested on the passenger seat. The newspapers were scattered across the floorboard. The keys, still in the ignition. No. The word escaped before he realized he'd spoken. He took a step toward it. The trooper caught his arm. "Don't." Ethan looked through the open passenger door, his backpack, still sitting on the seat. Without thinking, he lunged toward the truck. The trooper shouted something behind him. Ethan barely heard it. He reached through the open door, snatched the backpack, and stumbled backward just as another section of pavement cracked beneath the Ranger. The truck shifted violently. Ethan hit the muddy shoulder on his back, clutching the backpack against his chest. The Ranger slid forward. Its tires disappeared over the edge. Ethan scrambled to his feet. No. The word barely escaped his lips. The old Ford groaned as the remaining pavement crumbled beneath its weight. Its front end dipped lower. Rain beat against the windshield. The engine continued to idle. The windshield wipers swept back and forth. Back and forth. As if nothing had happened. As if the truck were still waiting for him to climb inside and drive home. Another section of asphalt cracked away. The Ranger shifted again. Its rear bumper struck the broken edge of the highway with a dull metallic thud. For one impossible second, it stopped, balanced between solid ground and the ravine below. Ethan stared at it. His father's truck, the truck he'd learned to drive in, the truck that had carried him through the worst morning of his life, the truck that had refused to quit. Until now. The trooper stepped beside him. Neither man spoke. They didn't have to. Another deep crack echoed beneath the shoulder. The Ranger slipped forward. Slowly, almost gracefully, its headlights disappeared first. Then the hood. Then the cab. The windshield wipers swept one final time. Before the truck vanished into the trees below, the sound of twisting metal echoed through the ravine. Then, silence. Only rain remained. Ethan stood motionless. His backpack hung from one shoulder. His fingers slowly closed around the truck keys still clutched in his hand. He looked west, toward Tacoma, toward home. Without another word, he started walking. The steady rhythm of passing traffic replaced the sound of the Ranger's engine. Tires hissed across rain-soaked pavement. Headlights reflected in the wet asphalt. Every vehicle carried someone trying to outrun the same nightmare. Ethan walked against the wind. Cold rain clung to his jacket. His boots felt heavier with every step. He didn't notice anymore. His mind was somewhere else. His family. He pictured his father standing on the front porch, scanning the street. His mother pacing from window to window, phone in one hand. Emily sitting on the couch, pretending not to be scared. He held on to those images. He had to. They were the only thing keeping his legs moving. The shoulder narrowed as State Route 512 curved gently west. The skyline of Tacoma emerged through the low clouds. The cranes at the port stood dark against the gray morning. For years, they had simply marked the horizon. Today, they marked hope. A battered road sign leaned slightly in the wind. Tacoma city limits 6 miles on any other Saturday. He could have driven it in less than 10 minutes. Now, it might take the rest of the morning. He kept walking. A Pierce transit bus rolled slowly past. Nearly every seat was filled. Children rested against their parents' shoulders. An elderly woman quietly prayed with her eyes closed. Several passengers looked out the windows at Ethan, a muddy teenager, walking alone in the rain. The bus continued west. Ethan never broke stride. Far behind him, another helicopter crossed overhead. Its deep rotor blades echoed through the clouds as it disappeared toward the mountain, toward the destruction, toward people who still needed saving. Ethan lowered his eyes. He'd already learned the hardest lesson of his life. Sometimes, there wasn't enough time to save everyone. He reached into his jacket pocket. The truck keys were still there. His thumb brushed the worn Ford emblem on the keychain. He smiled faintly. Thanks. The word disappeared beneath the rain. Then he looked ahead. Tacoma was waiting. Whatever remained of it. Whatever remained of his family. He squared his shoulders. adjusted the backpack, and kept walking west, toward the place he'd been trying to reach since 6:04 that morning, toward the answer he'd been fearing for more than an hour, toward home. The rain eased to little more than a mist. Gray clouds hung low over the city, swallowing the tops of office buildings and radio towers. Tacoma felt strangely quiet, not empty, just different. The usual Saturday morning rush had vanished. No crowds, no kids on bicycles, no joggers along the sidewalks, only the distant wail of sirens drifting through the damp October air. Ethan followed the shoulder until State Route 512 narrowed toward its western interchange. The farther he walked, the more abandoned vehicles he passed. Some had simply run out of fuel. Others had flat tires. One still sat with both front doors open, grocery bags scattered across the wet pavement. Whatever had happened, people had left in a hurry. His legs were beginning to cramp. He ignored them. Pain could wait. His family couldn't. Ahead, an overhead sign pointed toward South Tacoma Way. The familiar name caught his attention immediately. He knew those streets. He'd ridden through them with his father dozens of times. If the interstate was blocked, surface streets might still get him home. He left the shoulder, stepped onto the city sidewalk, and for the first time since leaving Ording, Ethan was no longer walking through a disaster zone. He was walking through his hometown. The realization hit him harder than he expected. Every street corner carried a memory. The burger stand where his dad bought milkshakes after Little League games. The auto parts store where they'd searched for parts to keep the old Ranger running. The neighborhood hardware store where his mother insisted everyone knew his name. Everything was familiar. Everything looked exactly the same. Yet somehow, nothing felt the same anymore. A church bell rang in the distance. One slow chime, then another. Ethan stopped. The sound echoed through the damp morning. He couldn't remember the last time he'd noticed those bells. Maybe because life had always been too busy. Today, there was nothing to drown them out. He closed his eyes for a second, then kept walking. His phone remained silent. No calls, no new messages, no signal. Just a black screen reflecting his own tired face. He slipped it back into his pocket. The only answers waiting for him now were somewhere ahead, not on a screen, not on the radio, not from an emergency alert. Only one place mattered now. Home. Ethan turned onto South Tacoma Way. The sidewalks were wet with fallen maple leaves plastered against the concrete. Storefront windows reflected the gray morning. Some businesses had never opened. Others stood open, abandoned. Shopping carts sat where customers had left them. Coffee still steamed from a paper cup resting on the hood of a parked sedan. Whoever owned it had walked away in a hurry. The farther north he walked, the more emergency vehicles he saw. Fire engines, aid cars, Tacoma police cruisers. Most sat with their lights flashing. Their crews were already somewhere else. Working, searching, trying to stay ahead of a disaster no one had ever trained for. A portable radio crackled from inside an abandoned patrol car. Pierce County Emergency Management. Static swallowed the next sentence. Shelters open at designated high schools. More static. Citizens are urged. The transmission faded into a hiss. Ethan kept walking. Every message seemed meant for everyone else, not him. He crossed another intersection. The pedestrian signal blinked uselessly. Traffic lights remained dark. Drivers waved each other through without saying a word. No one argued. No one leaned on their horn. The city had become strangely polite. Fear had a way of doing that. The backpack shifted against his shoulders. His muscles burned. He ignored it. Pain meant he was still moving. Stopping wasn't an option. A gust of wind carried the scent of salt water. The tide. He hadn't realized how close he was to Commencement Bay. It reminded him of summer evenings spent fishing with his father from the public pier. His dad had always ended those trips the same way. No matter where you go, home's always worth the trip back. Ethan swallowed hard. I know. He rounded the next corner and stopped. In the distance, he could finally see his neighborhood. Not clearly, just enough rooftops beyond the trees to recognize the place he'd grown up. His heart began pounding. Every instinct told him to run. Every fear told him not to. He stood there for only a moment. Then, he broke into a sprint. He had covered less than 50 yards when movement flashed from between two parked cars. A low growl stopped him cold. Two German Shepherd mixes stepped into the middle of the sidewalk. Their coats were soaked. Mud clung to their legs. One wore a frayed blue collar. The other had no collar at all. Both stared at Ethan, ears pinned back, tails stiff, not angry, terrified. Ethan slowly backed away. It's okay. His voice stayed calm. I'm not gonna hurt you. The dogs didn't move. Another growl rolled from deep inside the larger one's chest. It took one cautious step forward. Then another. Ethan's heart pounded. Normally, he loved dogs. His own Labrador had died 3 years earlier. He knew these weren't bad animals. They were frightened, confused, probably looking for owners who would never come home. The larger dog suddenly barked, then charged. Ethan grabbed the nearest thing he could find, a broken tree branch lying beside the curb. He swung it hard against a metal mailbox. Clang! The sharp sound echoed down the empty street. Both dogs skidded to a stop. The second dog whimpered. The larger one barked again. Then, without warning, both turned and disappeared between two houses. Gone as quickly as they'd appeared. Ethan lowered the branch. His breathing slowly steadied. He watched the empty street for another few seconds, then quietly whispered, I'm sorry. He wasn't talking to himself. He was talking to the dogs. Another thing the mountain had taken. Another family. Broken apart. He dropped the branch, turned toward home, and started running again. His lungs burned almost immediately. Every muscle in his legs screamed for him to slow down. He ignored them. Adrenaline had carried him this far. Now, hope took over. The streets grew quieter. Houses replaced businesses. Maple trees lined the sidewalks, their orange leaves plastered against wet driveways. Halloween decorations still hung from front porches. Plastic ghosts twisted slowly in the breeze. Pumpkins sat untouched on front steps. Ordinary reminders of a morning that had stopped being ordinary more than an hour ago. Ethan cut through a neighborhood park to save time. The baseball diamond where he'd played Little League was empty. Rain collected in the infield. The aluminum bleachers glistened beneath the gray sky. He remembered his father cheering from the third base line. Run it out, Ethan. Never quit on a play. The memory lasted only a heartbeat. Then it was gone. He climbed the opposite side of the park and kept running. His phone buzzed. He nearly dropped it, pulling it from his pocket. One bar, just one. He hit call beside his mother's name. The phone rang, once, twice. His heart pounded so hard he could hear it. 3 times. Then, silence. The call ended. No voicemail, no answer. Only call failed. Ethan stared at the screen for a long second. At least, it had rung. That meant the network was trying. He slipped the phone back into his pocket. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep believing. Ahead, a familiar blue street sign came into view through the drizzle. He recognized it instantly. Only 3 more blocks. 3 blocks separated him from the house he'd left before sunrise. 3 blocks. Between hope and whatever reality had become. He slowed to a walk, not because he was tired, because suddenly, he wasn't sure he wanted to know. The neighborhood was eerily still. No children, no lawnmowers, no barking dogs, only rain tapping against rooftops. A newspaper lay unopened at the end of a driveway. One Ethan had delivered just a couple of hours earlier. It looked strangely out of place now, like it belonged to another lifetime. He swallowed hard, turned the corner, and saw his street. For a moment, he simply stood there. Rain drifted through the quiet neighborhood. The maple trees lining the sidewalks had already surrendered most of their leaves, covering the pavement in shades of gold and crimson. Everything looked normal. Almost. The houses still stood. Mailboxes still lined the curb. American flags hung from front porches, heavy with rain. A basketball rested beneath a driveway hoop where someone had left it. It should have been comforting. Instead, it felt wrong. There were no children playing, no lawnmowers humming, no neighbors chatting across fences. Only silence. The kind of silence that settles over a place after everyone has been told the same terrible news. Ethan took another step, then another. His boots splashed softly through shallow puddles. Every house brought another memory. Mrs. Henderson's flower garden. Mr. Lawson's old red pickup that never seemed to move. The corner where he and Emily had waited for the school bus every winter morning. Nothing had changed. Yet, everything had. His heartbeat quickened. His house sat only a few hundred yards ahead, hidden beyond a gentle curve in the road, close enough that he could almost picture it. His father's truck should have been in the driveway. The porch light should have been off. His mother should have been making coffee. Emily should have been complaining about being awake too early on a Saturday. His pace slowed. Not because he was tired, because every step forward brought him closer to the answer he'd feared since 6:04 a.m. The rain tapped softly against the hood of a parked car. Somewhere nearby, a wind chime swayed gently beneath a front porch. Its quiet notes drifted through the empty street. Ethan stopped one last time. He closed his eyes, took a slow, steady breath, then opened them and walked toward the curve, toward the house, toward whatever waited beyond it. Chapter 3. Ethan rounded the curve. His house came into view. He stopped. For one impossible second, he couldn't breathe. It was still standing. The old 2-story Craftsman sat exactly where it always had, rain dripping from the porch roof, maple leaves scattered across the front lawn. The white porch railing, the basketball hoop above the garage, his mother's flower boxes beneath the front windows. Everything looked almost normal. Almost. The garage door stood open. His father's pickup was gone. So was his mother's SUV. The front door stood halfway open. "Ethan?" The voice drifted from inside the house. His mother's. He didn't think. He ran. "Mom!" She appeared in the doorway. The moment she saw him, her legs nearly gave out. She hurried across the porch and wrapped both arms around him for several long seconds. Neither of them spoke. Rain continued falling around them. Neither of them noticed. She pulled back just enough to cup his face with both hands. "I thought..." Her voice broke. "I thought I'd lost you. I'm okay." His own voice barely sounded like his. "I'm okay." She hugged him again. Harder this time, as if letting go might make him disappear. A second figure appeared behind her. Emily. She burst through the doorway and threw herself at him. "Ethan!" He laughed for the first time all morning, then cried. All three of them stood together beneath the rain, alive, together. For one brief moment, the mountain had lost. Then Ethan looked past them, toward the empty garage. His smile faded. "Where's Dad?" Everything changed. Emily looked at the ground. Their mother didn't answer. Not at first. The silence told Ethan more than words ever could. Finally, she whispered. "He left." Ethan frowned. "What do you mean?" "He left." She wiped tears from her face. "When the alerts came in. He heard people were trapped near the Puyallup River. He said first responders couldn't reach everyone. He grabbed his gear, kissed us goodbye, and said he'd be back." She looked toward the empty driveway. "That was over an hour ago." Ethan's stomach tightened. "He called?" She nodded once. "One time. He said they were helping evacuate people. He sounded exhausted. He said roads were disappearing." Her voice trembled. Then the line went dead. No one had heard from him since. Rain tapped softly against the porch roof. Ethan looked at the empty space where his father's pickup should have been. The same man who had taught him to help strangers had driven straight toward the disaster. The same choice Ethan had made. Only his father hadn't come home. Not yet. Ethan slowly reached into his pocket. His fingers closed around the old Ranger's keys. For the first time since losing the truck, they meant something different. They weren't just the keys to a pickup anymore. They were the last thing his father had ever given him. Ethan looked back toward the rain-soaked street, toward the east, toward Mount Rainier. And without saying another word, he already knew. His journey wasn't over. It had just changed. Rain continued to patter against the porch roof. For several long moments, no one moved. No one wanted to. His mother reached up and brushed a streak of dried mud from Ethan's cheek. "I've been praying," she whispered. "Every minute." Ethan managed a tired smile. "I know." Emily slipped her hand into his. "You scared us." He looked at his little sister. "I scared myself." For the first time that morning, all three of them laughed. It didn't last long, but it was enough. Enough to remind them they were still a family. "Come inside." His mother wrapped an arm around his shoulders. "You're freezing." The warmth of the house felt almost foreign after everything he'd been through. The power was still out. Only gray morning light filtered through the windows. Flashlights sat on the kitchen table beside a battery-powered radio. Half-drunk cups of coffee had gone cold hours ago. Blankets were scattered across the living room. No one had been thinking about comfort, only waiting. His mother hurried to the hallway closet. She returned with a dry towel. Without saying a word, she draped it over his shoulders, just as she had every winter since he was a little boy. Ethan closed his eyes. For one brief moment, he wasn't 19. He wasn't a survivor. He was simply her son. Emily disappeared into the kitchen. A moment later, she returned carrying a steaming mug. "I heated water on the camp stove." She handed it to him. "It's just instant coffee." Ethan wrapped both hands around the cup. The warmth seeped into his fingers. It felt better than he could have imagined. "Thanks." She smiled. "You would have done the same." He thought about the family in Orting, the Labrador, the woman. His smile faded. "I tried." Emily didn't ask what he meant. She could see it in his eyes. The radio crackled again. "Search operations continuing." Static. "Multiple communities." More static. "Unaccounted for." The room fell silent. Everyone listened. No one spoke. When the transmission faded, the silence somehow felt heavier. Ethan looked toward the garage through the kitchen window. The empty space where his father's pickup should have been was still there, waiting, just like they were. He set the mug down. When did he leave? His mother looked toward the floor. About 10 minutes after the first emergency alert. He kept listening to the scanner. He said families were still trying to get out. He couldn't sit here knowing that. Emily quietly nodded. He kissed Mom. She swallowed hard. Then he hugged me. A tear rolled down her cheek. He told me, "Take care of your mother until I get back." The room fell silent again. Ethan stared at the empty driveway. His father had said those words expecting to return. No one leaves home believing they're saying goodbye forever. His mother finally looked up. The last thing he said to me, her voice trembled, was that if you came home before he did. She reached across the table and took Ethan's hand. To tell you, he was proud of the man you've become. Ethan lowered his head. He couldn't speak. Not because he didn't know what to say, because there were no words. Outside, rain continued falling over Tacoma. Somewhere beyond the gray clouds, Mount Rainier stood silent, but somewhere between that mountain and this kitchen, his father was still out there, alive. Ethan prayed, waiting. He hoped. And for the first time since the mountain let go, Ethan wasn't thinking about getting home. He was thinking about going back out. His mother saw it immediately. She knew that look. It was the same one she'd seen on his father countless times. Before a winter rescue. Before a neighbor needed help. Before someone else's emergency became his own. She slowly shook her head. No. Ethan looked at her. You don't even know what I'm going to say. I do. Her voice was barely above a whisper. You're thinking about going after him. Silence filled the room. Emily looked from one of them to the other. Neither denied it. His mother stepped closer. I almost lost one member of this family today. Tears filled her eyes. I'm not losing another. Ethan lowered his head. I can't just sit here. You can. No? His voice was calm. But I won't. He walked to the front window. Rain continued falling across the quiet neighborhood. Somewhere beyond the rooftops. Beyond the gray sky. His father was still out there. Maybe trapped. Maybe helping strangers. Maybe waiting for help himself. The not knowing was worse than anything Ethan had faced that morning. His mother joined him at the window. She reached for his hand. When you were little, you always wanted to be just like your father. Ethan smiled faintly. I still do. She nodded. I know. She looked toward the rain. That's what scares me. The battery-powered radio crackled on the kitchen table. Volunteer staging area. Static. Tacoma Dome. First responders requesting additional civilian assistance. The transmission faded beneath a burst of interference. Ethan and his mother looked at each other. Neither spoke. The decision had already been made. Ethan picked up the backpack, checked the flashlight inside, half a bottle of water, the tire iron, his phone. Everything else had been left behind with the ranger. He zipped the bag shut, then slipped the old truck keys into the front pocket. Not because he needed them, because they reminded him why he was leaving. He turned toward the front door. His mother stepped forward, wrapped her arms around him one last time. Bring him home. Ethan closed his eyes. I'll bring him home. He opened the door. Cold October rain drifted into the house. Without another word. He stepped back into the storm. The front door closed softly behind him. For a moment, he simply stood on the porch. The neighborhood looked exactly as it had a few minutes earlier. Gray skies, rain, wind stirring fallen leaves across the pavement. Yet everything had changed. He wasn't walking toward home anymore. He was walking away from it. His father's yellow rain jacket felt heavy across his shoulders. The sleeves hung just past his wrists. As a kid, he used to wear it while pretending to help his father rake leaves in the backyard. Now, it felt less like a jacket and more like a responsibility. He stepped off the porch and onto the sidewalk. His mother watched from the front window. Emily stood beside her. Neither waved, neither cried. They simply watched him disappear into the rain, just as they had watched his father leave earlier that morning. Ethan refused to look back. If he did, he wasn't sure he'd be able to leave. The streets were beginning to fill again. Not with commuters, with volunteers. Pickup trucks carried cases of bottled water. Church vans hauled blankets and generators. Neighbors loaded shovels, chainsaws, and fuel cans into trailers. No one waited to be asked. They simply showed up. The disaster had taken enough. Now, ordinary people were trying to take something back. A man in a reflective construction vest slowed beside Ethan in an older Chevrolet pickup. "You headed toward the dome?" Ethan nodded. "Yeah." The driver leaned across the passenger seat. "Hop in." "I'm headed to the volunteer check-in." Ethan hesitated only a second before opening the door. "Thanks." The truck pulled back onto the wet street. Neither man spoke for the first few blocks. The windshield wipers swept steadily across the glass. Finally, the driver broke the silence. "You got family out there?" Ethan stared through the rain. "My dad." The man nodded. "Mine too." That was all either of them said. They didn't need to explain. The silence between them carried the same weight. As they approached the Tacoma Dome, the traffic thickened. Emergency vehicles lined the access roads. Portable floodlights had been set up despite the daylight. National Guard trucks, fire apparatus from departments Ethan had never seen before. Search and rescue trailers. Volunteers in rain gear moved in every direction. The parking lot had become a city of organized chaos. The driver eased the pickup to the curb. "We're here." Ethan looked through the windshield. Hundreds of people. Some searching, some waiting, some hoping. He took a slow breath. Somewhere in that sea of faces, someone had to know where his father had gone. Ethan opened the truck door, pulled the hood of the yellow rain jacket over his head, and stepped into the crowd. The Tacoma Dome parking lot had become a city of urgency. Military Humvees idled beside Pierce County Sheriff's vehicles. Fire engines from Seattle, Olympia, Puyallup, and Kent sat bumper to bumper, their emergency lights reflecting off the rain-soaked pavement. Volunteers hurried between rows of folding tables carrying cases of bottled water, first aid kits, blankets, and boxes of radios. No one stood still. No one had time. A hand-painted plywood sign leaned against a concrete barrier. Volunteer check-in. An arrow pointed toward a large white emergency tent. Ethan joined the line. Everyone around him looked exhausted. A construction worker still wearing a hard hat. A retired couple wrapped in matching rain jackets. 2 college students covered in mud. A nurse who hadn't bothered changing out of her hospital scrubs. Nobody asked names. They didn't need introductions. Everyone was here for the same reason. Someone they loved was still out there. 10 minutes later, a woman wearing a Pierce County emergency management vest waved Ethan forward. "Name?" "Ethan Cole." She quickly wrote it onto a clipboard. "Any medical training?" He shook his head. "No." "Search and rescue?" "No." She looked up. "So, why are you here?" Ethan didn't hesitate. "I'm looking for my father." The woman's expression softened. "Name?" "David Cole." She turned several pages on the clipboard, scanning, reading. Then she stopped. Ethan held his breath. "I've got him." His heart nearly stopped. "You do?" She nodded. "He checked in this morning. Relief flooded across Ethan's face. Where is he? The woman looked farther down the page. Her expression changed. The smile disappeared. The rain suddenly seemed louder against the canvas roof. He was assigned to a volunteer rescue team heading toward the Puyallup River corridor. She looked back at Ethan. That was... She checked the time beside his father's name. About an hour and a half ago. Ethan swallowed. Has he checked back in? The woman slowly shook her head. No. She reached for another clipboard. We've been trying to account for everyone. Her finger traced a growing list of names. Some teams have returned. Some are still working. And... She hesitated. Some haven't reported in. The words hit Ethan like another landslide. His father wasn't listed as missing. Not yet. But he wasn't safe either. The woman gently closed the clipboard. If you're looking for him... She pointed toward a large wall map covered in colored pushpins. That's where you need to start. Ethan turned. His eyes followed the red string stretched across the map. Every marker represented another rescue, another collapsed bridge, another neighborhood cut off by mud and floodwater. Somewhere among them, his father had last been seen. Ethan stepped toward the map. For the first time that morning, he wasn't guessing anymore. He had a trail, and he intended to follow it. Ethan stepped closer to the operations map. Colored pushpins covered nearly every corner of the Puyallup Valley. Red, yellow, blue, each one marked a rescue, a road closure, a collapsed bridge, or a neighborhood still waiting for help. Thin strands of red string connected the pins, tracing the routes rescue teams had taken since the mountain let go. The woman beside him pointed to one of the markers near the Puyallup River. That's where your father's team checked in. Her finger followed the red string west. They evacuated 2 neighborhoods before communications became unreliable. She tapped another marker. The last confirmed radio transmission came from here. Ethan memorized the location. What happened after that? She slowly shook her head. We don't know. The radios started failing. Roads disappeared. Teams became isolated. She looked him in the eye. We're still trying to account for everyone. A man wearing mud-covered turnout gear approached the map. His face looked exhausted. Rain dripped from the brim of his helmet. He overheard the conversation. Did you say David Cole? Ethan turned immediately. You know him? The firefighter nodded once. Worked beside him for about 30 minutes. Hope surged through Ethan. Is he okay? The firefighter hesitated. I don't know. The answer landed harder than Ethan expected. He was helping move families onto a school bus. We kept telling him we needed to leave. He wouldn't. The firefighter smiled faintly despite the exhaustion. He said there were still people trapped farther down the road. Ethan felt his chest tighten. That sounds like him. The firefighter looked at Ethan for a long moment. You're his boy, aren't you? Ethan nodded. I can see it. He rested a tired hand on Ethan's shoulder. Your dad saved a lot of people this morning. Before Ethan could ask another question, someone shouted from across the staging area. Engine 62, move out! The firefighter squeezed Ethan's shoulder once. I've got to go. He started toward the waiting engine, then stopped. He turned back. If you find him, a small smile crossed his face. Tell him Mike Sanders still owes him a cup of coffee. With that, he climbed into the fire engine. Moments later, it disappeared into the rain. Ethan stood motionless. His father was no longer just a name on a clipboard. He had become a trail. One survivor, one rescuer, one story at a time. Ethan looked back at the map. Somewhere beyond those red pushpins, His father was waiting, and Ethan intended to bring him home. A volunteer wearing an orange safety vest approached Ethan carrying a stack of laminated maps. "You looking for Team 7? Ethan looked up. "My father was with them." The volunteer glanced toward the operations board. "They've been working the river corridor all morning. Do you know where they are now?" The man exhaled slowly. "If we knew, we'd already have them back." He unfolded one of the maps across a folding table. Blue circles marked evacuation zones. Black X's marked washed-out roads. Entire sections of the valley had been crossed out in red marker. "They started here." His finger rested near the eastern edge of Fife. "They helped evacuate a retirement home." Another mark. Then they moved north. "They pulled several families from flooded houses." Another mark. Last confirmed location. His finger stopped near a narrow county road running alongside the Puyallup River. "Here." Ethan memorized every landmark, every turn, every road name. "Has anyone searched it?" "We're trying." The volunteer pointed toward another section of the map. "Every bridge across this stretch is either damaged or gone. The only way in now is on foot." Ethan folded the map. "I'll go." The volunteer's eyes narrowed. "You alone?" Ethan nodded. "I've been alone since Ording." The man studied him for a moment. Mud-covered boots, rain-soaked jeans, the oversized yellow rain jacket. Then he noticed the name stitched above the left pocket. "David Cole." His expression changed. "That your father's jacket?" "Yeah." A slow smile crossed the volunteer's face. "I met him this morning." Ethan immediately stepped closer. "Where?" "Near Levee Road." He was helping an elderly couple into a rescue truck. The volunteer chuckled softly despite everything around them. "I told him he was working too hard." "What did he say?" The man looked toward the rain. He smiled and said, "I'll rest when everyone else is safe." Silence settled between them. Ethan lowered his eyes. That sounded exactly like his father. The volunteer placed a folded map into Ethan's hand. "If you're going after him," he pointed toward the western edge of the river, "follow his trail." He left one. Ethan tucked the map safely inside his backpack. Around him, the Tacoma Dome parking lot continued moving with organized urgency. Engines started. Radios crackled. Helicopters lifted into the gray sky. Somewhere, another family was being reunited. Somewhere else, another family was beginning to lose hope. Ethan adjusted the straps of his backpack, pulled the hood farther over his head, and started walking toward the volunteer gate, toward the Puyallup River, toward the last place anyone had seen David Cole alive. A Pierce County Sheriff's deputy stopped Ethan before he reached the volunteer gate. "You assigned to a team?" Ethan handed him the temporary volunteer badge. The deputy looked it over. "First day?" Ethan almost laughed. "It feels like my first life." The deputy nodded. "I know the feeling." He unclipped a small handheld radio from his vest. "If you hear 3 blasts on an air horn," he looked Ethan squarely in the eye, "drop whatever you're doing and head for high ground. No questions. No hero stuff. You understand?" Ethan nodded. "I understand." The deputy handed him a reflective orange vest. "Keep this on. It'll help people know you're with the volunteers." Beyond the checkpoint, the organized chaos faded. The farther Ethan walked, the quieter everything became. Abandoned cars lined the roadside. Some still had doors hanging open. Others had children's car seats sitting empty in the back. A bicycle lay twisted beneath a stop sign. A muddy teddy bear rested against the curb. Ethan looked away. Some things hurt too much to think about. The closer he came to the river, the thicker the mud became. Fresh boot prints covered the roadway. Hundreds of them. Firefighters, deputies, National Guard soldiers, search dogs, volunteers, everyone moving in the same direction, everyone hoping to bring someone home. Voices echoed ahead. Ethan rounded the next bend. A rescue crew was loading exhausted survivors into the back of a National Guard truck. One elderly man sat wrapped in a wool blanket. Mud covered him from head to toe. He stared silently at the ground. A paramedic knelt beside him. "Can you tell me your name?" The man didn't answer. Instead, his eyes settled on Ethan, then on the yellow rain jacket. His expression changed instantly. He struggled to his feet. "You," his voice cracked. "You're David's boy." Ethan hurried over. "You know my dad?" The old man nodded, tears filling his eyes. "He carried my wife. Half a mile. Wouldn't let any of us help." Ethan listened without speaking. "He kept telling us..." The old man wiped rain from his face. "Just keep moving. Don't look back. He saved us." The old man's shoulders began to shake. "He saved all of us." Ethan felt something swell inside his chest. Pride, fear, hope, all at once. "Where did you last see him?" The old man looked toward the river. "There was another family. A little girl." He closed his eyes. "Your father heard her crying." He ran toward the sound. The old man slowly pointed downstream. "That's the last time I saw him." Silence settled over the road. Rain continued falling. The river roared somewhere beyond the trees. Ethan followed the old man's trembling finger. For the first time all day. He wasn't just following a trail. He was following his father's final decisions. He adjusted the backpack, pulled the hood tighter against the rain, and started walking toward the river. One footprint, one story, one survivor at a time. The muddy road narrowed as it followed the Puyallup River. The roar of rushing water grew louder with every step. Whole trees drifted past in the swollen current. Fence posts, pieces of rooftops, a child's red wagon. The river had become a conveyor belt of lives interrupted. About a quarter mile ahead, bright yellow caution tape stretched across the roadway. Several deputies stood guard beside a washed-out bridge. The center span had collapsed into the river below. Concrete hung at impossible angles. Twisted rebar reached into the air like broken fingers. There would be no crossing here. One of the deputies noticed Ethan approaching. "You can't go any farther." Ethan held up the volunteer badge hanging around his neck. "I'm looking for David Cole." The deputy paused. "Firefighter?" Ethan shook his head. "No. Volunteer. My father." Recognition crossed the deputy's face. "I remember him." Ethan's pulse quickened. "You do?" The deputy nodded. "He was here. Maybe an hour ago. He helped us carry an injured woman across before the bridge finally gave way." The deputy looked toward the river. He should have crossed with everyone else. But he didn't. Why? He heard someone yelling downstream. The deputy let out a slow breath. He grabbed a medical bag and took off running. Ethan stared toward the riverbank. Another rescue, another stranger, another reason his father hadn't turned back. The deputy reached into the cab of his patrol truck. He returned holding a mud-covered firefighter's helmet. "Found this about 50 yards from the bridge." Ethan's heart skipped. It wasn't his father's. The name across the front read, Captain R. Hernandez. "We've been trying to locate his crew." The deputy placed the helmet on the hood of the patrol vehicle. "If your dad was with them..." He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. A voice called from behind. "Deputy?" Everyone turned. A young National Guard soldier jogged toward them. "Search team just came in. They found more survivors near the old Riverside Mobile Home Park." The deputy looked back at Ethan. "They're bringing them here now." He pointed toward a row of ambulances farther down the road. If your father was helping in that area, someone down there may have seen him. Hope flared once again. It wasn't much, but it was enough. Ethan thanked the deputy and started toward the ambulances. Behind him, the river continued rushing west, carrying away pieces of bridges, pieces of homes, and pieces of people's lives. Somewhere ahead, another survivor was waiting, another story, another clue, and Ethan refused to believe the trail ended here. The ambulance staging area buzzed with controlled urgency. Paramedics moved from patient to patient beneath rows of pop-up tents. The injured sat wrapped in blankets, clutching paper cups of hot coffee. Some stared into space. Others quietly cried. Many simply watched the rain, trying to understand how an ordinary Saturday morning had become something they would remember for the rest of their lives. Ethan moved slowly through the crowd. Every few steps, he asked the same question. "Have you seen David Cole?" Most answered with a tired shake of the head. Some apologized. A few wished him luck. Then, an older woman sitting in the back of an aid truck raised her hand. "I know that name." Ethan hurried over. "You do?" She nodded. "He carried my husband." She looked toward the man sleeping beside her beneath a gray army blanket. "Frank couldn't walk. Your father never complained. He just picked him up and kept moving." A faint smile crossed her face. "My husband weighs nearly 200 pounds. Ethan couldn't help but smile. "That sounds like him." The woman reached into the pocket of her raincoat. "I think..." She pulled out a folded handkerchief. "This belongs to him." Inside was a small brass pocket compass. Scratched, worn. The initials DC were engraved on the back. Ethan's breath caught. "My grandfather gave that to him. I've never seen him without it." The woman carefully placed it in Ethan's hand. "He dropped it while helping us onto the rescue truck. I tried to call after him, but..." She looked toward the river. "He was already running." Ethan closed his fingers around the compass. For a moment, it felt as though he were shaking his father's hand. "Thank you." The woman smiled gently. "Your father told us something." Ethan looked up. "He said, if I don't come back, someone else will." He smiled after he said it, like he wasn't talking about himself. Ethan stood frozen. Those words settled deep inside him. He wanted to believe his father had meant another rescue crew, another volunteer, another chance. But a small voice in the back of his mind whispered something he refused to hear. He slipped the compass safely into his jacket pocket beside the ranger keys. Now, he carried two pieces of his father, one from before the mountain, one from after it. A rescue coordinator called across the staging area. "Volunteer teams are moving out." Last briefing. Ethan looked toward the command tent, then back toward the river. His father's trail wasn't cold. Not yet. He tightened the straps of his backpack, took one last look at the people his father had saved, and headed for the briefing. Because somewhere beyond the flooded valley, one final rescue story was still waiting to be told. Ethan joined a small group of volunteers gathered beneath a canvas briefing tent. A large aerial photograph of the Puyallup Valley had been pinned to a plywood board. Mud-covered roads were circled in red marker. Entire neighborhoods had been crossed out. A captain from Central Pierce Fire stood before them. His face looked 20 years older than it probably was. He didn't waste time. "We've got reports of survivors still trapped between Levee Road and the old Riverside Mobile Home Park." He pointed to the map. The river cut off every access road. "Our vehicles can't reach them." He looked around the group. "If you go out there, You're walking. Silence settled over the volunteers. No one stepped back. The captain continued. Stay with your assigned team. If conditions change, you leave. If we blow the air horns, you run. I don't care who you're carrying. I don't care how close you are. You get to high ground. His eyes swept across the group. I don't want to lose anyone else today. Those last words lingered in the air. Anyone else. Not the first, not the second. Anyone else. Ethan couldn't help wondering how many rescuers had already disappeared into the valley. The captain began assigning teams. Team 1, North Levee. Team 2, River Road. Team 3, Mobile Home Park. One by one, volunteers moved into position. Ethan Cole. Ethan looked up. The captain checked his clipboard. You'll be with Team 4. 3 people stepped beside him. A Tacoma police officer, a National Guard medic, and a volunteer in his late 60s carrying a chainsaw over one shoulder. The older man extended his hand. Name's Walter. Ethan shook it. Ethan. Walter looked at the oversized yellow rain jacket. A faint smile crossed his weathered face. You must be David's son. Ethan blinked. You knew him? Walter nodded. Knew him. He saved my stubborn ass about an hour ago. Ethan almost smiled. What happened? Walter chuckled. I was trying to cut a fallen tree off a road. Your dad walked up, looked at me, and said, Walter, you're too damn old to be trying this alone. Walter laughed despite the rain. I told him he was right. Then we cut it together. His smile slowly faded. He headed toward Riverside. I never saw him again. Walter rested a hand on Ethan's shoulder. But if you're anything like your old man, we'll find him. The team leader waved them forward. Let's move. Ethan adjusted his backpack. The 4 of them stepped beyond the safety of the command post and into the valley. The farther they walked, the quieter the world became. Behind them, the organized chaos of the Tacoma Dome faded into the distance. Ahead, only mud, broken trees, floodwater, and the trail of a man who refused to leave anyone behind. The deeper they moved into the valley, the quieter it became. No traffic, no sirens, only the steady patter of rain against broken branches and the distant roar of the swollen Puyallup River. The destruction grew worse with every step. Entire sections of roadway had vanished beneath thick gray mud. Utility poles leaned at impossible angles. A delivery truck rested upside down against a stand of cottonwood trees, nearly half buried. Nature had erased the line between road and river. Walter stopped suddenly. He raised one hand. Listen. Everyone froze. For a moment, no one heard anything. Then, a faint sound drifted through the rain. A whistle. 3 short blasts. Then silence. The National Guard medic looked toward the trees. That's not an air horn. Walter nodded. Referee whistle. The police officer pointed east. It came from over there. Without another word. The 4 of them left the road. Branches clawed at Ethan's rain jacket as they pushed through the dense brush. The mud sucked at their boots with every step. Progress slowed to a crawl. Another whistle echoed. Closer this time. One blast. Then another. Weak. Desperate. We're close, Walter whispered. The trees suddenly opened. A small drainage ditch had become a raging creek nearly 30 feet wide. On the opposite bank, a man stood waving both arms. His orange rescue vest was torn. Blood covered one sleeve. Beside him, a woman clutched 2 frightened children beneath an overturned fishing boat. The current between them churned with fallen logs and debris. There was no safe way across. The police officer cupped his hands. How many? the man shouted back. 4. He pointed farther upstream. One's trapped. His voice cracked. Beneath the bridge. Walter looked toward Ethan. Looks like we found our first job. Ethan's eyes shifted upstream. The broken bridge was barely visible through the rain. Half of it had collapsed into the rushing water. The other half leaned dangerously over the current. Somewhere beneath it, someone was still alive. Ethan tightened his grip on the shoulder strap of his backpack. His father's words echoed in his mind. Just keep moving. Without hesitation, he started toward the bridge. The others followed. The creek roared beneath the broken span, carrying branches, fence posts, and chunks of asphalt downstream. Every few seconds, another piece of debris slammed into the concrete supports with a sickening crack. Walter studied the bridge. I don't like this. The National Guard medic nodded. It won't hold much longer. Another cry echoed from beneath the collapsed section. Help! Ethan spotted him. A teenage boy, maybe 15. His right leg was pinned beneath a steel guardrail twisted by the force of the flood. Water surged around his waist. Each passing wave pushed more debris against him. He was running out of time. I'm coming. The boy looked up. His face was pale with fear. Please. It hurts. Ethan slid down the muddy embankment. The current nearly knocked him off his feet. The freezing water stole his breath. Walter grabbed the back of Ethan's rain jacket before he lost his footing. I've got you. The police officer and medic scrambled beside the boy. Together, they lifted the bent guardrail just enough. Pull! The boy screamed. His trapped leg finally came free. The medic caught him before the current could. We've got him. A deep rumble rolled through the bridge. Everyone froze. Concrete cracked overhead. Walter didn't hesitate. Move! The 4 rescuers carried the injured teenager toward the riverbank. Halfway up the slope, the remaining section of bridge gave way. Thousands of pounds of concrete crashed into the flood below. A wall of muddy water exploded into the air. The shockwave knocked Ethan onto one knee. He shielded the boy with his own body as rocks and debris rained around them. Seconds later, it was over. The bridge was gone. Everyone stood silently, breathing hard. Walter looked back at the river. We were 30 seconds from dying. No one argued, because everyone knew he was right. The medic quickly examined the teenager's leg. Broken. But he'll keep it. The boy looked up at Ethan. Through chattering teeth, he managed a weak smile. You came. Ethan smiled back. So did they. He nodded toward Walter, the deputy, and the medic. The boy slowly shook his head. No. I meant... His breathing hitched. I knew somebody would. Those words lingered. Not because they were extraordinary, because Ethan had heard them before. From his father. Different words. Same belief. Someone always comes. The police officer radioed the command post. 1 survivor recovered. Bridge failure. Team 4 is rerouting north. Static answered. Then, copy. Team 4, continue search. The transmission dissolved into interference. Walter adjusted the chainsaw on his shoulder. He looked toward the river. We've lost the road. He looked at Ethan. But not the trail. Ethan glanced downstream. Rain continued falling. The river continued rising. And somewhere ahead, his father was still waiting. So Team 4 turned north, following the river. One rescue at a time. The rain eased for the first time that morning. Not enough to matter, just enough for the gray valley to come into focus. The Lahar had carved a new landscape. Roads ended in empty space. Trees lay snapped like matchsticks. Entire sections of earth had simply disappeared. Walter stopped beside what had once been a two-lane county road. A pickup truck rested upside down nearly 50 yards from where the pavement ended. "There wasn't a creek here yesterday," he muttered. "No." The deputy stared at the destruction. There wasn't. The team continued through ankle-deep mud. Every few hundred yards, another sign of the rescue effort appeared. Orange spray paint marked searched homes. Bright ribbons tied to fence posts showed safe routes. Pieces of caution tape fluttered from broken branches. Someone had been here before them. Someone who knew exactly what they were doing. The medic suddenly knelt. "What have you got?" Walter asked. Instead of answering, she pointed at the ground. Boot prints, dozens of them. Some fresh, some already filling with rainwater. The deputy crouched beside her. "Rescue crews." Walter shook his head. "No." He pointed farther ahead. "See the spacing? They were carrying people." Ethan looked closer. Deep impressions, wide strides, several sets overlapping. Walter was right. Whoever had come through here hadn't been walking. They'd been hauling survivors. About 50 yards farther on, Ethan spotted something bright against the gray mud, a strip of yellow fabric, caught beneath a fallen alder branch. He walked over and gently pulled it free. Reflective material, the same shade as the rain jacket his father wore. His heart skipped. The sleeve wasn't torn. It had been ripped cleanly on a jagged branch. Walter examined it. "Fresh." The deputy nodded. "Couldn't have been here long?" Ethan carefully folded the fabric and slipped it into his backpack. Not because it proved anything, because it was the first physical piece of evidence that his father had truly been here. Not a story, not a memory. Proof. The wind shifted. A sharp blast echoed across the valley. An air horn. Everyone froze. A second blast, then a third. Walter looked uphill. High ground? Now! No one questioned him. They sprinted toward a rocky embankment overlooking the river. Ethan reached the top just as another surge of muddy water slammed through the valley below. The river spilled over its banks like liquid concrete. Whole trees disappeared beneath the current. A storage shed broke free from somewhere upstream. It spun once, then vanished. The surge lasted less than a minute. When it finally passed, the silence felt almost unreal. Walter slowly exhaled. That's exactly why they told us not to stop. The deputy scanned the valley through binoculars, then suddenly lowered them. "I've got movement." Everyone turned, nearly 200 yards downstream. A man stood on the roof of a partially submerged farmhouse. He wasn't waving. He was pointing, not at himself, past them, toward the east, toward another stand of trees. Walter focused his binoculars. His expression changed. There are more people out there. Ethan followed the man's outstretched arm, hidden among the trees. He could just make out flashes of orange. Rescue vests, at least 3 of them. He couldn't see faces, only movement, only enough to know. Someone was still fighting to save lives. Ethan tightened the straps on his backpack. For the first time all day, he wasn't just following his father's trail. He was walking into the place where that trail was about to end. The valley grew unnaturally quiet. Even the river seemed farther away. Only the soft squish of mud beneath their boots broke the silence. Walter suddenly stopped. He raised a clenched fist. The team froze. "What is it?" the deputy whispered. Walter pointed toward the hillside. Fresh tire tracks, deep, wide, half-filled with rainwater. The National Guard medic crouched beside them. "Rescue truck." Walter nodded. "Heavy one." He looked farther ahead. It came through here, then stopped. The 4 of them followed the tracks another 100 yards. Around the next bend, the reason became painfully clear. A Pierce County search and rescue truck sat buried to its axles in hardened gray mud. Its emergency lights were dark. One rear door remained open. Inside, medical bags, ropes, and emergency blankets were scattered across the floor. The crew had left in a hurry. Walter climbed into the back of the truck. Nobody's here. The deputy checked the cab. Keys are still in it. The medic pointed toward the passenger seat. A radio. She picked it up. The battery was dead. Ethan slowly circled the truck. Something caught his eye. Pressed into the mud beside the driver's door. A line of boot prints. Not one set. Several. They all led away from the truck, toward the trees. Not a single set returned. Walter studied the tracks. They abandoned the vehicle. Why? The deputy looked toward the river, because whatever they were trying to reach was more important than the truck. No one argued. It was the only explanation that made sense. Ethan's eyes drifted farther ahead. A strip of bright orange fabric fluttered from the branch of a cedar tree. Trail tape. Fresh. Someone had marked the route, someone who expected others to follow. Walter smiled faintly. Your father? Ethan looked at him. How do you know? Walter walked over and gently touched the tape. David always marked his way out. He used to say, if I can find my way in, someone else should be able to find their way back. Ethan stared at the ribbon dancing in the wind. He could almost hear his father's voice. The deputy looked at the GPS in his hand. We're less than half a mile from the last reported radio transmission. No one spoke. Half a mile. After searching all morning. After following stories, maps, boot prints, and pieces of yellow fabric. They were finally close. Very close. Walter adjusted the chainsaw across his shoulder. The medic tightened the straps on her medical pack. The deputy chambered a fresh battery into his flashlight, even though it was still daylight. Ethan reached into his jacket pocket. His fingers wrapped around the old Ranger keys. He closed his hand around them. Not for luck, for courage. Walter looked back at the team. Stay together. The four of them stepped beyond the abandoned rescue truck, into the trees, toward the place where David Cole's final rescue had begun. The forest swallowed them almost immediately. Towering Douglas firs blocked what little daylight filtered through the low clouds. The air felt colder, heavier. Even the rain sounded different beneath the thick canopy. No one spoke. Every footstep sank into damp earth softened by the morning's relentless downpour. Walter moved at the front of the group. Years of logging had taught him how to read the woods. He paused beside a broken cedar. Fresh axe marks, one clean swing, then another. He ran a gloved hand across the exposed wood. Less than 2 hours old. The deputy looked around. They were clearing a path. Walter nodded. Not for themselves. He pointed ahead. For somebody they were carrying. The trail narrowed. Branches had been hacked away just enough for a stretcher to pass. Fresh boot prints overlapped one another in the mud. Some deep, some barely visible. Every sign told the same story. People had come through here. In a hurry. Together. The medic stopped beside a moss-covered boulder. Blood. Only a few drops, already diluted by the rain. Walter knelt beside them. Not much. The deputy looked uphill. Could have been anyone. Ethan didn't say a word. He hoped they were right. A sudden gust of wind rolled through the trees. Somewhere ahead, metal clanged against metal. Once, then silence. The four of them froze. Walter slowly raised his hand. You hear that? Everyone nodded. It came again, a hollow metallic knock, as though something loose was swaying in the wind. The sound echoed deeper within the forest. Not natural. Not the river. Something man-made, still standing. Walter pointed toward the sound. This way. The team pushed through another stretch of thick brush. The ground gradually climbed. The roar of the river faded behind them. Then, the trees opened. A small maintenance cabin stood in a clearing. Its roof had partially collapsed beneath a fallen fir. One window was shattered. The front door hung open. An emergency rescue ribbon fluttered from the doorknob. Bright orange, fresh. Walter stopped. His eyes settled on the ribbon. He slowly exhaled. They were here. The deputy moved toward the doorway, then stopped. Muddy boot prints covered the wooden porch. Dozens of them. Some entering, some leaving. One set stood out, larger than the rest. The tread pattern was deep, deliberate. Walter crouched beside the print. A faint smile crossed his face. I'd know these anywhere. Ethan looked down. What is it? Walter rested his hand against the edge of the print. Your father. Silence settled over the clearing. For the first time all day, Ethan wasn't looking at a map. He wasn't listening to another survivor. He wasn't following secondhand stories. He was standing exactly where David Cole had stood. And whatever happened next would bring him closer than he'd ever been to the truth. Walter eased the cabin door open. It groaned on rusted hinges. Pierce County Search and Rescue. His voice echoed through the dark interior. No answer. Only the steady drip of rain leaking through the damaged roof. The deputy swept his flashlight across the room. Dust mixed with fresh mud covered the wooden floor. A cast-iron stove sat cold in the corner. An overturned table blocked part of the doorway leading into the back room. Blankets, empty water bottles, discarded first aid wrappers. Someone had turned the old maintenance cabin into a temporary shelter. In a hurry. The medic knelt beside a stack of damp blankets. They treated people here. She held up an empty IV bag. It hasn't been here long. Walter pointed toward the far wall. Orange spray paint, a single arrow. Beside it, one word. Exit. The arrow pointed toward the rear door, not the front. Ethan followed the arrow. The back door stood open. Beyond it, the ground dropped steeply toward the river. Fresh footprints covered the muddy slope. Some small, some large. One trail headed down. Another came back up. Again. And again. Walter studied the tracks. He kept going back. The deputy looked at him. For who? Walter didn't answer. He didn't have to. Everyone already knew. Ethan stepped outside. The rain had almost stopped. Gray clouds drifted low over the valley. Below, the river carved through what had once been a neighborhood. Only concrete foundations remained. The houses were gone, swept away. He stood silently, trying to imagine the chaos that had unfolded here only hours earlier. He couldn't. No one could. A flash of bright yellow caught his eye, half buried beneath a pile of branches. He scrambled down the slope, carefully pulling debris aside. It wasn't another piece of the rain jacket. It was a rescue rope. One end remained tied securely around the trunk of a cedar tree. The other disappeared into the mud below. Walter climbed down beside him. He ran his hand along the rope. It's been under tension. The fibers were stretched tight. Whoever tied it had used it to pull people across. Not equipment. People. Walter looked back toward the cabin, then toward the river. His voice was barely a whisper. David built a crossing. No one spoke. They didn't need to. The evidence was beginning to tell the story on its own. Not through words, through choices. Every knot, every footprint, every broken branch, every muddy path leading back toward danger instead of away from it. Ethan wrapped his hand around the rescue rope. For a moment, it felt as though he were holding on to his father. Then Walter's radio crackled to life. Static. A broken transmission. Team 4. More static. Possible survivors. North Ridge. Child. The message dissolved. Walter looked toward the ridge above them, then at Ethan. We're not done yet. Ethan nodded once. Neither was his father, and neither was he. Walter looked toward the ridgeline. Let's move. The four of them climbed the muddy slope, grabbing roots and exposed rocks to keep from sliding backward. The ground became steeper with every step. Rainwater trickled through narrow channels cut into the hillside, carrying loose gravel toward the valley below. Halfway up, the medic stopped. Listen. Everyone froze. A voice. Faint, almost drowned out by the wind. Help. Then silence. Ethan looked uphill. There, through the trees, a small hand appeared above a pile of broken branches. Without thinking, he ran. Careful, Walter shouted. The hillside shifted beneath Ethan's boots. Mud rolled downhill around his ankles. He caught himself against a cedar just before losing his footing. The hand disappeared. Then, another cry. We're here, Ethan shouted. Don't move. The deputy and Walter caught up seconds later. Together, they began pulling branches aside. A young girl, no older than 8, looked up through tear-filled eyes. Beside her sat a woman whose leg was pinned beneath the trunk of a fallen maple. She clutched the little girl tightly. I told her someone would come, the woman whispered. Ethan knelt beside them. You were right. Walter examined the tree. It's too heavy. The deputy looked around. We'll have to cut it. Walter fired up the chainsaw. The engine growled to life. Everyone back. The saw bit into the soaked wood. One careful cut, then another. The trunk shifted. Lift! Ethan and the deputy pushed together. The medic pulled the woman free. She cried out in pain but managed to hold on to her daughter. We've got you, Ethan said. We're getting you out. The little girl wrapped both arms around her mother, then looked at Ethan. My grandpa said rescuers always come. Ethan smiled. They do their best. She studied the yellow rain jacket. Are you a firefighter? He looked down at the faded name stitched across the chest. David Cole. A lump formed in his throat. No, he answered softly. I'm just somebody's son. Walter shut off the chainsaw. For a moment, no one spoke. Even the deputy lowered his head. They all understood what Ethan meant. He wasn't here because someone ordered him to be. He was here because one man had spent a lifetime teaching him that when someone needs help, you go, no matter how hard the road, no matter how dangerous the storm. The medic finished splinting the woman's leg. We need to get them back to the staging area. Walter nodded. I'll take point. The deputy helped the woman to her feet. Ethan reached for the little girl's hand. She took it without hesitation. As they started back down the ridge, Ethan glanced once more toward the valley beyond the trees. Somewhere ahead, his father's journey was ending. His own was only beginning. The trip back down the ridge took twice as long. The woman leaned heavily on the deputy. Walter cleared fallen limbs with quick swings of the chainsaw. The little girl never let go of Ethan's hand. Every few steps. She looked up to make sure he was still there. He was. When they reached the old maintenance cabin, 2 National Guard soldiers hurried toward them with a collapsible stretcher. We've got them, one called. The medic quickly briefed them. Possible broken femur. Mild hypothermia. Child's okay. Within moments, the woman and her daughter were being carried back toward the command post. Before they disappeared into the trees, the little girl looked back. Thank you. Ethan raised a hand. Take care of your mom. She nodded. I will. Then they were gone. Silence settled over the clearing once again. Walter looked at his watch. We've lost nearly an hour. The deputy sighed. It was worth it. No one disagreed. Walter unfolded the map they had been carrying since the Tacoma Dome. Rain had blurred the ink around the edges, but one circle remained clear. A red marker surrounded an abandoned maintenance road running parallel to the river. Walter tapped it. This. The deputy leaned closer. What's there? Old flood control pump station. He looked toward the valley. If I had families to protect, that's where I'd take them. The medic nodded. Concrete walls. Higher ground. It makes sense. Ethan stared at the map, then toward the trees beyond the cabin. His father hadn't been wandering. Every decision had been leading somewhere. Every rescue, every trail marker, every piece of ribbon, every footprint. They all pointed in the same direction. Walter folded the map. I think we've been following David. He looked at Ethan. But I think David was leading us. The words settled over the group. No one challenged them, because every clue seemed to pull them toward one place, one final destination. The deputy checked the remaining daylight filtering through the clouds. We've got maybe 3 hours before darkness. Walter nodded. Then we don't waste another minute. He adjusted the chainsaw on his shoulder. The medic checked her supplies. Ethan tightened the straps on his backpack. Inside, the ranger keys rested beside his father's compass. 2 reminders. One of the man who had raised him, one of the man he refused to stop searching for. Walter took the lead once again. The narrow maintenance road disappeared into a corridor of towering evergreens. No fresh footprints, no tire tracks, only the steady sound of rushing water somewhere ahead. Ethan took one last look at the cabin. Something about it lingered in his mind. It wasn't just another stop. It was the last place where hope still felt simple. He turned away and followed Team 4 deeper into the valley, toward the old flood control pump station, and toward the place where David Cole's final act of courage was waiting to be discovered. The maintenance road grew narrower with every step. Blackberry vines spilled across cracked pavement. A bent chain-link fence marked the entrance to the old flood control station. One gate hung open. The other had been torn completely from its hinges. Walter stopped. His eyes swept across the clearing. Something happened here. No one answered. They were all thinking the same thing. The concrete pump station stood battered but upright. Floodwater stains reached nearly 6 feet up the walls. One bay door remained partially open. The other had collapsed inward beneath a fallen cottonwood. The place felt abandoned. Yet, it didn't feel empty. Ethan noticed it first. Fresh footprints, not scattered, organized, dozens of them. Adults, children, boots, barefoot prints, small sneakers. They all led toward the pump station. None led away toward the river. Walter slowly nodded. This wasn't just a shelter. It became an evacuation point. The deputy pointed toward the concrete loading ramp. Fresh rope burns scarred the steel guardrail. The same rescue rope they had found earlier had once been anchored here. Walter ran his hand across the rail. He built another crossing. The medic looked around. No. She quietly corrected him. They did. Inside the pump station, the beam from the deputy's flashlight swept across the floor. Children's coloring books, empty water bottles, blankets, a stroller, an oxygen tank lying on its side. Evidence of dozens of frightened people. Who had somehow survived? Ethan knelt near one wall. Someone had written on the concrete with a black marker. The writing had begun to run from the rain leaking through the roof. Only part of the message remained readable. Keep moving west. Help is coming. Below the words, a simple check mark. Walter stared at it. I know that mark. Ethan looked up. My dad? Walter nodded. He always signed evacuation sites that way. So the next crew would know everyone was out. Ethan slowly reached out. His fingers traced the faded checkmark. His father had stood exactly where he was kneeling. Not long ago. A sudden voice echoed from outside. Team 4. The deputy rushed to the doorway. A young firefighter jogged into the clearing, breathing hard. I've been looking everywhere for you. Walter frowned. What happened? The firefighter caught his breath. Command just received another radio log. Everyone froze. It wasn't new. He looked directly at Ethan. It was delayed. The firefighter removed a mud-stained notebook from inside his jacket. It finally downloaded from one of the damaged repeaters. Walter's expression hardened. Who's it from? The firefighter looked down at the notebook, then quietly answered, David Cole. Silence swallowed the room. No one moved. No one breathed. The firefighter looked at Ethan. It's time-stamped. He glanced back at the page. Just 11 minutes before his radio went silent. He held out the notebook. I think you should read it. Chapter 4. Ethan stared at the mud-stained notebook. Rainwater dripped from the firefighter's helmet onto its weathered cover. No one spoke. Even Walter remained silent. The only sound came from the river somewhere beyond the trees. Still moving. Still carrying pieces of the morning downstream. The firefighter carefully opened the notebook. Several pages had been ruined by water. Others stuck together. He gently separated them. There. He pointed toward a page near the middle. The last entry. Ethan stepped closer. The handwriting was unmistakable. Block letters. Neat. Deliberate. Exactly like the grocery lists his father used to leave on the refrigerator. 8:11 a.m. Evacuation complete. 32 civilians accounted for. 2 injured. 1 child separated from parents. Continuing north. Reports of additional survivors near the pump station. Bridge unstable. Will advise. The page ended there. No signature, no goodbye, no dramatic final message. Just another entry, another job, another family. Walter slowly removed his hat. He was still working. The firefighter nodded. Right until the end. Ethan kept staring at the page. His father hadn't known those would become his final written words. He thought he'd be making another entry, then another, then going home. The firefighter carefully closed the notebook. We found something else. He reached into his jacket. A folded map, edges torn, mud caked across one corner. He opened it on the hood of an abandoned generator. Several routes had been crossed out in black marker. Only one remained circled. An isolated stretch beyond the pump station, near the river. Walter's eyes narrowed. That's not an evacuation route. No. The firefighter looked toward the valley. It's where witnesses say your father was headed. The deputy studied the map. What's out there? The firefighter answered quietly. An old church. Used as an emergency shelter years ago. No one's been able to reach it since the first wave. Silence settled over the group. One location, one unfinished rescue, one final destination. Ethan slowly folded the map. His father's trail no longer stretched across the valley. It had narrowed. To one place. One road. One last chance. Walter rested a hand on Ethan's shoulder. If David went there, he looked toward the river. He had a reason. Ethan nodded. He already knew, because if even one person had been waiting, his father would have gone, no matter the cost. No one spoke for several seconds. The rain had finally stopped. For the first time that morning, the valley fell almost silent. Walter unfolded the map one last time. His finger traced the narrow maintenance road beyond the pump station. It isn't far. The deputy studied the route. Quarter mile. Maybe less. Walter nodded. If the road's still there. He folded the map and tucked it inside his jacket. Let's find out. The four of them left the pump station behind. The old maintenance road had almost disappeared beneath layers of mud and fallen branches. Nature had begun reclaiming it in only a matter of hours. Every few steps, Ethan noticed another sign that someone had passed this way before them. A freshly cut branch, a strip of orange ribbon tied around a sapling, a painted arrow on a boulder pointing west. None of it was accidental. Someone had wanted rescuers to keep moving. Walter stopped beside one of the ribbons. He smiled quietly. David. The deputy looked over. You sure? Walter nodded. I've worked enough rescues with him. He always tied his markers at shoulder height, so nobody had to waste time looking for them. Ethan reached out and touched the faded ribbon. Rainwater dripped from its frayed edge. It wasn't much, just a strip of orange plastic. Yet somehow, it felt like shaking his father's hand. The trail narrowed as it climbed into thicker timber. The roar of the river faded behind them. Birdsong had disappeared. Even the wind seemed reluctant to enter the trees. Only the sound of boots pressing into wet earth remained. Walter suddenly stopped. He slowly raised his fist. Everyone froze. Ahead, barely visible through the cedars, something reflected a flash of gray morning light. Metal. The deputy lifted his binoculars. He focused for several long seconds, then quietly lowered them. I think, he looked at Ethan. We just found the first vehicle. The four of them eased forward. No one hurried. The forest had become too quiet for that. Every broken twig beneath their boots sounded louder than it should. The smell of wet cedar filled the cool afternoon air. Somewhere in the distance, a raven called once. Then silence returned. The trees gradually thinned. A small clearing appeared ahead. Half buried in gray mud, sat a white Pierce County search and rescue pickup. Its front bumper rested against the trunk of a fallen maple. The windshield was cracked. One rear tire had completely disappeared beneath the hardened lahar debris. The driver's door stood open. Rainwater dripped steadily from its frame. Walter slowly exhaled. This is it. The deputy approached first. He swept the area with his flashlight, even though daylight still filtered through the clouds. No signs of a struggle. The medic looked inside the cab. Medical supplies are gone. So are the emergency blankets. Walter nodded. They took everything they could carry. They expected to keep walking. Ethan stepped toward the open driver's door. Mud coated the floorboards. A clipboard lay upside down beneath the pedals. Beside it, a thermos rested against the center console. Its lid had rolled onto the passenger seat. He reached inside. The coffee was still there. Cold now. Untouched. Someone had left in a hurry. Walter circled the rear of the truck. He stopped beside the cargo bed. Come here. The others gathered around. Deep grooves scarred the tailgate. Parallel. Evenly spaced. Walter ran his fingertips through them. Stretcher rails. The deputy nodded. They unloaded patients here. Walter shook his head. No. He pointed toward the forest. They unloaded survivors and carried them the rest of the way. Ethan looked beyond the truck. The muddy ground told a story. Boot prints, lots of them. Adults, children, some barefoot, some so small they could only belong to toddlers. They all moved in the same direction. Away from the truck, toward higher ground, toward the old church marked on the map. His father hadn't abandoned the vehicle. The vehicle had simply gone as far as it could. The rescue had continued on foot. The medic knelt near the driver's side door. She brushed mud away with the back of her glove. There. Ethan crouched beside her, pressed into the drying mud, was the clear imprint of a heavy work boot. Walter smiled faintly. I know that tread. Ethan looked up. You sure? Walter nodded. David bought those boots after the Nisqually earthquake. Said if he was going to spend his life walking through disasters, he wanted something that wouldn't quit before he did. Walter stood slowly. His smile faded. The boots kept their promise. His eyes drifted toward the trail, disappearing into the trees. I hope David did too. No one answered, because deep down, they were all beginning to fear the same thing. Ethan adjusted the backpack on his shoulders. His fingers brushed against the ranger keys inside. Then he looked toward the trail. The boot prints continued into the forest, one step after another. Steady, determined, leading toward the final chapter of one man's journey and the beginning of another's. Walter took the point. The deputy remained several yards behind him. Ethan stayed close, his eyes never leaving the trail of boot prints pressed into the damp earth. Every footprint seemed deliberate. There was no hesitation, no wandering. His father had known exactly where he was going. The woods began to thin once again. Sunlight, muted behind thick October clouds, filtered through the towering firs. Ahead, the ground suddenly opened into a wide stretch of churned mud. What had once been a neighborhood road no longer existed. Only scattered foundations remained. Driveways led nowhere. Mailboxes stood alone, their homes swept away hours earlier. A child's bicycle leaned against a broken fence post, its training wheels still attached. Ethan swallowed hard. Life had been ordinary here, until it wasn't. Walter slowly surveyed the destruction. This wasn't hit by the first surge. The deputy looked at him. How can you tell? Walter pointed toward the exposed tree line. See the bark? The water came through twice. The second wave finished what the first one started. The medic quietly nodded. Anyone who survived the first had almost no warning for the second. Silence settled over the group. Every minute mattered here. A flash of bright blue caught Ethan's attention, half buried beneath a layer of drying mud. Something reflected the gray light. He walked over, knelt, brushed away the mud with both hands. A child's backpack, covered in cartoon dinosaurs, still zipped closed. He stared at it for a long moment. Walter placed a hand on his shoulder. Leave it. Ethan looked up. What if... Walter gently shook his head. If someone comes back looking, they'll need to find it where it was left. Ethan nodded, carefully setting it back exactly where he had found it. Some memories deserved to stay with the people who owned them. The deputy suddenly stopped. Tracks. Everyone turned. Fresh footprints crossed the road ahead. Not rescue boots, not work boots. Small, barefoot. They led toward a cluster of cottonwood trees at the edge of the clearing. Then, they disappeared. The medic frowned. That's impossible. Walter was already moving. No. His voice was low. That means they found help. The team followed the prints to the trees. Beyond them, the ground rose sharply. Someone had carved rough steps into the muddy hillside using a shovel. Fresh rope handlines had been tied between sturdy trunks. Another path. Another escape route. Another piece of David's work? Walter smiled to himself. He wasn't just rescuing people. He was building a way out. Ethan looked back across the ruined neighborhood. The abandoned homes, the empty streets, the forgotten bicycle, the little backpack resting in the mud. For the first time, he realized his father hadn't simply been reacting to the disaster. He had been thinking 3 moves ahead, making it easier for complete strangers to survive, even after he was gone. Walter looked toward the hilltop. The church is beyond that ridge. The deputy adjusted his radio. The medic tightened the straps on her pack. Ethan reached into his jacket pocket. His fingers closed around the ranger keys. He took a deep breath, then followed the others up the muddy steps, toward the place where the trail would finally stop, and where the truth had been waiting all along. The climb was steeper than it looked. Every few steps, someone's boot slid backward in the thick mud. Walter drove the tip of his chainsaw bar into the hillside, using it like a walking stick. The deputy grabbed exposed roots whenever the ground shifted beneath him. Ethan kept his eyes on the footprints. They never wavered. His father's boot prints climbed the ridge with the same steady stride they'd carried all morning. Purposeful, confident, as though David Cole had never once questioned where he was going. The ridge leveled out. A cold breeze swept through the evergreens. For the first time in hours, the smell of wet earth gave way to smoke. Not wildfire, wood smoke. Fresh. Walter stopped immediately. "You smell that?" Everyone nodded. Somewhere nearby, someone had built a fire. The deputy slowly drew his sidearm. "Stay sharp." The four of them spread out as they moved forward. The trees began to thin. Sunlight filtered through broken clouds overhead. Beyond the last line of cedars, a small white country church stood alone on the hill. Its steeple leaned slightly to one side. Several stained glass windows had shattered. Mud covered the front steps nearly halfway to the doors. Yet, the building was still standing. Ethan stared at it. "This is the place." Walter nodded. "It has to be." Orange rescue ribbon fluttered from the church's front railing. More than one strip, at least a dozen. They danced quietly in the afternoon breeze. Not warnings, markers. David had wanted rescuers to find this place. The church parking lot was nearly empty. One sheriff's SUV, a battered church van, a small utility trailer, all abandoned, all splattered with dried gray mud. The deputy knelt beside the SUV. "The engine's cold." Walter looked toward the front doors. "They've been gone a while." Ethan slowly climbed the church steps. One hand rested against the weathered wooden railing. Mud covered the porch in dozens of overlapping footprints. Adults, children, rescuers. The story was written beneath his boots. People had come here frightened, then left together. Alive. He reached the front door. It stood slightly open. He gently pushed it wider. The old hinges creaked. The sanctuary was quiet. Rows of wooden pews stretched toward a simple cross mounted behind the altar. Emergency blankets lay folded across several benches. Empty water bottles, children's coloring pages, medical wrappers, a forgotten teddy bear resting in the front pew. The church hadn't been abandoned. It had been saved. Walter stepped inside beside him. He removed his cap, slowly turning in place. "I'll be damned." His voice barely carried through the sanctuary. "They made it." Ethan looked around. "What do you mean?" Walter pointed toward the blankets. "The count." Ethan frowned. "What count?" Walter motioned toward the pews. "Look." Each blanket had been folded into a neat square. Every medical kit had been stacked together. The trash had been gathered into one corner. Even now, someone had taken the time to leave the church organized before moving on. Walter smiled sadly. That's David. When everything was over, he always cleaned up before he left. Silence settled over the sanctuary. Ethan stood in the middle aisle, looking at a room full of strangers who had survived. Because somewhere between the mountain and this little church, his father had refused to quit. Then, a faint sound broke the silence. Not outside, not upstairs, from beneath them. A single metallic knock. Everyone froze. Walter slowly turned toward the altar. His eyes settled on a narrow wooden door tucked beside the pulpit. The basement. Another knock echoed through the church. This one louder. Someone, was still down there. Walter motioned for everyone to stay back. The deputy stepped beside the basement door. He wrapped one hand around the old brass handle. "Pierce County Sheriff's Office." His voice echoed through the church. "If anyone's down there, call out." Silence. Then, 3 quick knocks, not frantic, deliberate. Someone was answering. Walter pulled the door open. A narrow staircase disappeared into darkness. The smell of damp concrete drifted upward. The deputy switched on his flashlight. Its beam cut through the shadows. "Hello?" A weak voice answered. "Down here." "Please." Without hesitation, the 4 of them hurried downstairs. The basement was larger than Ethan expected. Storage shelves lined one wall. Boxes of canned food had been stacked neatly beside an old furnace. Church folding tables had been pushed together to create makeshift beds. Blankets covered the concrete floor. 5 people looked up as the flashlight beams reached them. An elderly man, 2 women, a teenage boy, and a little girl wrapped inside an oversized church choir robe. They all looked exhausted, but alive. The elderly man slowly stood. His hands trembled. "You came back." Walter looked around the room. "How long have you been here?" "I don't know." The man glanced toward a battery-powered clock that had stopped hours earlier. "Since the second wave." The medic immediately began checking everyone. Minor cuts, bruises, dehydration, nothing life-threatening, just exhaustion. Ethan knelt beside the little girl. She couldn't have been older than 6. She looked at the yellow rain jacket, then smiled. "I remember that coat." Ethan's heart skipped. "You do?" She nodded. "The nice man wore it. He carried my grandma." The elderly woman beside her quietly wiped away tears. "He carried me up those stairs." She pointed toward the church entrance. "I told him to leave me. He wouldn't." Walter lowered his head. Not in grief, in recognition. That sounded exactly like David. Ethan looked around the basement. "What happened after that?" The elderly man answered. "He brought us food, blankets, a radio. He said rescue crews would come." The man smiled weakly. "And then he heard something outside." Ethan leaned forward. "What?" The old man's eyes drifted toward the basement ceiling. "A whistle. Someone calling for help." Silence. He looked at us and smiled. The old man's voice cracked. He said, "Stay together. I'll be right back." The room became perfectly still. No one spoke. No one needed to. They all knew. David Cole had walked back out that church door. One more time. Walter slowly removed his cap. The deputy stared at the concrete floor. The medic quietly closed her eyes. Ethan looked toward the staircase, toward the doorway, toward the rain still falling beyond the church. His father had been here, only hours earlier, close enough to touch, close enough to hear. Yet somehow, still one rescue away, the elderly woman slowly reached into the pocket of her church coat. I almost forgot. Her trembling fingers pulled out a folded piece of paper. It's his. She held it toward Ethan. He left it with us. Ethan carefully unfolded the rain-soaked page. It was a hand-drawn map. Nothing official. Just a rough sketch made with a black marker. The church, the river, the maintenance road, several X's marking washed-out bridges, one narrow trail leading north. At the very top, 3 words had been written in his father's unmistakable block lettering. Last known survivors. No names, no numbers. Just those words. Walter stepped beside Ethan. He was tracking reports. The deputy nodded. He wasn't wandering. He had a destination. The elderly man pointed toward the map. He asked us the same question over and over. Did anyone else make it out? We told him, There was another family. The room grew quiet again. They never reached the church. Ethan looked up. Did they tell you where they were? The old man nodded. There was a maintenance footbridge. Beyond the river bend. A father, a mother, and 2 boys. They were trapped. The medic frowned. How long ago was this? The elderly man thought for a moment. Not long before he left. He never hesitated. He folded that map, smiled, and said, "Then they're still waiting." Walter closed his eyes. A slow breath escaped him. He couldn't let it go. No, the deputy quietly agreed. He never would have. The little girl tugged gently on Ethan's rain jacket. He told me something. Ethan knelt beside her. What did he say? She smiled. He said, heroes. She stopped, trying to remember. Don't wear capes. They wear muddy boots. For the first time all afternoon. Ethan laughed, a short, quiet laugh, one his father would have recognized. The little girl smiled back. He said you'd laugh. Ethan blinked. What? She nodded confidently. He said, if my son ever finds you, she pointed at the yellow rain jacket. Tell him I wasn't worried. The smile slowly disappeared from Ethan's face. He'll know where to look. The basement fell completely silent. Walter stared at the floor. The deputy removed his hat. Even the medic looked away. David hadn't been leaving goodbye messages. He'd been leaving directions. He believed someone would follow. He believed his son would. Ethan slowly folded the hand-drawn map, slipped it into the front pocket of his backpack. Beside the ranger keys, beside the compass, 3 pieces of his father, each one leading him farther down the same road. Walter finally broke the silence. The footbridge, the deputy nodded. If anyone's still alive, that's where we'll find them. Ethan looked toward the basement stairs, then toward the church doors above. The storm had taken roads, bridges, homes, entire neighborhoods, but it hadn't taken away hope. Not yet. He adjusted the straps of his backpack, looked at Team 4, and without saying a word, started toward the door. The search wasn't over. It had simply become his father's final rescue. The church doors swung open. Cold air rushed inside. The clouds had begun to break apart, allowing streaks of late afternoon sunlight to spill across the battered valley. It was the first time Ethan had seen the sun all day. The light revealed what the rain had hidden. The destruction stretched for miles. Entire hillsides had been peeled away. Roads twisted into places they no longer belonged. The Puyallup River no longer followed its banks. It carved its own path now, without permission, without mercy. Walter unfolded David's hand-drawn map once more. He compared it against the deputy's GPS. The footbridge should be just over half a mile north. The deputy frowned. If it's still standing. Walter nodded. If? He looked toward Ethan. Your father believed somebody was still alive. Ethan didn't hesitate. Then we keep moving. The team left the church behind. The trail narrowed almost immediately. The orange rescue ribbons became less frequent, not because David had stopped marking the way, because there hadn't been time. The farther they walked, the more the mountain had fought back. Towering firs lay tangled across the hillside. Fresh cracks split the earth beneath their boots. More than once, Walter changed their route after spotting unstable ground. No shortcuts, he muttered. That's how people disappear. The woods suddenly opened. Everyone stopped. The maintenance footbridge stood ahead. Or, at least, what remained of it. The wooden deck had been ripped away. Only the steel support cables still stretched across the rushing river. Broken planks dangled from twisted bolts. The current below thundered against massive boulders. Walter slowly removed his cap. So much for crossing here. The deputy scanned both riverbanks through his binoculars. Hold on. He adjusted the focus. I've got something. Ethan stepped beside him. What is it? The deputy didn't answer right away. Instead, he handed Ethan the binoculars. See for yourself. Ethan raised them to his eyes. The opposite bank came into focus. Broken trees, mud, pieces of a collapsed guardrail. Then, movement. A strip of bright yellow fabric fluttering from the branch of a cedar. His breath caught. The yellow rain jacket. Not the whole jacket, just a torn sleeve. Caught high in the branches above the river. Walter saw Ethan's expression. What is it? Ethan lowered the binoculars slowly. His voice was almost a whisper. He made it this far. Silence settled over the team. No one celebrated, no one spoke, because they all understood what that torn sleeve meant. David hadn't turned around. He'd crossed the river. Somehow. Walter looked upstream, then downstream. Searching. Finally, he pointed toward a massive cottonwood that had fallen across the narrowest section of the river. There. The trunk stretched from one bank to the other. Its bark had been stripped away by the flood. Slippery. Unstable. Barely wide enough to walk across. The deputy looked at Walter. You're not serious. Walter's eyes never left the fallen tree. It's the only crossing left. The roar of the river filled the valley. Ethan stared at the makeshift bridge. Then at the torn piece of yellow fabric dancing in the wind. He knew. Somewhere beyond that river. His father's story was waiting, and to reach it, they would have to cross. Walter stepped to the edge of the riverbank. The fallen cottonwood stretched nearly 40 feet across the churning water. Its roots still clung to the opposite bank. The center of the trunk bowed under its own weight. Water slammed against it with enough force to shake the entire tree. Walter watched it for several long seconds. Finally, he nodded once. It'll hold. The deputy wasn't convinced. It only has to fail once. Walter didn't argue. He knew. The medic removed a length of rescue rope from her pack. If we're doing this, we're doing it right. Walter smiled. Now you're talking. Together. They wrapped one end around the trunk of a massive cedar. The deputy checked every knot twice. Walter gave the line one final pull. Satisfied. He clipped a safety carabiner to his harness. I'll go first. No. Everyone turned. Ethan stepped forward. Walter frowned. This isn't about proving something. I know. Ethan looked toward the opposite bank. It's about finding my dad. Walter studied him for a moment, then slowly nodded. Stay clipped into the rope. If you fall, don't fight the current. Let us pull you back. Ethan answered with a single nod. He clipped the safety line to his harness, walked to the end of the fallen tree, and looked down. The river wasn't flowing. It was exploding. Logs smashed into boulders below. Branches spun through whirlpools before disappearing beneath the muddy water. One wrong step would be enough. Ethan took a slow breath, then another. His father had crossed here. He was sure of it. Not because he wanted to, because someone else had needed him to. He placed one boot onto the trunk. The bark was slick beneath his feet. He tested his weight. The tree shifted slightly. Behind him. Walter held the safety rope tight. You've got this. Ethan nodded. One step, then another. The roar of the river drowned out every other sound. Halfway across, the trunk narrowed. Its stripped surface glistened with water. Ethan lowered himself slightly, using one hand to steady his balance against the safety line. He didn't look down. He didn't look back. He looked only at the opposite bank. A loud crack echoed through the valley. Everyone froze. A heavy branch, loosened by the current, slammed into the side of the fallen tree. The trunk lurched beneath Ethan's boots. His right foot slipped. For one terrifying instant, his body swung sideways over the raging river. The safety rope snapped tight. Walter dug his boots into the mud. "Hold on!" The deputy grabbed the rope beside him. Together, they stopped Ethan from falling. The river surged beneath him, only inches away. Ethan tightened both hands around the rope. His heart pounded against his ribs. Slowly, he pulled himself back onto the trunk. Breathing hard, Walter's voice carried across the water. "Take your time. We're not going anywhere." Ethan stayed still for several seconds. Not because he was afraid, because rushing now would get him killed. He took one more deep breath, found his footing again, and continued across. One careful step at a time. When his boots finally touched solid ground, he unclipped from the safety line, turned, and looked back across the river. Walter grinned. "I knew your old man taught you something." Ethan smiled faintly. "He taught me to respect the river." Walter nodded. "Smart man." Behind Ethan, the trail disappeared into a stand of towering cedars. No ribbon, no footprints visible from here. Only silence. Only the forest, waiting for someone brave enough to take the next step. Ethan waited until Walter, the deputy, and the medic crossed safely behind him. Only after all four stood together again did he allow himself to look around. The opposite side of the river felt different. The air was still. Even the wind seemed reluctant to enter the forest. Towering cedars blocked the fading afternoon light, casting long shadows across the damp ground. Walter slowly scanned the woods. This side never flooded. The deputy looked around. No. It was protected. Walter nodded toward the river. The water couldn't climb this bluff. He paused. If anyone was waiting to be rescued, this is where they'd be. The team moved cautiously. The trail was barely visible now, not because it had disappeared, because fewer people had walked it. Fresh boot prints appeared only every few yards. One set, large, heavy. Walter crouched beside them. The same boots. Ethan didn't have to ask whose, he already knew. Another 20 yards. The trail curved around a cluster of moss-covered boulders. Something white rested against one of them. The medic spotted it first. A helmet. She hurried over. It wasn't a firefighter's helmet. It was a child's bicycle helmet. Pink. Scratched. The chin strap had been hastily tied around a low tree branch. Walter frowned. Why hang it there? The deputy answered quietly. So nobody would miss the trail. Everyone looked at Ethan. His father had done it again, using whatever he had to point the next rescuer in the right direction. The forest opened onto a narrow meadow. Tall grass bent gently in the cool breeze. At its center stood an abandoned ranger cabin, smaller than the church, older. Its roof had partially caved in years ago. One wall leaned noticeably to one side, yet smoke drifted lazily from a rusted chimney pipe. Walter stopped so suddenly that Ethan nearly walked into him. Fresh smoke. Not from this morning. From now. The deputy instinctively reached for his radio. Static. Nothing. The mountain still owned the airwaves. Walter motioned for everyone to spread out. The four of them approached slowly. Each step deliberate. Each breath measured. The cabin door stood closed, unlike every other building they'd searched that day. No ribbons, no markings, nothing to announce that anyone had been there. Walter climbed the sagging porch. The old boards groaned beneath his weight. He looked back once, then knocked firmly on the weathered wooden door. 3 solid knocks. Silence. Then, a voice. Weak, hoarse, barely audible. "Is it over?" No one moved. Walter looked at Ethan, then slowly answered. "No." His voice carried through the quiet woods. "But we're here." Silence. The latch clicked. The cabin door opened only a few inches. An elderly woman peered out. Her face was pale, exhausted. Behind her, Ethan could see 2 frightened boys wrapped in blankets, and a man lying on the floor with his leg splinted. The woman looked past Walter, her eyes settling on the faded yellow rain jacket Ethan was wearing. Tears immediately filled her eyes. She whispered only 4 words. "He told the truth." Ethan stepped forward. "What do you mean?" The woman smiled through her tears. "He said..." She looked directly at Ethan. "If I can't make it back..." Her voice trembled. "My son will find you." The forest fell silent. Even Walter lowered his head. Ethan couldn't speak. For the first time since leaving Tacoma, he realized his father hadn't just been rescuing people. He had been leaving behind hope. One family at a time. Walter gently pushed the cabin door the rest of the way open. The smell of smoke and damp wood filled the small room. A cast-iron stove glowed faintly in one corner. Several wet coats hung from nails driven into the log walls. The boys couldn't have been older than 10. They clung to each other beneath a pile of quilts. The injured man tried to sit up. A sharp pain stopped him almost immediately. "Easy," the medic said as she knelt beside him. "We've got you." Ethan's eyes moved around the cabin. It wasn't the supplies that caught his attention. It was how they had been arranged. Firewood stacked neatly beside the stove. Blankets folded within easy reach. Bottled water lined against the wall. Canned food separated into small piles. Someone hadn't just dropped supplies here. Someone had planned for people to survive after he left. Walter noticed it too. A faint smile crossed his weathered face. "David." The elderly woman stepped toward Ethan. She gently touched the sleeve of the yellow rain jacket. "He wouldn't leave until he knew we'd be warm." Her eyes drifted toward the stove. "He even fixed the chimney." Walter looked up. Sure enough, fresh sheet metal had been fastened around the cracked flue with heavy fencing wire. A temporary repair, just enough to keep smoke flowing upward instead of filling the cabin. Walter quietly laughed. That's exactly something David would do. The injured man looked at Ethan. "You're his son?" Ethan nodded. The man extended a trembling hand. "Tom Walker." "Ethan." Tom gripped his hand firmly despite the pain. "Your father saved my boys." He looked toward the 2 children. "The bridge washed out before we could cross. I broke my leg trying. I told him, 'Take the kids.'" Tom's eyes filled with tears. He looked me dead in the face and said, "Families leave together." Silence filled the cabin. Ethan lowered his eyes. That sounded exactly like his father. The medic finished checking Tom's splint. "It's holding." Walter walked to one of the windows, looking out toward the trees. "What happened after he got you here?" Tom stared into the fire. "He stayed maybe 20 minutes. He got the stove burning, checked on everyone, marked a map. Then he heard something." Ethan looked up. "What?" Tom slowly shook his head. "I never heard it." "He did. He walked outside, stood there listening. For a long time." Tom pointed toward the north side of the cabin. Then he looked back at us and smiled. Walter didn't move. Neither did the deputy. Neither did Ethan. Tom continued. "He said, 'There's still somebody out there.' I told him, 'Let someone else go.'" Tom's voice cracked. He just smiled and said, "If it was my family, I'd pray someone kept coming." No one spoke. The only sound inside the cabin was the soft crackling of the fire. Ethan stared into the flames. For the first time all day, he stopped searching for his father and started understanding him. Walter quietly folded David's hand-drawn map. His finger rested on one final mark, a tiny pencil circle, barely visible, north of the cabin, near the base of a rocky ridge. Walter looked at Ethan, then at the others. His voice was almost a whisper. I think this is where David went next. The cabin fell silent once more. Outside, the October wind stirred through the cedars, waiting, as though the mountain itself already knew. The final chapter of David Cole's story was only one trail away. Walter carefully folded the map. He didn't put it away. Instead, he held it in both hands for a long moment. This circle, he pointed to the faint pencil mark north of the cabin, wasn't on the original map. The deputy stepped closer. You think David added it? Walter nodded. He always carried a carpenter's pencil. He marked things as he found them. The deputy studied the map. So whatever's up there, he discovered after he left this cabin. Tom slowly pushed himself upright against the wall. His face tightened with pain. I remember now. Everyone turned toward him. When he was outside, he wasn't looking toward the river. Tom pointed toward the rocky ridgeline beyond the cabin. He kept looking up there. He said, Tom closed his eyes, trying to remember the exact words. They're too high to be caught by the water. He opened his eyes again. Unless they're trapped. Walter's jaw tightened. He figured it out. The medic looked toward the window. If people ran uphill, they would have reached the bluffs. The deputy nodded. But if the trail collapsed behind them, they'd have nowhere to go. Silence. It made perfect sense. Walter walked to the cabin door. He studied the fading daylight. We've got maybe 2 hours. The deputy checked his watch. Less? Walter looked at Ethan. If we're going, we go now. Ethan stepped outside. The rain had stopped completely, for the first time all day. Mount Rainier appeared through a break in the clouds. Its snow-covered summit glowed beneath the late afternoon sun. Peaceful, beautiful, impossible. Ethan stared at it. Only hours earlier, that same mountain had destroyed everything below it. Now, it stood silently above the devastation, as though none of it had happened. He couldn't look at it for long. Instead, he lowered his eyes toward the ridge, toward the place his father had chosen over safety. Walter joined him. Without saying a word, he handed Ethan the folded map. I think, he looked toward the ridge, this belongs to you now. Ethan accepted it carefully, not as evidence, not as another clue, but as the last route his father had ever drawn. He slipped it into the backpack beside the compass and the ranger keys, 3 pieces of David Cole. 3 reminders that courage isn't found in a single moment. It's built, one choice at a time. Walter adjusted the chainsaw across his shoulder. The deputy checked his flashlight. The medic secured her medical pack. No one had to ask what came next. The answer stood before them. A narrow game trail climbed the rocky hillside. Steep, overgrown, easy to miss. Exactly the kind of place frightened survivors would choose. Believing higher ground meant safety. Walter looked up the trail, then quietly said, Let's bring them home. The 4 of them started climbing. None of them knew exactly what waited beyond the ridge, but each step carried Ethan closer to the place where his father's greatest act of courage would finally be understood. The game trail was little more than a narrow ribbon of packed earth winding through dense underbrush. Whoever had used it before hadn't used it often. Blackberry vines clawed at their jackets. Low cedar branches brushed against their faces. Loose stones rolled beneath their boots. The climb demanded every ounce of concentration. Walter stopped beside a weathered Douglas fir. He rested one hand against its trunk. Look. At first, Ethan didn't see it. Then, he noticed a series of shallow cuts carved into the bark. 3 short marks, 1 long mark, another 3 short marks. The deputy leaned closer. SOS. Walter nodded. Knife. He ran his fingers across the cuts. Fresh. The medic looked uphill. If someone carved this, they were trying to be found. Walter's eyes followed the trail. No, he quietly corrected her. They were making sure rescuers stayed on course. He pointed farther up the ridge. There'll be another marker. There was. Nearly 100 yards later. Another tree. Another set of carved marks, then another. Each one leading higher, each one pointing in the same direction. Ethan couldn't help smiling. My dad hated getting lost. Walter chuckled. He used to say, if you're lost, slow down. The smile faded from Walter's face. He never panicked. He thought, then he moved. The ridge finally leveled off. A strong gust of wind swept across the open hillside. For the first time since crossing the river, they could see beyond the trees. The valley stretched for miles behind them. The church looked tiny now. The pump station was barely visible. Beyond it, the muddy scar left by the lahar stretched toward the horizon like an open wound. Ethan stood quietly. From up here, the destruction looked endless. The deputy suddenly raised his binoculars. What is it? Walter asked. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he slowly lowered them. I've got movement. Everyone turned toward the rocky outcrop ahead. A figure emerged from behind a cluster of boulders. Slowly, carefully. An older man. His clothes were caked with dried mud. One arm hung awkwardly at his side. The moment he saw Team 4, his knees buckled. Ethan sprinted the final few yards and caught him before he hit the ground. We've got you. The man's breathing was ragged. His lips were cracked from dehydration. He looked directly at Ethan, then at the faded yellow rain jacket. His eyes widened. I know that coat. Ethan's heartbeat quickened. My father? The old man nodded weakly. He saved us. He looked over Ethan's shoulder toward the valley below. There were 7 of us. His voice trembled. He got us this far. Walter stepped closer. Where are the others? The old man slowly lifted a shaking hand. He pointed beyond the rocky outcrop. There. Just beyond the ridge, hidden from view. Ethan followed the direction of his finger. He couldn't see anyone. Only a stand of wind-twisted pines swaying gently against the evening sky. The old man swallowed hard. They're waiting. He closed his eyes for a moment. Just like he told them to. Silence settled over the ridge. Walter looked at Ethan, then toward the trees. Without saying a word, the 4 of them started walking, because beyond those pines, the next chapter of David Cole's story was finally waiting to be found. The old man leaned heavily against Ethan. His breathing remained shallow. The medic quickly checked his pulse. He's dehydrated, but he'll make it. Walter knelt beside him. What happened up there? The old man looked toward the stand of pines, his eyes filled with emotion. We thought we were finished. Walter spoke gently. Take your time. The old man nodded. We ran. After the second wave, the trail disappeared. The hillside gave way. There was nowhere left to go. He swallowed hard. We climbed anyway. The deputy looked toward the ridge. How many people? 7. The answer came without hesitation. 2 grandparents, a young couple, 2 little boys, and me. Walter frowned. Only 7? The old man slowly shook his head. No. There were 8. Silence. No one interrupted him. The old man's voice became almost a whisper. The 8th one. Was your father. Ethan stood perfectly still. The wind swept across the ridge. The pines creaked softly overhead. He couldn't bring himself to speak. He found us just before noon. The old man continued. He climbed that ridge. Like he'd done it 100 times. He wasn't out of breath. He wasn't scared. He just smiled. The old man wiped at his eyes and asked, "Everybody still with me?" Walter smiled sadly. "Sounds like David." The old man nodded. "It does. He counted us. He checked everyone's hands, everyone's feet. He wrapped the little boys in blankets. He gave us the last of his water. He even joked with them." The old man laughed softly through the tears. He told one of them, "Your mom's gonna owe me pancakes after this." The little boy actually smiled. For the first time all day. Ethan lowered his head. That was his father, always finding a way to make people breathe, even when the world was falling apart. The old man slowly pointed beyond the pines. "Come." His voice trembled. "I want to show you." Walter exchanged a glance with the deputy. Neither spoke. They simply followed. The trail beyond the pines narrowed until it was barely visible. Fresh footprints still marked the damp soil. Not many. Just enough to show that frightened people had passed through only hours earlier. Then, the trees suddenly opened. The ground dropped away into a broad rock shelf overlooking the shattered valley below. A natural overlook. Safe. High. Far above the reach of the Lahar. Walter slowly turned in place. His eyes traced the landscape. Then he quietly said, "This is why he brought them here." The old man nodded. He said the mountain couldn't reach us anymore. Ethan stepped to the edge of the overlook. Below, the valley stretched toward Tacoma. The scars left by the lahar cut across the landscape for miles. Entire roads had vanished. Neighborhoods were gone. Yet up here, there was only silence, peace, hope. The old man stood beside Ethan. "He made us promise." Ethan looked at him. "Promise what?" The old man stared toward the valley. "That no matter what happened, we wouldn't come back down." A long silence followed. Then the old man looked directly at Ethan. His voice broke. Because he was going to. No one spoke. Even the wind seemed to fade. Ethan stared across the valley. His father had finally found safety. He'd gotten everyone to higher ground. He could have stayed. He should have stayed. Instead, he went back. Walter quietly removed his cap. His eyes never left the overlook. "I've worked with David for nearly 15 years. He swallowed hard. "I've never seen him leave anyone behind." The deputy nodded. "I don't think he knew how." The old man slowly lowered himself onto a flat boulder. His strength was fading. He waited with us for a while. He kept watching the valley. He wasn't looking at the mud. He was listening. Ethan turned toward him. "For what?" The old man closed his eyes. "Voices." He said, the old man's voice barely carried across the ridge, "People stop yelling long before they stop needing help." Walter looked away. The words hit harder than anyone expected. The old man continued. He suddenly stood up. He walked to the edge. He listened again. Then he smiled. Ethan frowned. "He smiled?" The old man nodded. He said, "I hear them." The medic slowly shook her head. There wasn't anything to hear. The old man looked at her. There was for him. He told us, "Stay here. You're safe now." The old man pointed toward a narrow ravine descending the far side of the ridge. He went that way. We begged him not to. He never even looked back. Walter stepped toward the ravine. Fresh boot prints still marked the soft earth. The same deep tread. The same steady stride. Not running. Not hesitating. Simply walking toward someone who needed him. Walter knelt beside the tracks, then noticed something else. Another set, much smaller, children's footprints, barefoot, mixed with the larger prints. He slowly looked up. Ethan joined him. Walter pointed to the ground. Your dad wasn't walking toward people. He traced the smaller prints with one finger. They were already walking toward him. Silence settled over the ridge. The deputy studied the tracks. Looks like... He paused. 3 kids. The medic nodded. And 1 adult. Walter followed the trail with his eyes. They came out of that ravine. They never made it to the overlook. Ethan felt his pulse quicken. His father hadn't left safety chasing a rumor. He'd heard exactly what the old man said. Voices. Real voices. Children. Children who had almost made it. Children who were still alive. At least, when David reached them. Walter rose slowly. The late afternoon sun slipped behind another bank of clouds. The light across the ridge dimmed. He looked toward the ravine. Then back at Team 4. His voice was calm. Steady. We're walking into your father's last rescue. No one answered. No one needed to. Ethan adjusted the straps of his backpack. His fingers instinctively closed around the ranger keys tucked safely inside. Then, without another word, Team 4 started down the ravine, following the final footprints David Cole ever left behind. The ravine dropped sharply between towering walls of exposed basalt. Loose rock shifted beneath every step. Rainwater still trickled down the cliff faces, collecting in shallow pools before disappearing into the broken earth below. Walter moved slowly, deliberately. His eyes never left the trail. Fresh boot prints, small barefoot tracks. Then, something else. He knelt. Hold up. The team stopped instantly. Walter brushed aside a thin layer of damp leaves. A child's footprint, no more than 6 inches long, pressed deeply into the mud. Beside it, a larger print, David's. The 2 prints overlapped. Walter smiled softly. He picked one of them up here. The deputy crouched beside him. How can you tell? Walter pointed to the ground. See how only one child's tracks continue? The other disappears. He looked at Ethan. Your dad was carrying one. Ethan stared silently at the ground. He could almost see it. His father, one frightened child in his arms, 3 others struggling through the mud beside him, still climbing, still refusing to stop. The trail became steeper. Broken branches littered the narrow path. Several had been hacked away with an axe or heavy knife. Not neatly, quickly, just enough to force a path through. Walter touched one of the fresh cuts. He was in a hurry. The ravine finally opened into a small basin surrounded by towering cliffs. Everyone stopped. The place felt strangely untouched, protected from the wind, protected from the river, hidden. Exactly the kind of place terrified survivors would shelter. The deputy slowly swept his flashlight across the clearing. Over there, near the base of the cliff, a crude shelter had been built beneath an overhanging slab of rock. Blue tarp, tree limbs, rescue blankets. It wasn't much, but it had kept someone alive. The medic hurried forward. The fire pit in front of the shelter was cold. She knelt beside it. The ashes were still dry beneath the surface. This wasn't days ago. She looked up. This was today. Walter entered the shelter. Inside, several empty bottles of water, 2 opened cans of peaches, a first aid kit, used bandages. Everything had been carefully arranged, nothing scattered, nothing abandoned in panic. David had organized this place too. Even here, Even while time was running out, Ethan slowly knelt near the back wall of the shelter. Something was tucked beneath one of the rescue blankets. He carefully pulled it free. A small stuffed rabbit. One ear was torn, its white fur stained with mud. He stared at it for a long moment, then looked toward Walter. Walter recognized it immediately. The little girl. The one from the church? Walter nodded. She was carrying that when David found them? The old man who had led them here stepped quietly into the shelter. His tired eyes fell on the stuffed rabbit. He smiled sadly. Her name was Lily. Ethan looked up. Lily? The old man nodded. She cried because she dropped it while they were climbing. He paused. Your father climbed back down. Just to get it. Silence filled the shelter. The deputy closed his eyes. The medic slowly lowered her head. Walter let out a long breath. That's David. The old man nodded. I told him, it's only a toy. A faint smile crossed his weathered face. He looked at me and said, not to her. Ethan gently brushed the mud from the rabbit's torn ear. His throat tightened. His father hadn't just been saving lives. He had been protecting childhood, protecting hope, protecting the little pieces of normal that disasters try to steal. Outside, a distant rumble echoed through the valley. Not thunder, not the river. Walter stepped out of the shelter. His eyes narrowed toward the ridgeline ahead. Then he quietly said, I think we just found where they waited. He pointed farther up the ravine, toward a narrow break in the cliffs. But his expression changed. That's where David left them. The clearing fell silent. For the first time all day, there were no more footprints coming back. No one spoke. Walter remained kneeling beside the last boot print. His rough hand rested lightly against the damp earth, almost as if he were saying goodbye to an old friend. The deputy slowly scanned the narrow pass beyond the shelter. Nothing. The medic looked toward the cliffs. No movement, no voices, no cries for help, no sound except the breeze slipping through the pines. Ethan stepped past the final footprint, only a few feet, then stopped. Something didn't feel right. He slowly turned back. His eyes swept across the ground, the mud, the scattered rocks, the broken branches. Then he saw it, a line, perfectly straight, running through the mud. Walter, the old logger walked over. What have you got? Ethan pointed. Look. Walter crouched. His eyes followed the narrow groove, then another, and another. 3 parallel lines, cut cleanly through the mud. Not by water, by weight. Walter's expression changed. A rescue basket. The deputy looked confused. A Stokes litter? Walter nodded. They dragged one through here. The medic followed the grooves with her eyes. They evacuated somebody. Ethan looked uphill. So they made it. Walter didn't answer. Instead, he kept studying the tracks, then quietly shook his head. No. He pointed farther ahead. See? The grooves suddenly ended. No basket, no drag marks, nothing. What does that mean? Ethan asked. Walter stood slowly. It means... He looked toward the narrowing pass. They picked it up. The deputy understood immediately. They carried it. Walter nodded. Whatever was inside became too important to drag. The silence that followed was heavy, because everyone knew what that meant. Someone had been alive. Someone injured. Someone worth risking everything for. The old man who had led them there slowly raised a trembling hand. I remember. Everyone turned toward him. There was a little boy. He couldn't walk. He hurt his back when the hillside collapsed. Walter looked at Ethan. That'll do it. The old man nodded. Your father made a stretcher. Out of 2 saplings. And an old canvas tarp. He smiled faintly. I told him it would never hold. A tear rolled down his weathered face. He just grinned and said, then we'd better not drop him. Even Walter laughed, just once. A quiet laugh, the kind that comes when remembering someone exactly as they were. Ethan looked down the narrowing pass. His father hadn't been chasing danger. He'd been carrying it. One child, one family, one impossible decision at a time. Walter adjusted the strap on his chainsaw. The deputy switched on his flashlight as the afternoon shadows grew longer. The medic shouldered her pack. Walter looked toward the pass. His voice was calm. We're close. Not hopeful, not fearful, certain. Ethan took one last look at the final footprint his father had left in the mud, then stepped beyond it. For the first time that day, he was walking where David Cole never walked back from. The narrow pass twisted between walls of jagged basalt. The afternoon light barely reached the ground. Loose stones rolled beneath their boots. Every sound echoed. Every breath seemed louder. Walter led carefully. No one gets ahead. No one falls behind. Everyone nodded. The trail narrowed until only one person could pass at a time. Fresh scrape marks scarred the rock walls. Walter stopped beside them. He ran his fingers across the stone. Stretcher. The deputy looked closer. The basket hit the wall. Walter nodded. They were squeezing through here. He looked toward Ethan. Your dad wasn't carrying one kid anymore. He had help. The scrape marks continued another 20 yards. Then suddenly, they stopped. Not because the trail ended, because the canyon widened. The four of them stepped into a broad, natural bowl carved into the mountainside. It was unlike anywhere they'd been all day. The cliffs wrapped almost completely around it. Towering evergreens shielded it from the valley below. If you didn't know it was here, you'd walk right past it. Walter slowly turned in a full circle. This is it. At the center of the clearing, a fire ring. Cold. Several emergency blankets folded into neat squares. Empty water bottles stacked together. A blue tarp stretched between two trees. The remains of another temporary shelter. Not chaos. Organization. David had been here. There was no doubt anymore. Ethan walked toward the fire ring. Something rested on one of the flat stones surrounding it. A deck of playing cards, still wrapped with a faded rubber band. He picked it up. The edges were damp, mud-stained. Walter smiled. He always carried cards. Ethan looked at him. What? Walter laughed quietly. Said scared kids think less about disasters. If they're trying to beat you at Go Fish, for just a second, everyone smiled. Even the deputy. The moment passed. The medic walked slowly around the shelter, then stopped. Walter. He joined her. What? She pointed toward the base of a cedar. A long strip of blue canvas, folded carefully. Walter knelt beside it. His face changed immediately. This is it. The stretcher? Walter nodded. He unfolded the canvas. 2 young saplings had been lashed to its sides with climbing rope. Handmade, simple, strong. Exactly the kind of thing David would have built with whatever he had. Walter gently ran his hand across one of the knots. They carried that little boy in this. The deputy looked around the clearing. So why leave it? Walter didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked toward a narrow trail disappearing over the far side of the ridge, then quietly said, because after this, they weren't carrying him anymore. Silence settled over the clearing. Ethan followed Walter's gaze. The trail beyond was different. No scattered footprints, no signs of confusion. One line of boot prints. Adults, children, walking together. The little boy had made it. His father had gotten him that far. The wind stirred through the pines. One of the emergency blankets shifted slightly. Beneath it, a folded sheet of notebook paper fluttered into view. Ethan froze. Walter noticed it too. Neither man moved. The paper rested there, protected beneath a small stone, deliberately left behind. Walter looked at Ethan. "I think..." His voice was barely above a whisper. "Your dad wanted somebody to find that." Ethan slowly walked toward it. His heart hammered against his ribs. He knelt, carefully lifted the stone, and picked up the folded page. On the outside, written in David Cole's unmistakable block letters, were only 4 words. "For whoever finds this." Ethan stared at the page. His fingers trembled. He didn't open it. Not yet. The entire clearing seemed to hold its breath. Walter quietly stepped beside him. "So?" He looked at Ethan. "You ready?" The question wasn't about the letter. It wasn't even about David. It was about whether Ethan was ready to learn what his father had done after everyone else was finally safe. Chapter 5. Ethan stared at the folded paper resting in his hands. The words written across the front seemed heavier than the page itself. "For whoever finds this," no signature, no date, no explanation, just 4 simple words. Walter quietly stepped beside him. "You should open it." Ethan slowly nodded. His fingers carefully unfolded the damp paper. The edges had begun to curl from the moisture. The handwriting inside was unmistakable. Straight, neat, deliberate, his father's. There were no final goodbyes, no farewell, no last confession, only instructions. 4 survivors evacuated to the church. 5 more moved to the ridge overlook. Family of 4 believed trapped north of the ravine. Youngest child injured. Bridge gone. Road impassable. Taking supplies. Will return before dark. The page ended there. Nothing else. No "I love you," no "tell my family," no dramatic final words. Walter slowly smiled. "That's David." The deputy looked over. "He thought somebody else would find this." Walter nodded. He wasn't writing to say goodbye. He was making sure the next team knew where to go. Ethan gently folded the page. His father hadn't believed he was writing his final note. He believed he'd be back. The medic looked toward the northern trail. "The family of 4. Walter nodded. "They're the reason he left." The deputy checked the fading daylight. "If they're still up there, they won't survive another night." No one said what everyone else was thinking. David had gone looking for them. But he had never come back. Walter unfolded the hand-drawn map beside David's note. The 2 matched perfectly. The pencil circle, the narrow ravine, the rocky shelf. Every decision David had made now fit together. He hadn't wandered. He'd followed one rescue after another, until there was only one left. The wind carried a sudden chill across the ridge. Walter looked west. The sun's dropping. Long shadows stretched across the clearing. Night was coming, faster than any of them wanted. The deputy clicked on his flashlight. The white beam cut through the darkening trees. "We've got maybe 90 minutes," Walter nodded. "Then we don't waste one." He looked directly at Ethan. "Your dad believed that family was alive." Ethan slipped the note carefully into the same pocket as the compass. And the ranger keys. 3 reminders. 3 promises. 3 reasons not to quit. He zipped the pocket closed, looked toward the northern trail, then quietly said, "Let's finish what he started." No one answered. They didn't need to. Walter adjusted the chainsaw across his shoulder. The medic tightened the straps on her pack. The deputy checked the batteries in his flashlight one last time. Then, together, they disappeared into the trees, following the final mission David Cole ever chose. The forest changed almost immediately. The game trail disappeared beneath a blanket of fallen needles. Walter stopped every few yards, searching for broken branches or disturbed earth. There were no ribbons anymore, no painted arrows, no carved trees. David had run out of time. The only trail that remained was the one beneath their boots. Fresh impressions. One large, several smaller, all leading north, never slowing, never turning back. The deputy checked his GPS. It should be right here. Walter looked around. What should? The ravine. Walter frowned. We're standing in it. The deputy looked down. The narrow gully had filled with fresh mud, hiding what had once been a creek bed. Nature had erased the landscape in a matter of hours. Maps no longer mattered. Only instinct. Walter crouched beside a cluster of broken salal bushes. They came through here. He pointed to several snapped branches. Kids. The medic looked puzzled. How can you tell? Walter smiled faintly. Adults step over brush. He pointed lower. Kids walk through it. The broken stems formed a narrow tunnel no taller than Ethan's waist. Someone small had definitely passed this way. Ethan stepped closer, wedged between two branches. Something fluttered in the breeze, a strip of blue fabric. He carefully pulled it free. It wasn't clothing. It was part of a child's raincoat. The edge had been torn cleanly. Walter looked at it. They're close. The trail climbed once more. The forest became quieter. Not because there was no life, because everything seemed to be listening. Even the birds had gone still. The late afternoon sun slipped lower behind the mountains. Long shadows stretched across the hillside. Walter checked his watch. We've got maybe an hour before we lose the light. The deputy clicked on his flashlight. We'll keep going. Walter nodded. There isn't another choice. A sudden gust swept through the trees. The wind carried something with it. Not a voice, not an animal, a sound. Faint, metal striking wood. Once, then again. Ethan stopped walking. You hear that? Everyone listened. The sound came again. A slow, rhythmic tap, tap, tap. Walter looked uphill. Somebody's making noise on purpose. The deputy's eyes widened. So rescuers can find them. Walter didn't wait. Move. The four of them broke into a controlled run up the narrowing trail. Branches slapped against their jackets. Loose stones tumbled beneath their boots. The tapping grew louder, closer. Hope surged through Ethan's chest. Someone was still alive. They rounded a sharp bend in the trail. The tapping stopped. Silence. Walter raised his fist. Everyone froze. Just ahead, half hidden beneath a fallen cedar. A small hand emerged from the branches. Motionless, covered in mud. Ethan's heart lurched. Without waiting for an order, he sprinted forward. Hang on! He dropped to his knees beside the tangled mass of branches. The hand belonged to a little boy, no older than 8. His face was streaked with dirt. His lips were pale from the cold, but his eyes slowly opened. He looked up at Ethan, then at the faded yellow rain jacket. His expression softened, in a voice barely louder than a whisper. He asked, "Did he send you?" Ethan felt his throat tighten. He gently took the boy's hand. No. His voice was steady despite the emotion pressing against his chest. He showed me how to find you. The little boy closed his eyes again. Not in fear, in relief. For the first time since the mountain let go, he knew. Someone had come back. The little boy's fingers wrapped weakly around Ethan's hand. He didn't let go, not even for a second. The medic immediately knelt beside him. He's hypothermic. She gently pulled back the soaked blanket covering his shoulders. Pulse is weak, but steady. Walter was already studying the fallen cedar. The trunk stretched nearly 20 feet across the narrow trail. Its massive root ball had ripped free from the hillside during the landslide. Branches the size of fence posts pinned the lower half of the boy's body. Walter looked at the deputy. "We're not lifting that." The deputy nodded. "No. We cut him out. Walter pulled the starter cord. The chainsaw barked to life. Its growl echoed through the canyon. Carefully, methodically. He began removing the smaller limbs first, not rushing, every cut deliberate, every movement measured. The medic never took her eyes off the boy. "Ethan," she looked up. "Keep talking to him." Ethan nodded. He stayed beside the boy. "My name's Ethan." The little boy blinked slowly. "Ben?" "That's a good name." Ben managed the faintest smile. "My dad says, I'm hard to lose." Ethan smiled. "I believe him." Walter shut the saw off. One section of the cedar rolled free. Light finally reached beneath the tangled branches. The deputy crawled into the opening. "I've got another one." Everyone froze. "What?" The deputy aimed his flashlight deeper beneath the trunk. "There are 2 of them." Ethan slid beside him. A second child, younger, maybe 5, curled tightly against what remained of a sleeping bag. Her breathing was shallow, but regular. The medic squeezed through beside Ethan. "She's alive." A wave of relief swept through the group. Walter looked around the clearing. "David found them?" The old man had been right. A father, a mother, 2 boys. The note had said 4, but here, there was only Ben and the little girl. Walter frowned. "Where are the parents?" Silence. Ben slowly opened his eyes again. "They went," he coughed, "to help." Ethan leaned closer. "Who?" Ben swallowed. "The firefighter." Every muscle in Ethan's body tightened. "My dad?" Ben nodded weakly. "He said..." There was another little girl. The clearing became perfectly still. Walter slowly lowered the chainsaw. The deputy stared into the trees. The medic stopped what she was doing. Ben continued. "They told us to stay here. They said they'd both come back." The words hung in the cold evening air. "Both." Walter looked at Ethan. There was another rescuer. David hadn't gone alone. Somewhere beyond the ridge. 2 people had walked away from this place, trying to save one more child. Walter looked toward the fading light filtering through the trees. His expression hardened. "We're almost out of daylight." The deputy nodded. "We call this in?" Walter reached for his radio. Static. Nothing. He looked at Ethan, then back toward the trail disappearing into the forest. "No." His voice was calm. "We finish what they started." Ethan gently squeezed Ben's hand. "I promise you something." Ben looked up. "What?" Ethan glanced toward the trail his father had taken, then back at the frightened little boy. "We're bringing everybody home." Ben closed his eyes. Walter pulled the emergency blanket higher around Ben's shoulders. The medic checked the little girl's pulse once more. "She's stable. But we can't leave them here." Walter nodded. "We won't." He looked toward Ethan. "Help me for a second." Walter walked a few yards beyond the fallen cedar. He crouched beside the trail. The deputy joined him. "What have you got?" Walter didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pointed. Boot prints, 2 adult sets, one unmistakably David's, the other slightly smaller. Firefighter tread. Pierce County issue. The deputy slowly followed them with his flashlight. They left together. Walter nodded. They were carrying equipment. Several feet farther ahead, the ground told a different story. Walter stopped again. His weathered face tightened. "What is it?" Ethan asked. Walter pointed toward the mud. "They dropped the stretcher here." The deputy frowned. "How do you know?" Walter knelt. 4 deep impressions, perfectly square, 1 at each corner. The legs. He looked farther ahead. They set it down. But only for a moment. The boot prints continued. Only now. They were deeper, much deeper. Walter slowly stood. They picked up weight. The deputy looked confused. They were already carrying gear. Walter shook his head. No. They picked up a person. Silence settled over the ravine. Ethan stared at the trail disappearing into the trees. His father hadn't gone looking for someone. He'd found them. Walter followed the prints another 20 yards. Then suddenly stopped. He bent down, brushed away a layer of damp pine needles. There, pressed into the mud, was something no one expected. A tiny pink sneaker, no larger than Ethan's hand, its Velcro strap still fastened. The medic quietly picked it up. Mud clung to the sole. She turned it over. The name Ava had been written inside in faded black marker. She swallowed hard. A little girl. Walter nodded slowly. The one Ben talked about. Ethan looked toward the darkening forest. His chest tightened. His father had heard children calling, found them, then carried at least one farther up the mountain. The trail wasn't becoming harder to read. It was becoming more personal. The deputy suddenly lifted his flashlight. Hold on. Everyone froze. A fresh scrape marked the trunk of a cedar. Not from an axe, not from a saw. Paint. Bright orange. Walter stepped closer. His eyes widened. It wasn't trail ribbon. It wasn't spray paint. It was the reflective strip torn from a firefighter's jacket. Tied tightly around the tree with heavy twine. A marker. Deliberate. Impossible to miss. Walter gently touched it. His voice was barely a whisper. David knew. Ethan looked at him. Knew what? Walter's eyes never left the strip. He knew it would be getting dark. So he left us a trail we could follow, even with flashlights. The forest fell silent. Once again. David wasn't thinking about himself. He was thinking about the people who would come after him. Even now. Hours later. He was still leading the rescue. Walter looked toward the narrowing trail ahead. His voice was steady. Keep your lights low. We're close enough now. That every clue matters. The four of them gathered the children, secured them as comfortably as possible for transport, and marked their location for the first rescue team that could reach them. Then, with daylight fading into the blue-gray of evening, Team 4 turned back toward the trail David had left behind, following the final path, one marker at a time. Darkness settled quickly beneath the cedars. The last traces of daylight faded into a dull gray glow beyond the treetops. Walter switched on his headlamp, one by one. The others did the same. Thin beams of white light cut through the growing darkness. The reflective strip tied around the cedar flashed brightly, even from 30 yards away. Walter smiled. See? Ethan nodded. He knew we'd be searching after dark. Walter looked down the trail. No. He planned for it. They walked another 100 yards before the trail narrowed again. The hillside dropped sharply to their left. A wall of rock rose on their right. There was barely enough room for one person to pass. Walter suddenly stopped. His light swept across the stone. Fresh scratches, long, deep, running shoulder-high along the cliff. The deputy stepped beside him. Another stretcher. Walter nodded. They were hugging the rock wall, so they wouldn't lose anyone over the edge. Ethan slowly followed the scrape marks with his flashlight. Every few feet. The basket had struck the stone again. Then again. Then again. Not because they were careless, because they were exhausted. Yet they never let go. The medic knelt beside a narrow patch of mud protected beneath the overhanging cliff. The rain hadn't reached it. The footprints were almost perfect. She looked up. Walter? He joined her. What is it? She pointed. 2 sets of adult footprints, one child's. Then a fourth, much smaller. bare feet. Walter studied them. The little girl. Ethan's chest tightened. So she was walking. Walter nodded. For a while, he pointed farther ahead. Then, the barefoot prints disappeared. Only David's heavy boot prints continued. Walter looked at Ethan. He carried her too. No one spoke. No one needed to. The mountain had been asking David impossible questions all day, and every time, he'd answered the same way. I'll carry them. The trail bent around a massive boulder. Walter's headlamp caught something reflective. He walked closer. Stopped. Slowly reached down. A battered aluminum water bottle rested against the rock. Its cap was missing. Half empty. Scratched from sliding over stone. Ethan immediately recognized it. His breath caught. My dad's. Walter turned it over. The bottom was dented. A strip of faded black tape still wrapped around one side. David's initials. DC. Written in silver marker. Walter handed it to Ethan without a word. Ethan brushed the dirt from the bottle. He remembered seeing it on the kitchen counter almost every morning. His father filled it before every shift, before every volunteer search, before every fishing trip. It wasn't just another piece of equipment. It was part of him. Ethan quietly clipped the bottle to the side of his backpack, beside the ranger keys inside, beside the compass. Now another piece of his father traveled with him, not as a keepsake, as a promise. Walter swept his light farther down the trail. The beam disappeared into darkness. Then, it reflected off something bright. Not ribbon, not metal. Glass. A flashlight. Standing upright on a flat rock, still switched on. Its beam had dimmed to a faint glow, the battery nearly exhausted. Walter walked toward it slowly. He picked it up, turned it over. The back carried a piece of masking tape, written in neat block letters. An arrow. Pointing farther up the mountain. Walter looked at Ethan. A faint smile crossed his face. Your father... He looked back at the fading beam. Never stopped leading the rescue. For a long moment, no one moved. The only sound was the distant rush of water far below. Ethan looked into the darkness ahead, somewhere beyond the reach of that fading flashlight. The final answers waited. He tightened the straps on his backpack, adjusted the yellow rain jacket around his shoulders, then quietly said, "Let's go bring him home." And Team 4 disappeared once more into the darkness, following the light David Cole had left behind. The beam from Walter's headlamp swept slowly across the trail. The forest had become almost completely silent. Even the river sounded distant now. The only noises were boots against damp earth, and the steady breathing of 4 exhausted rescuers who refused to quit. The trail climbed one final ridge, steeper than anything they'd crossed all day. Loose shale slid beneath their feet. Several times Ethan reached back to steady the medic as the hillside shifted. Walter glanced over his shoulder. David would have done the same. He didn't say it. He didn't have to. At the top, the forest opened. A broad granite shelf stretched along the mountainside. The moon, hidden behind fast-moving clouds, cast just enough light to outline the landscape. Walter raised a hand. Everyone stopped. "What is it?" the deputy whispered. Walter pointed toward the stone. There. The granite was covered with footprints, hundreds of them. Adults, children, boots, bare feet, some overlapping, some barely visible beneath dried mud. Ethan slowly turned in a circle. "They were all here." Walter nodded. "They waited here." The deputy swept his flashlight farther across the rock. More footprints. Then, a line. Perfectly straight. Cut through the mud. Walter walked toward it. His face tightened. The stretcher. The groove ran nearly 40 feet across the granite before disappearing near the edge of the shelf. Walter knelt beside it. They stopped here. Ethan followed the groove. It ended beside a flat slab overlooking the valley. He knelt. Something had been scratched into the stone, not carved deeply, just enough to be seen. He brushed away the dirt. 4 simple words appeared beneath his hand. Wait here. Stay together. Walter slowly removed his cap. David. The letters weren't for rescuers. They weren't for Ethan. They were for frightened people. People who needed someone to believe, someone to lead, someone to tell them everything would be okay. Even if he wasn't sure it would. The medic looked toward the edge of the shelf. There's another trail. It was barely visible. A narrow path descending into a steep draw hidden by towering pines. Walter's eyes followed it. Fresh boot prints. Only 2 sets. David's and the other firefighters. No children's footprints, no parents, just 2 rescuers. Walking away, Walter quietly spoke. They got everyone out. The deputy nodded. They left together. Ethan looked down the descending trail. His heartbeat echoed in his ears. This was it. The point where his father stopped being responsible for survivors and became responsible for one final rescue. Walter rested a hand on Ethan's shoulder. His voice was calm. From here on, every step we take is one your father took knowing he might not come back. The words hung in the cool mountain air. Ethan didn't answer immediately. He looked back across the granite shelf, at the hundreds of footprints, the words scratched into the stone, the path his father had created for strangers to live. Then he looked forward, toward the narrow trail disappearing into darkness. He took one slow breath, adjusted the backpack carrying the ranger keys, the compass, the folded map, David's notebook, and the water bottle. Not because he needed reminders, because he was carrying his father's unfinished work. Without another word, he stepped onto the final trail. The rest of Team 4 followed. Behind them, the granite shelf stood empty once again, its message still waiting for the next frightened family that might one day need to hear it. Wait here. Stay together. Ahead, the mountain still had one final truth to reveal. The trail descended into a narrow draw where the trees grew thick enough to block what little moonlight reached the forest floor. Walter switched off his headlamp. Everyone looked at him. Listen. The 4 stood perfectly still. The woods answered with silence. Then, a soft creaking sound drifted through the darkness. Not branches, not the wind. Wood. Moving slowly, Walter turned toward the sound. It's close. The team advanced cautiously. Every flashlight remained pointed low, illuminating roots and loose rock instead of the darkness ahead. The creaking came again. Long, drawn out, then stopped. Walter eased around a cluster of cedars. The beam from his light swept across the opening beyond. He froze. A narrow suspension footbridge stretched across a deep gorge, or what remained of it. One side had completely collapsed. Steel cables hung twisted over the rushing creek below. Broken planks dangled from rusted bolts. The remaining section swayed gently in the evening breeze. The sound echoed through the canyon. The same sound they had been following. Walter slowly walked toward the bridge. No. His voice was barely audible. They never crossed. The deputy joined him. What makes you say that? Walter pointed his flashlight downward. Fresh boot prints. They stopped less than 10 feet from the broken span. No prints on the opposite side. No sign anyone had made it across. Ethan stepped closer. The beam from his flashlight swept across the gorge. Something bright reflected back. Orange. He focused the light. Far below, caught between 2 massive boulders, hung a length of rescue rope, still tied to a steel cable. Walter's jaw tightened. He tried. The medic looked at the remaining cable. You think they rigged a crossing? Walter nodded slowly. They were going to. He followed the rope with his eyes. The current took it before they finished. The deputy crouched beside the final boot prints. They didn't turn around. Walter shook his head. No. He pointed along the cliff. They found another way. Ethan followed the direction of Walter's light, barely visible against the rock wall. A narrow ledge wrapped around the side of the gorge, no wider than 2 feet in places. Fresh scrape marks scarred the stone where boots had slipped against the cliff. Walter exhaled slowly. My God. The deputy stared. They took the ledge. Silence settled over the canyon. The roaring creek far below seemed louder now, more dangerous, more unforgiving. Ethan imagined his father standing exactly where he was now, looking at the collapsed bridge, knowing there was no safe way across, then looking toward the ledge, and making the decision anyway, not because he was fearless, because somewhere beyond that cliff, someone was still waiting. Walter rested one hand against the cold steel cable. He looked at Ethan. I've known your father a long time. He never confused courage with recklessness. Walter pointed toward the ledge. If he chose that route, it's because he believed there wasn't another one. Ethan looked into the darkness beyond the cliff. The fear was there. It would have been for anyone. But alongside it, he felt something else. Understanding. For the first time. He wasn't asking why his father had gone on. He already knew. Because if Ethan had been the one trapped beyond that broken bridge, David Cole would have crossed the mountain itself to reach him. And Ethan realized he would have done exactly the same, without another word. Walter clipped a safety line to the first anchor. The deputy checked every carabiner. The medic tightened the straps on her pack. Ethan looked once toward the rushing creek below, then stepped onto the narrow ledge, following the last path his father had ever chosen. The granite wall pressed cold against Ethan's left shoulder. To his right, the gorge disappeared into darkness. Far below, white water slammed against jagged boulders with enough force to shake the canyon. The ledge was barely 2 feet wide. In some places, less. Walter clipped a second safety rope through the anchors they'd set at the bridge. One at a time. No exceptions. Everyone agreed. No one argued. Ethan moved first. His boots searched carefully for solid footing before each step. Loose gravel rolled over the edge, disappearing into the darkness below. He never heard it hit the bottom. The sound of the creek swallowed everything. Behind him, Walter watched every movement. Easy. Don't rush. Ethan nodded without looking back. His eyes stayed fixed on the rock in front of him, one hand against the cliff, one hand gripping the safety rope, one step, then another. About halfway across. The ledge narrowed again. A section of the cliff had sheared away, leaving only a sloping shelf no wider than a boot. Walter's voice echoed behind him. That's where David slipped. Ethan froze. What? Walter pointed his flashlight toward the stone. Fresh scrape marks, deep grooves cut into the granite, not made by falling rocks. Made by heavy boots desperately searching for traction. The marks continued another 6 feet before disappearing. Walter swallowed. He caught himself. Ethan slowly reached out. His fingers brushed the rough stone. The grooves were still sharp. His father had been here, right here, fighting for his balance, fighting to keep moving. He looked ahead. The ledge widened again. Only another 20 feet. He continued. Steady, measured. Exactly as David would have. When Ethan stepped onto solid ground, he immediately turned. Walter crossed next. Then the deputy. Finally, the medic. Only when the last carabiner unclipped did Walter allow himself to exhale. "Nobody tells my knees I'm getting too old for this." The deputy laughed quietly. "So noted." Even Ethan managed a tired smile. For a brief moment, the weight of the day lifted. It didn't last. Walter's flashlight swept across the ground. He stopped. The smile vanished. There, the others gathered around, pressed into a patch of soft earth, were two distinct trails. One set of boot prints led away from the ledge. The other returned. Ethan stared at them. Walter slowly followed the returning prints back toward the cliff, then looked at Ethan. "Your father came this far." He pointed toward the second trail leading deeper into the forest. Then he turned around. The deputy frowned. "Why?" Walter didn't answer. He simply walked a few yards farther, then stopped again. A fresh slide scar cut across the trail. Small rocks still rested where they'd fallen. Walter crouched, examining the disturbed ground. Finally, he spoke. Not because he wanted to. He looked toward the darkness beyond the slide. He heard somebody else. Silence. The mountain hadn't defeated David. It had given him one more impossible choice. And just as he had done all day, he chose the voice that still needed help. Ethan looked into the darkness where the second trail disappeared. For the first time, he wasn't trying to catch up to his father. He was trying to understand the burden his father had carried. Walter rested a hand on Ethan's shoulder. "We're close. Not hopeful, not fearful, just certain. And together." They followed the final set of footprints into the darkness where David Cole's last decision was waiting to be understood. The trail beyond the slide was barely recognizable. Fresh earth covered what had once been a narrow footpath. Entire sections of hillside had collapsed into the ravine below. Walter moved slowly. Every few steps he tested the ground with the handle of the chainsaw before trusting his weight. "Stay in my footprints," he said quietly. "If this lets go..." He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. The farther they climbed, the more the forest changed. Trees leaned at impossible angles. Roots jutted from the ground like broken bones. Several trunks had snapped halfway up, their splintered tops hanging precariously above the trail. The mountain still wasn't finished moving. It simply wasn't moving as fast anymore. Walter suddenly stopped. His flashlight settled on something lying against a moss-covered stump. A bright yellow rescue helmet. Everyone recognized it instantly, not because of the color, because of the black marker written across the back. Engine 62. The deputy picked it up. The chin strap had been torn away. No blood, no cracks. Walter slowly exhaled. He took it off. The medic looked puzzled. Why would he do that? Walter turned the helmet over in his hands. To hear better. He handed it back to the deputy. When David searched, he trusted his ears as much as his eyes. Ethan looked into the darkness ahead. His father had reached this point. Stopped. Removed his helmet. And listened. Listening. For voices everyone else might have missed. The trail curved around a massive outcrop of granite. Beyond it, the forest opened into another clearing. This one was different. The earth had been ripped apart. Fresh slide debris covered nearly everything. Boulders the size of pickup trucks rested where towering cedars had stood only hours before. Walter swept his flashlight across the devastation, then quietly whispered, "My God." At the center of the clearing, the remains of a small cabin sat crushed beneath tons of rock and timber. Only one corner of the roof remained visible. Everything else had been buried. The medic slowly approached. This wasn't on the map. Walter nodded. It wasn't supposed to be. Ethan noticed something near what remained of the front porch. A child's red rain boot, standing upright. half buried in mud. Only one. He stared at it. Walter followed his gaze. "Leave it." Ethan nodded. He understood. Some things weren't evidence. They were memories. The deputy climbed onto a slab of broken concrete. He slowly turned in a full circle with his flashlight. Then, he froze. "Walter," his voice was barely above a whisper. "You need to see this." Walter climbed beside him. Ethan followed. The medic remained below, scanning the debris field. The deputy pointed toward the far side of the slide. At first, Ethan couldn't see anything. Then the flashlight beam settled, across the face of an enormous granite boulder. Someone had tied 3 strips of orange rescue ribbon into the shape of an arrow, pointing uphill, not downhill, not toward safety, toward the ridge above the slide. Walter's jaw tightened. He changed direction. The deputy looked at him. Why would he climb higher? Walter didn't answer immediately. Instead, he swept his light across the buried cabin, then toward the arrow. Finally, he looked at Ethan. If that cabin collapsed while he was searching, he paused. The voices would have echoed uphill. Silence. It made perfect sense. David hadn't abandoned the cabin. He'd followed the sound, just as he had all day. One voice, then another, until there was only one left. Walter looked toward the steep ridge disappearing into darkness. Night had fully settled over the mountain now. Only their flashlights cut through the black. He tightened the strap on his helmet. His voice was calm, steady, almost reverent. We're not following clues anymore. He looked directly at Ethan. We're retracing your father's last decisions. No one spoke, because everyone understood the weight of those words. Ethan adjusted the backpack on his shoulders. The ranger keys shifted softly inside. The compass rested against David's folded map. His father's notebook remained tucked safely beside them. Everything David had left behind was now being carried by his son. Ethan looked toward the ribbon pointing into the darkness, then quietly said, "Let's finish his walk." Without hesitation, Team 4 turned uphill, following the final trail David Cole had marked. One last time, the climb was relentless. The ridge rose sharply through a maze of broken rock and fallen timber. No trail remained. Only the orange ribbons tied by David hours earlier. One ribbon, then another, then another. Each one just visible within the reach of their flashlights. Walter smiled faintly. He wasn't marking the trail for himself. The deputy nodded. He was marking it for whoever came after. Walter looked at Ethan. He expected somebody to keep searching. The mountain grew strangely still. No wind, no birds, no sound except boots scraping against loose stone. It felt as though the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting. Walter stopped so suddenly everyone behind him nearly collided. His flashlight remained fixed on the ground. Fresh boot prints. David's. The clearest they had seen all day. Deep, evenly spaced. Then, only 6 feet farther. They changed. The stride shortened. The heels dug deeper into the earth. Walter slowly knelt. He was carrying somebody. The medic looked closer. "How can you tell?" Walter pointed. The weight shifted. He wasn't walking for speed anymore. He was walking to keep someone alive. Ethan swallowed. His father had made this climb, with a child in his arms, after everything he'd already done that day. The thought alone was exhausting. The trail crested the ridge. Beyond it, a small clearing opened beneath towering fir trees. Moonlight spilled through the branches in pale silver beams. At the center of the clearing, a weathered Forest Service lookout platform stood on heavy timber posts. No walls, just a roof, a raised wooden deck, old enough to have been forgotten. strong enough to survive. Walter's voice dropped almost to a whisper. This would have been the safest place for miles. The four of them crossed the clearing. The platform stood empty. Blankets lay folded across one corner. A first aid kit rested neatly beside several empty bottles of water. A lantern. Burned out. The floor had been swept clean with evergreen boughs. David had prepared this place. Not for himself, for the people he had brought here. Ethan climbed the short wooden steps. He slowly turned in a circle. The platform overlooked the entire valley. Even in darkness, the scars left by the lahar stretched toward the horizon. He imagined frightened families standing here, cold, wet, terrified. His father telling them they were finally safe. He could almost hear it. The medic knelt near one of the support posts. "Walter?" She brushed away a thin layer of pine needles. Children's footprints, several of them, walking in circles, playing. Walter smiled. They felt safe enough to be kids again. No one said a word. That simple realization carried more weight than any speech ever could. Then, the deputy's flashlight stopped. Against the far railing, a rescue blanket had been wrapped carefully around something. Not hidden. Protected. The deputy looked toward Ethan. "I think you should see this." Ethan walked slowly across the platform. His heartbeat echoed in his ears. He carefully unfolded the blanket. Inside lay a small spiral notebook, different from the field notebook they'd already found. This one was dry, protected from the weather. On the front cover, written in thick black marker, were 6 simple words. Survivors accounted for. Final count. Walter stared at it. His voice was barely audible. He finished the list. Ethan looked at the notebook, but didn't open it. Not yet. Instead, he looked out across the valley one more time. His father had stood exactly here, knowing there was still one more rescue waiting below, knowing the mountain was running out of time, knowing he was going anyway. Ethan quietly picked up the notebook, held it against his chest, then looked toward Walter. "Let's finish this." Walter nodded once. No speeches, no hesitation. Team 4 turned away from the lookout platform, toward one final trail descending into darkness. Toward the place where David Cole's story would finally meet its ending. The trail dropped steeply through a stand of ancient cedars. Their massive trunks rose like pillars into the darkness above. The air grew noticeably colder, the kind of cold that settled into your bones. Walter glanced toward the sky through the branches. "We've got maybe another hour before the temperature really drops." The medic nodded. "If anybody's still out here, they don't have much time." Ethan adjusted the straps of his backpack. His legs ached, his shoulders burned. He couldn't remember the last time he'd eaten. None of it mattered. Not anymore. Every step erased another mile between him and the man he'd spent the entire day trying to reach. Walter suddenly stopped. He raised a closed fist. Everyone froze. He slowly swept his flashlight across the forest floor. The beam stopped beside a cedar. The bark had been stripped away nearly 4 feet above the ground. Not by an animal, by impact. Walter walked closer. His fingers traced the scar. Fresh, still damp. The deputy joined him. "What made it?" Walter didn't answer immediately. Instead, he lowered his flashlight. Boot prints, David's. They stopped at the tree, turned sharply, then rushed downhill. Not walking, running. Ethan felt his pulse quicken. "My dad ran?" Walter nodded. "For the first time all day." The deputy looked confused. "How can you tell?" Walter pointed toward the prints. The stride doubled. He wasn't conserving energy anymore. He was racing. The silence that followed was unsettling, because everyone knew what it meant. David had heard something urgent enough to make him run. Walter looked at Ethan. I don't think he was chasing danger. He looked farther down the slope. I think he heard somebody lose hope. The trail became easier to follow now. David's footprints were no longer measured. They cut straight through brush, across exposed rock, over fallen trees. Every obstacle ignored, every shortcut taken. The mountain had stopped being the enemy. Time had become one. The ravine suddenly widened. A small meadow appeared below. Moonlight spilled across it in pale silver ribbons. The grass had been flattened in several places. Walter crouched. People waited here. The deputy counted the impressions. 3. Walter shook his head. No. He pointed toward the edge of the clearing. 4. The fourth impression was different. Long, narrow, exactly the shape of someone laid carefully on the ground. The medic walked over. She knelt beside it. The stretcher. Walter nodded slowly. They stopped. They treated someone. Ethan looked toward the far side of the meadow. There. The grass ended abruptly at another wall of timber. The flashlight beam caught something hanging from a low branch. Not ribbon. A child's blue knit cap. It swayed gently in the cool evening breeze. Walter looked at it, then quietly smiled. They made it. Ethan frowned. What do you mean? Walter walked over and carefully removed the cap. If this had fallen, he looked back toward the stretcher impression. They would have stopped to pick it up. He placed the cap in Ethan's hand. But they didn't. Walter's smile faded. That means whoever was wearing it was already in someone's arms. Ethan closed his fingers around the tiny knit cap. He didn't see clothing anymore. He saw trust, a frightened child who had believed enough to let his father carry them through hell. Walter's flashlight swept beyond the meadow. The beam disappeared into another stand of towering pines. Then, it reflected off something white. Not rock, not bark, fabric. Everyone instinctively turned, half hidden between two massive trees. A white emergency tarp fluttered gently in the night breeze. The corners had been tied off with climbing rope, not to make shelter, to mark a location. Walter's expression became solemn. He spoke so quietly, Ethan almost didn't hear him. David wanted us to find this. Without another word, the 4 of them walked toward the tarp, each step slower than the last, not because they were afraid, because every instinct told them. Beyond that white tarp, the search was finally coming to an end. Walter reached the tarp first. The nylon snapped softly in the cool evening breeze. It had been stretched tightly between 2 cedars, not to provide shelter, to be seen, even in darkness. Walter ran one hand across the weathered fabric. Another marker? The deputy nodded. So nobody would walk past. Ethan stepped beneath it. The flashlight beam swept slowly across the ground. The earth had been disturbed, not by panic, by purpose. Someone had worked here. Branches had been cut and stacked neatly to one side. Loose stones had been cleared from a narrow path. A small fire ring sat in the center of the clearing. Cold now, but carefully built. Everything spoke the same language. Preparation. The medic suddenly stopped. Walter. She pointed toward the far edge of the clearing. Several long cedar poles leaned neatly against a tree. Freshly cut, each one trimmed to nearly the same length. Walter walked over. His face softened. He was building another litter. The deputy frowned. Another one? Walter nodded. He must have realized he couldn't carry everyone. He picked one of the poles up, still green, still damp where it had been cut. He was making another way to bring someone home. Ethan slowly turned in place. The clearing wasn't random. It was a workshop, a place where David had stopped. Not to rest, to solve another problem. He looked toward the unfinished litter. His father had expected to come back here, finish it, and keep moving. A sudden gust of wind swept through the cedars. The tarp billowed overhead. Something slid across the ground, a folded emergency blanket. Walter bent to pick it up. Underneath, the dirt looked different. The top layer had been scraped smooth. Not by the weather, by human hands. The deputy knelt beside him. His flashlight traced faint lines pressed into the earth. Parallel, evenly spaced. Walter looked at Ethan. They laid someone here. The medic looked closer. But not for long. Walter nodded. They treated them, then moved them. The trail continued beyond the clearing. Only one set of deep boot prints remained. David's. But now, something had changed. Walter followed them with his light. The impressions were deeper than before. Far deeper. His jaw tightened. He wasn't just carrying a child anymore. The deputy understood immediately. He was carrying dead weight. Walter looked down. No. His voice was firm. He was carrying someone who couldn't help him. Silence settled over the clearing. Ethan stared at the trail disappearing into the darkness. Every instinct told him the climb ahead would answer every question he'd been carrying since sunrise. Walter slowly stood. He looked at Ethan, then toward the final trail. I've been thinking about something all day. Ethan waited. Walter spoke quietly. Everybody we've found is alive. He looked back toward the unfinished litter. That's because your father never wasted time. If he stopped, it was because somebody still had a chance. Those words settled heavily over the group. For the first time, Ethan allowed himself to believe something he hadn't dared think all day. Maybe, just maybe, his father had made it farther than anyone realized. Walter adjusted the strap on his chainsaw. The deputy checked the beam on his flashlight. The medic zipped her jacket against the growing cold. Walter looked toward the narrow trail one last time, then quietly said, "Let's go find out how far he got." Without another word, Team 4 stepped beyond the white tarp, leaving behind the last place David Cole had paused, before making the decision that would define his life forever. The trail climbed sharply once again. Only now. There were no ribbons, no carved trees, no handwritten directions. David hadn't had time. Walter's flashlight remained fixed on the ground. The deep boot prints never wandered, never circled, never hesitated. They climbed straight toward the ridgeline. Ethan followed several feet behind. He found himself placing each boot inside his father's footprints, not because it was easier, because somehow it felt right, like his father was still showing him where to step. The trees began to thin. Cold air swept across the mountainside. The scent of cedar faded, replaced by raw stone, fresh earth, and something else. Smoke, very faint. Walter stopped immediately. "You smell that?" The deputy nodded. "Campfire." Walter slowly shook his head. "No." His expression tightened. "Wet pine. Something burned recently." The trail rounded a massive granite outcrop. The ground suddenly leveled. Moonlight poured through a break in the clouds. Its pale glow revealed a narrow shelf carved into the mountainside. And there, the entire team stopped. Nobody spoke, because the evidence told the story before anyone could. Fresh drag marks crossed the stone. Boot prints surrounded them. Some deep, some barely visible. Scattered among them, tiny barefoot footprints. Children. Walter slowly walked forward. He crouched beside the drag marks. His gloved hand rested against the rock. "They made it." The deputy looked around. "Where?" Walter pointed farther ahead. Look, a line of footprints. Adults, children, all walking in the same direction, all leaving together. No one had been left behind. Walter smiled quietly. He got them out. Ethan stared at the trail disappearing into the darkness. The little girl, the injured boy, the parents. They had all survived. His father had done it. Then Walter's smile disappeared. He pointed behind the departing footprints. There. Everyone followed his flashlight. One set of boot prints, only one, turned around and walked back. Back toward the mountain, back toward the destruction, back toward the voices no one else could hear. No second firefighter, no survivors, no children. Just David, walking alone. The deputy slowly lowered his flashlight. He sent them away. Walter nodded. So they wouldn't follow. Silence settled over the ridge. The realization hit Ethan harder than anything he'd seen all day. His father had reached safety. He had completed the rescue. He could have walked away, gone home, seen his family again. Instead, he had watched everyone else leave, waited until they were beyond danger, then quietly turned around and walked back into it. Walter removed his cap. His weathered voice was barely above a whisper. I knew he'd do it. No one answered, because deep down, they all knew it too. Ethan walked to the place where the lone set of footprints changed direction. He knelt, pressed his hand gently into the last clear print his father had left before turning back. It fit perfectly beneath his palm. He closed his eyes, not to imagine what happened, to understand the choice. A choice between going home or giving someone else the chance to. His father had never really had a decision to make, because to David Cole, there was only ever one road, the one leading toward the people who still needed him. Ethan slowly stood. His eyes followed the lone trail disappearing back into the darkness. He looked at Walter. His voice was calm, steady. He went back alone. Walter nodded once. Yeah. He looked toward the fading footprints. He did. And for the first time since sunrise, no one moved. Because every one of them understood the next steps they followed would finally lead them to David Cole. Walter quietly replaced his cap, then stepped into David's lone boot prints. No one spoke. There was nothing left to say. The trail descended once more. Only one set of tracks remained now. One man, one flashlight, one impossible decision. The forest grew darker with every step. Their headlamps illuminated only a few yards ahead. Beyond that, nothing. Just towering cedars, and the endless silence of a mountain finally growing still. Walter suddenly stopped. He lowered himself onto one knee. His flashlight rested on a patch of exposed rock. What is it? Ethan asked. Walter didn't answer. He simply pointed. A faint smear, dark brown against the granite. The medic stepped closer. She touched it gently with a gloved finger, then looked at Walter. It's blood. Nobody moved. Not because there was a lot. Because there wasn't. Only a few drops, just enough to tell the truth. Walter slowly stood. He was hurt. The deputy looked around. But he kept walking. Walter nodded. He never even changed his stride. Ethan looked down the trail. The boot prints continued exactly as before. Steady. Even. Determined. His father had been injured, and no one following him would have known. The trail rounded another bend. Walter's light caught fresh damage along the hillside. Small trees had been broken waist-high. Loose rock littered the ground. The deputy frowned. Another slide. Walter shook his head. No. He walked closer, ran his hand across a freshly snapped alder. This happened after the first slide. The medic looked around. So the mountain moved again, Walter nodded. Right while David was here. Ethan slowly pieced it together. His father wasn't racing against one disaster. He'd been racing against a mountain. That refused to stop changing. A sudden gust swept through the trees. Their lights danced across the forest. For just a second, a reflective strip flashed deep in the darkness. Walter saw it too. There. The team moved toward it, not quickly, carefully. They entered a narrow clearing no larger than a living room. The ground had been churned into thick gray mud. Fresh footprints covered every inch of it. David's, the other firefighters, children, parents, chaos. But something else stood out. At the center of the clearing, a massive cedar had crashed across the trail. Its trunk measured nearly 7 feet across. The crown disappeared into the darkness beyond. Walter stared at it. So that's why. Ethan looked at him. Why what? Walter walked to the trunk. His flashlight traced the shattered branches. The trail ended. The deputy stepped over the fallen tree, then stopped. Walter. His voice had changed. Walter climbed over beside him. The medic followed. Ethan came last. Beyond the cedar, the earth simply disappeared. A fresh landslide had torn away nearly half the mountainside. Hundreds of feet of forest. Gone. Only raw earth remained where the trail had once continued. Walter removed his cap again, very slowly. No. The word barely escaped his lips. He never had a trail. Silence. No wind, no voices, just the distant sound of water somewhere far below. Ethan stared across the enormous scar carved into the mountain. His father had reached this point, only to discover the mountain had erased the path in front of him. He should have turned back. Anyone would have. Walter looked across the void, then quietly said, "He didn't." The deputy looked toward him. "How do you know?" Walter pointed his flashlight. Far across the landslide, nearly 80 yards away, a single strip of orange rescue ribbon fluttered from the broken limb of a cedar. On the other side, David had crossed. Somehow. Walter's voice was filled with equal parts disbelief and admiration. He found another way. Ethan never took his eyes off that ribbon. His father had stood where he was standing now, seen the impossible, and refused to let it become the end of someone else's story. Without saying a word, Ethan tightened the straps on his backpack, looked across the shattered mountainside, and took one slow step forward. Walter's arm shot out across Ethan's chest. Not yet. Ethan stopped instantly. Walter never took his eyes off the landslide. The mountain's still settling, almost as if the mountain had heard him. A fist-sized rock broke loose high above them. It bounced once, twice, then disappeared into the darkness below. A few seconds later, another followed, then another. The slope wasn't finished moving. It was only resting. Walter scanned the slide from left to right. His flashlight lingered on the broken hillside. See those trees? He pointed toward a stand of battered cedars clinging stubbornly to the edge of the slide. They're leaning. The deputy nodded. The roots are letting go. If we step onto that debris now, Walter finished the thought, we become the next rescue. No one argued. Not Ethan, not the medic, not even the deputy. They had all seen enough that day to respect a mountain that refused to stop changing. Walter slowly lowered himself onto one knee. He studied the slide like a logger reading a hillside. His flashlight traced every scar, every fallen tree, every exposed root. Then he smiled. I think David saw it. Ethan looked over. Saw what? Walter pointed nearly 100 yards uphill. A narrow spine of untouched bedrock cut diagonally across the landslide. Most people would have missed it. It blended almost perfectly into the darkness. Walter didn't. He didn't cross the slide. He crossed the ridge. The deputy lifted his binoculars. Even in the fading light, he could just make out faint boot prints pressed into the damp dirt along the rocky spine. "They're there." Walter nodded. "That's our path." The climb wasn't easy. The ridge was no wider than a sidewalk in places. Loose shale rolled beneath every step. The drop to either side disappeared into darkness. Walter tested every foothold before moving forward. No one rushed. No one spoke. The only sound was breathing, and boots scraping against ancient stone. Halfway across, Walter stopped. He crouched beside the rock. Fresh gouges scarred the granite, long, deep. Ethan knelt beside him. "What made those?" Walter ran his fingertips through the marks. "Boot heels." He looked up. "David slipped here." Ethan stared at the gouges. His father had nearly fallen. The mountain had almost claimed him. Yet the tracks continued. Walter smiled quietly. He caught himself. They moved on, only another 30 yards. Then, the rocky spine widened into solid ground. Walter stepped off first. The others followed. Only after everyone was safely across did he look back at the slide. He let out a slow breath. "I don't think that route exists tomorrow." No one questioned him. One more hard rain, one more aftershock, and the mountain would erase it forever. Ethan looked ahead. The orange ribbon they'd spotted from across the slide fluttered gently between two young cedars. He walked toward it. This one was different. Not tied at shoulder height, not wrapped around a trunk. It had been knotted around a broken branch, pointing downhill, toward where Team 4 had just come from. Walter noticed it immediately. He wasn't marking where he was going. Ethan looked at him. He was marking how to get back. Walter nodded. A quiet smile crossed his face. Even after crossing that slide, he was already thinking about bringing somebody home. Silence settled over the ridge. The mountain had tried to trap him. David Cole's first thought hadn't been about escaping. It had been about making sure the next trip would be easier. Walter rested his hand briefly on Ethan's shoulder, then pointed into the trees beyond the ribbon. "The trail starts again." Ethan took one last look at the ribbon dancing in the cool night air. His father had crossed impossible ground, not to become a hero, simply because someone was still waiting. He turned toward the forest and followed the trail into the final stretch of his father's last rescue. The woods beyond the ridge were unlike anything they'd crossed all day. Untouched, no fallen trees, no shattered earth, no fresh scars left by the lahar. It was as if the mountain had spared this one small corner of itself. Walter noticed it too. The slide never reached here. The deputy swept his flashlight across the towering cedars. Neither did the flood. Walter nodded. But people did. The trail was clear again. Not because it had been maintained. Because dozens of frightened feet had worn it into the forest floor. Children, parents, rescuers. Their footprints overlapped one another in the soft earth. Every one of them, leading away from danger. Except one, David's. His tracks broke away from the others, turning east. Alone. Ethan followed the lone trail with his flashlight. His father had waited until everyone else was moving. Only then had he separated from the group. Walter quietly spoke. He made sure they couldn't follow him. The medic looked over, so nobody else would have been put at risk. Walter nodded once. Exactly. The forest grew quieter. Not eerily quiet. Peacefully quiet. The kind of silence that follows absolute exhaustion. Everyone had stopped talking, even Walter. There wasn't anything left to speculate about. The trail was telling the story now. Another 100 yards. Then, another. David's footprints remained steady. No running, no stumbling. Just the measured stride of a man conserving every ounce of strength he had left. Ethan couldn't stop looking at them. He imagined his father here, completely alone. knowing darkness was coming, knowing his family was waiting, still choosing to keep walking. Walter suddenly slowed. His flashlight caught something unusual beneath a blanket of pine needles. He knelt, carefully brushing them aside. A narrow groove, barely visible. The deputy crouched beside him. "What is it?" Walter smiled faintly. "Walking stick." Ethan frowned. "My dad didn't carry one." "No." Walter pointed toward the impression. "He made one." The groove appeared beside David's boot prints for only a short distance, then disappeared. Walter looked up. He was getting tired. The words hit Ethan harder than he expected. His father wasn't unstoppable. He wasn't some larger-than-life hero. He was exhausted, cold, probably hurting. And still, he kept moving. The trail curved gently around a stand of towering firs. Moonlight spilled into a small clearing no bigger than a backyard. Walter stopped so abruptly that everyone behind him halted. No one spoke. There was no need. At the center of the clearing, a small campfire ring, cold, surrounded by carefully arranged stones. Beside it, 4 emergency blankets folded neatly into squares, 4 empty water bottles, 4 sets of footprints leading away. Walter slowly turned in place. "They rested here." The medic nodded. "Not for long." Walter pointed toward the fire pit. The wood barely burned. He crouched beside the blackened ashes, still protected beneath a layer of charcoal. Tiny pieces of unburned kindling remained. David hadn't built the fire for warmth. He'd built it to stop frightened children from feeling alone. Ethan stared at the empty fire ring. For a moment, he could almost hear it. Children laughing, parents whispering. His father sitting beside the flames, telling one more bad joke, just to make somebody smile. Walter quietly stood. He looked toward the trail leading away from the clearing. His voice was almost lost beneath the whispering pines. "They left from here." The deputy nodded. "And David stayed." Walter didn't answer. He didn't have to, because only one set of boot prints continued beyond the fire. Only one. Ethan looked down at those lone footprints disappearing into the darkness, then quietly stepped into the first one. Not because he wanted to follow his father anymore, because he finally understood him. And Team 4 continued deeper into the forest, following one man's final promise: to never leave someone behind. The trail descended gently through towering cedars. The air smelled of damp pine and cold stone. Their flashlights cut narrow tunnels through the darkness. No one spoke. There was nothing left to say. The mountain had become their only conversation. Walter stopped. He slowly raised one hand. Everyone froze. "What is it?" Ethan whispered. Walter didn't answer. He simply listened, far away, barely audible. Water, not a river, not a creek, something smaller, steady, falling. A spring. Walter finally spoke. He looked toward the sound. "Natural water." The deputy frowned. "So?" Walter looked at Ethan. If David was carrying exhausted kids, he would have headed for water. They followed the sound. Only another 50 yards. The trees opened. A narrow waterfall spilled over a wall of black basalt into a shallow pool. Moonlight shimmered across its surface. The place felt untouched, almost sacred. Ethan's flashlight swept across the ground. Immediately, he saw them, small footprints, children, dozens of them, some standing in the mud, some sitting. One tiny footprint splashed right into the edge of the pool. Walter smiled. They stopped for water. The medic nodded. They were alive. They were thinking. They weren't panicking anymore. The deputy slowly walked around the edge of the spring, then stopped. Walter. His flashlight rested on a smooth boulder. Something had been placed there intentionally, not equipment, not clothing, A line of smooth river stones, 5 of them, stacked carefully. Walter stared for several long seconds, then quietly smiled. "I'll be damned." Ethan looked over. "What?" Walter pointed. "David always did that. When we'd finish a search, he'd stack stones." The deputy looked puzzled. "Why?" Walter shrugged. "Said if another rescuer came through, they'd know someone had already been there." Ethan walked over. The stones were perfectly balanced. Simple. Almost invisible unless you were looking for them. His father hadn't left them as a monument. He'd left them as reassurance. "You're on the right path. Keep going." Walter slowly looked beyond the spring. His expression changed. The trail. Everyone turned. David's footprints continued. But something was different. The spacing had changed. Longer. Faster. The deputy noticed it too. "He's running again." Walter nodded. He heard something. The footprints left the spring, crossed the narrow stream in 3 quick strides, then disappeared into another stand of cedars. Not wandering, not searching, running with purpose. Ethan's pulse quickened. His father had stopped just long enough to give frightened children water, long enough to let them catch their breath. Then, something had changed. Someone had called out. Someone had needed him. Again. Walter stood silently beside the stacked stones. For a moment, he rested one gloved hand on the top rock, almost as if he were greeting an old friend. Then he looked at Ethan. His voice was calm. "Everything after this." He glanced toward the running footprints. "Happened fast." Ethan nodded. He could feel it now. The mountain, the urgency, the exhaustion. His father hadn't slowed because he wanted to. He had simply run out of time. Walter switched off his flashlight for a moment. The moon illuminated the spring just enough to see the stacked stones glistening with fresh water. Then he switched it back on. "Let's go." The 4 of them stepped across the stream, following the hurried footprints into the trees, toward the place where David Cole's final rescue stopped being a mission and became a sacrifice. The ground rose steadily beyond the spring. The forest closed around them once again. Branches reached low over the trail. Fresh needles carpeted the earth, muffling every footstep. Walter swept his light from side to side. The boot prints remained easy to follow. Until they didn't. The trail ended at the base of a granite wall. No opening, no switchback, nothing. Just solid stone rising nearly 30 feet into the darkness. The deputy frowned. "This can't be right." Walter slowly raised his flashlight. There. A narrow chimney split the granite, barely shoulder width. Easy to miss unless you were standing directly in front of it. Ethan stepped closer. Fresh scrape marks covered both walls of the crack. Boot soles, fabric. Someone had squeezed through. Walter rested his hand against the cold granite. He climbed. The deputy looked upward. "Carrying somebody?" Walter nodded. "The child first." The medic pointed near the entrance. A tiny mitten rested beneath a fern. Purple, still damp from the rain. Ethan carefully picked it up. No one said a word. He tucked it gently into the outside pocket of his backpack, not as evidence, to give back. Walter entered the crack first. The stone pressed tightly against his shoulders. Every few feet he had to turn sideways to continue. Behind him, the others followed in silence. The climb lasted only a few minutes, but it felt much longer. The chimney finally opened. Walter stepped out first. His flashlight swept across the ridge beyond. He froze, not in fear, in disbelief. A narrow alpine meadow stretched before them, protected on 3 sides by towering cliffs. The grass shimmered beneath the moonlight. Small patches of wildflowers still clung stubbornly to life despite the cold October air. It was beautiful. peaceful, completely hidden from the valley below, the kind of place no one would ever find by accident. Ethan slowly walked into the meadow, then stopped. The grass had been flattened, not randomly, in 4 separate places, each about the size of a sleeping bag. Walter crouched. He didn't need to touch them. He already knew. They spent the night here. The deputy checked his watch. But they couldn't have. Walter looked up. They planned to. The word settled over everyone. David hadn't stumbled into this place. He had found it, chosen it, sheltered people here, prepared them to survive until morning. The medic's flashlight drifted toward the far edge of the meadow. Over there, a small pile of split firewood rested beneath a tarp weighted down with stones. Dry, ready to burn. Walter smiled. He cut this before the rain came. Ethan looked around the meadow again. His father had been thinking hours ahead, maybe even until sunrise. He wasn't planning to die. He was planning for others to live. Walter walked to the edge of the meadow. His light swept across a final trail, disappearing into another stand of pines. Only one set of boot prints entered. None came back. He stared at them for a long moment, then quietly removed his cap. His voice was almost lost in the cool mountain air. This is it. No one asked what he meant. No one had to. Ethan looked at the lone trail. His heart hammered against his ribs. Every clue, every ribbon, every map, every footprint, every life his father had saved, had led to this single path. He tightened the shoulder straps of the backpack one last time. Inside were the ranger keys, the compass, David's map, his rescue notes, the water bottle. Now, they no longer felt like keepsakes. They felt like a promise. Ethan looked toward Walter. Neither man spoke. They simply understood. The next stretch of trail would no longer be about discovering what David had done. It would reveal who David had chosen to become in his final hour. And together, they stepped onto the last trail. The pines swallowed them almost immediately. The meadow disappeared behind the trees. The air grew colder, stiller. Even their flashlight beams seemed to fade beneath the thick canopy overhead. Walter walked first, not because he wanted to, because someone had to. The trail narrowed until it was barely wider than a pair of boots. David's footprints remained clear, deep, measured, purposeful. They didn't wander. They led directly ahead, as if David had already accepted where this path ended. Another 50 yards. Walter stopped. His flashlight settled on the trunk of an old cedar. The bark had been stripped away nearly 6 feet above the ground. Long gouges scored the wood, not from machinery, not from animals, from climbing rope. The deputy stepped beside him. He anchored here. Walter nodded. He built a lowering system. Ethan looked downhill. The forest simply ended. Beyond the cedar, the mountain dropped into a narrow rock chute nearly 60 feet deep. Fresh earth still clung to the exposed walls. A recent collapse. Too steep to climb, too unstable to descend without equipment. Walter followed the rope marks with his flashlight. They lowered somebody. The medic slowly nodded. They didn't leave them. They got them out. Near the edge, Walter found another clue, not an object, a pattern. Boot prints, 2 adults, 1 child. They ended at the lip of the chute. Then, nothing. He looked farther below. His flashlight finally caught them. More footprints, on the floor of the ravine. The child had made it down. So had another adult. Walter smiled quietly. They succeeded. Ethan's chest tightened. His father had solved another impossible problem. Not with strength, with ingenuity. Exactly as he always had. The deputy examined the cedar once more. "There's only one rope." Walter nodded. "One person stayed up here." The realization settled over all four of them at the same time. Someone had remained at the anchor, controlling the descent, making sure everyone else reached the bottom safely. Walter didn't say David's name. He didn't need to. The medic moved closer to the edge. She swept her light across the bottom of the chute. "There's another trail." Walter looked. Fresh footprints. A child. An adult. Then, only one. Leaving the ravine, walking east, toward another stand of pines. The deputy frowned. "So, whoever stayed," Walter finished the thought, "came down last." Silence. Ethan closed his eyes for a brief moment. He could picture it now. His father feeding the rope through gloved hands, lowering one frightened person after another, calling encouragement into the darkness, waiting until everyone else was safe. Only then, preparing to follow. Walter clipped a fresh rescue rope around the same cedar. He pulled hard on the knot. It held. He looked back at Ethan. "Looks like your dad still knows how to rig an anchor." Despite everything, a faint smile crossed Ethan's face. "Yeah. He always double-checked his knots." Walter smiled. "And he taught you to do the same." One by one. Team 4 descended into the chute, the same way David had, the same cedar, the same anchor, the same impossible climb. When Ethan's boots finally touched the bottom, he looked up. The rope swayed gently in the night breeze. For one fleeting second, it felt as if his father had just gone over the edge ahead of him, waiting, just around the next bend. Walter unclipped from the rope and looked east. The flashlight beam settled on a final line of footprints disappearing into the darkness. Only one set. No hesitation. No turning back. Walter drew a slow breath. His voice was barely more than a whisper. Whatever happened next. He looked at Ethan. "Your father faced it alone." Ethan didn't answer. He simply stepped into the first footprint and followed it. Into the final pages of David Cole's story, the trail narrowed until it became little more than a strip of exposed dirt winding between towering cedars. David's boot prints remained easy to follow. Deep, steady, purposeful. There was no hesitation in them, no wandering, no sign that he had been searching for a way out. He had already made his decision. Walter walked a few yards ahead. His flashlight stayed low, reading the ground, reading the mountain, reading his old friend. The deputy and the medic followed in silence. Even the radios had gone quiet. There was nothing left to report. Another 50 yards. The forest began to change. The towering cedars gave way to younger trees. Most leaned at impossible angles. Some had been snapped completely in half. Fresh dirt covered the roots. Walter slowed. "The ground moved here?" The medic looked uphill. "Recently." Walter nodded. "Within the last few hours." David's footprints continued. They crossed fractured earth, stepped over broken trunks, never stopping, never turning around. Then, Walter stopped. Everyone behind him did the same. No one asked why. His flashlight rested on the ground. David's boot prints were suddenly much deeper. The right print sank nearly twice as far into the mud as the left. Walter slowly knelt. He was favoring one leg. The medic crouched beside him. "The blood." Walter nodded. He kept going anyway. Ethan looked down at the prints. For the first time, his father looked human, not fearless, not unstoppable, just tired, hurting, still walking. The trail climbed one final rise. The trees thinned. Cold air swept across the ridge. Walter stepped onto the crest, then froze. The others joined him. No one spoke. Below them, The mountain had been ripped open. A massive secondary slide had carved a scar across the hillside nearly 200 yards wide. Gray mud, splintered timber, boulders the size of houses. The entire slope had collapsed. Fresh, raw, still settling. A distant crack echoed somewhere high above. Another tree surrendered to gravity. Walter quietly removed his cap. Ethan never took his eyes off the ground. David's boot prints continued down the ridge, straight toward the slide. No hesitation, no change in direction. Just the steady stride of a man still moving toward someone who needed him. The four of them descended carefully. Loose stones rolled beneath their boots. The air smelled of fresh earth and broken pine. When they reached the edge of the slide, Walter raised a hand. Everyone stopped. The last clear footprint rested less than 3 feet from the collapse. Its tread was perfectly preserved in the wet soil. Beyond it, nothing. The mountainside simply wasn't there anymore. Only a wall of churned earth stretching into darkness. The slide had erased everything beyond that point. No boot prints, no trail, no broken branches, no way through. Just the mountain. Silent now, as though it had already said everything it needed to say. Walter stepped beside the final footprint. He looked across the devastation for a long time, then quietly spoke. He made it here. The deputy swallowed hard. And then, Walter nodded. The mountain moved. No one said another word, because there was nothing left to explain. Ethan slowly walked forward. He knelt beside the final footprint. Mud soaked through the knees of his jeans. He placed his hand inside it. His fingers fit perfectly within the outline of David's boot. The same boots Walter had recognized hours earlier. The same boots that had climbed every hill, crossed every river, carried frightened children, and never once turned away from danger. Ethan closed his eyes. The wind whispered through the shattered trees, somewhere far below. Water rushed through the valley. The mountain stood silent, not triumphant, not cruel, simply indifferent. Walter stepped beside him. His voice was low, heavy. I've spent my whole life in these woods. He looked across the slide, and sometimes he paused. The mountain keeps what it takes. A long silence settled over the ridge. Then Walter looked down one last time. There was never a moment when David chose himself. Ethan opened his eyes. He looked at the final footprint, then across the endless scar carved into the mountainside. His father hadn't disappeared. His story had simply ended where his courage never did. And for the first time since the mountain let go, Ethan stopped searching, not because he had given up, because he finally understood. The deputy quietly stepped away. He pulled his radio from his vest one more time. Static. He climbed onto a fallen boulder, tried again. Nothing. He lowered the radio. It'll have to wait until daylight. Walter nodded. No helicopters landing here tonight. The medic looked across the slide. And nobody's crossing it. Walter never answered. His eyes never left the mountainside. Ethan remained kneeling beside the final footprint. The mud had already begun filling with rainwater. By tomorrow, it would probably be gone. The mountain erased everything eventually. Roads, forests, homes, even footprints. He slowly reached into his backpack. One by one, he laid his father's things beside the last print. The compass, the water bottle, the folded rescue map, the field notebook, the ranger keys, not as evidence, as memories. Pieces of a man who had spent his final day giving pieces of himself away. Walter walked over quietly. He looked down at the small collection, then smiled. You know. Ethan looked up. David never talked much. Walter chuckled softly. He listened. He'd let everybody else finish. Then he'd say one sentence. And somehow, that'd be the thing everybody remembered. Ethan looked back at the footprint. I wish I could hear one more. Walter's smile faded. So do I. The wind shifted. Cooler now. It swept gently across the scarred mountainside, rustling the tops of the broken cedars. For just a moment, the forest sounded almost alive again. Not haunted. Remembering. Walter placed a hand on Ethan's shoulder. It's time. Ethan didn't move. Not yet. His eyes remained fixed on the final footprint. The same footprint he'd been following all day. The same footprint that had led him through every impossible mile. He slowly picked up the compass, then the map, then the notebook. Finally, he reached for the ranger keys. The cold metal settled into his palm. He wrapped his fingers around them tightly. The same keys his father had placed into his hand years ago. Not because Ethan needed a truck, because one day, David hoped his son would know how to find his own road. Ethan stood. He looked across the slide one final time, then quietly spoke. Not to Walter, not to the deputy, not even to the mountain, just above a whisper, as though his father might still hear him. I'm going to finish what you started. Walter lowered his head. The medic quietly wiped away a tear. The deputy removed his hat. No one interrupted the silence, because promises like that didn't need witnesses. Walter took one last look across the slide, then turned toward the trail. Let's go home. For the first time all day, those words didn't mean Tacoma. They meant carrying David home, the only way they still could, through the people he saved, through the son he raised, through the story that would never let him be forgotten. The four of them turned away from the mountain. Behind them, the last footprint slowly filled with rain. Ahead, a sun began the long walk home. Chapter 6. The walk back felt longer, not because the trail had changed, because Ethan had. No one spoke as Team 4 retraced David's trail, past the shattered ridge, past the rope anchor, past the granite shelf, past the spring, past every place where one man had refused to quit. The mountain looked different now, not because the darkness had changed, because Ethan finally understood what he had been looking at all day. Every ribbon, every footprint, every handmade stretcher, every frightened child, every family, every mile. His father had left pieces of himself everywhere. Walter stopped at the stacked river stones. He quietly added one more. A sixth stone. No ceremony, no speech, just one more rock resting carefully atop the others. The deputy watched. What was that for? Walter smiled. So the next rescuer knows. A good man came through here. Then he kept walking. The suspension rope still hung from the cedar. The white tarp still fluttered softly in the night breeze. The unfinished litter remained exactly where David had left it. Ethan looked at it for a long moment. He could almost picture his father kneeling there, working by flashlight, already thinking 3 rescues ahead. Walter noticed him. Leave it. Ethan nodded. I know. Some things belong to the mountain. Hours later, the first glow of morning touched the eastern sky. Blue replaced black, then gray. The outlines of the valley slowly returned. The destruction somehow looked even larger in daylight. Helicopters finally appeared overhead. Their rotors echoed through the mountains. One, then another, then 3. Search teams had arrived. The mountain was no longer silent. At the trailhead, ambulances waited. Search and rescue trucks lined the narrow road. Firefighters hurried in every direction. Reporters stood behind yellow tape. None of them mattered to Ethan. He was only looking for one face. His mother. The moment she saw the yellow rain jacket. She ran. She never slowed, never hesitated. She threw her arms around Ethan before he could say a word. For several long seconds, neither of them spoke. She simply held him, as though letting go might make him disappear too. Finally, she pulled back just enough to look into his face. Her eyes searched his. She already knew. She didn't ask. "Did you find him?" She asked the only question that mattered. "Was he alone?" Ethan swallowed. His throat tightened. He slowly shook his head. No, he wasn't. A tear slipped down her cheek. She closed her eyes. A quiet smile appeared through the grief. "Good," she whispered. He would have hated being alone. Walter quietly walked over. He removed his helmet, held it against his chest. "I'm sorry." She looked at him, then toward the mountain. "I know." Walter nodded. "We'll keep searching." She smiled sadly. "I know you will." Ethan reached into his backpack, one item at a time. He handed them to his mother: the compass, the water bottle, the folded rescue map, David's notebook. Finally, the ranger keys. She wrapped both hands around them, as though she were holding David's hand one last time. Neither of them spoke. They didn't have to. Behind them, a helicopter lifted into the morning sky. Another search team disappeared toward the ridge. The work wasn't over. Not for them, not yet. Ethan turned and looked back at Mount Rainier. The summit stood brilliant beneath the morning sun. Beautiful, silent, unchanged. Yet everything below it had changed forever. Walter stepped beside him. "They'll ask a lot of questions." Ethan nodded. "I know." Walter looked toward the reporters gathering behind the barricades. "They'll want to know what happened." A long silence passed. Then Ethan looked at the mountain. His voice was steady, calm, certain. "Everything I did today." He paused, thinking about the river, the dog, the woman, the children, the mountain, his father. Then he finished. "I learned from him." Walter looked away. The deputy quietly lowered his head. Even the paramedics stopped moving for a moment, because no one could have said it better. The helicopters continued climbing toward the mountain. The search would go on, for days, for weeks, maybe longer. Some stories ended with answers. This one ended with a promise. David Cole had gone back because someone still needed him. Ethan walked away because someone still needed him too. The mountain had taken a father, but it had also revealed the man his son was becoming. And that was a legacy no landslide could ever bury. The mountain remained silent. Search helicopters circled overhead. Their rotors echoed through the valley as rescue teams began spreading across the fresh slide. Every crew carried the same hope. Every crew understood the same reality. Some people are rescued, some people are recovered, and sometimes the mountain keeps its own counsel. Ethan stood beside Walter long after everyone else had returned to work. Neither man spoke. Words had carried them through the day. Silence carried them now. The deputy finally approached. He removed his campaign hat. His voice was quiet. "We'll keep searching." Walter nodded once. "I know." The deputy looked toward Ethan. "We're not giving up." Ethan managed a faint smile. "I know." He meant it. They weren't making promises they couldn't keep. They were making the only promise rescuers ever could. They would keep looking. Several firefighters began climbing toward the slide with ropes and avalanche probes. Another team unloaded search dogs from a truck. A helicopter banked low over the valley before disappearing behind the ridge. The work had already started again. David would have expected nothing less. Walter reached into the pocket of his weathered jacket. He pulled out a folded photograph. The edges were worn, the colors faded by years of being carried. He handed it to Ethan. "I've had this for almost 12 years. Ethan unfolded it carefully. Two much younger men stood beside a Pierce County rescue truck. One was Walter. The other, David, both covered in mud, both smiling. Between them stood a little girl wearing an oversized rescue helmet. Walter laughed softly. She got lost while camping. He shook his head. Your dad carried her nearly 3 miles. Ethan looked at the picture. His father looked exactly the way he remembered him. Not posing, not trying to look heroic, just happy that someone was going home. Walter looked toward the mountain. That was David. He never counted the miles. He only counted the people. Ethan carefully folded the photograph. He handed it back. I think... Walter smiled before Ethan finished. No. He gently pushed it back toward him. You keep it. Ethan hesitated. Walter nodded. He'd want you to. For several minutes, the two men simply watched the search unfold. Firefighters disappeared into the timber. Search dogs pulled against their handlers. Engine crews hauled ropes, medical packs, and stretchers toward the trailhead. Nobody had to be told what to do. They already knew. That was the thing about rescue work. You didn't stop because the outcome changed. You stopped only when there was nothing left to give. Ethan slipped the photograph into the same pocket that held the ranger keys. The same pocket that carried David's compass. His map. His rescue notes. None of them felt like souvenirs anymore. They felt like responsibilities. Things to be passed forward. Not held onto. Walter rested one hand on Ethan's shoulder. Your dad used to tell every new volunteer the same thing. Ethan looked over. What was that? Walter smiled. Nobody remembers the rescuer. He looked back toward the mountain. They remember the day someone showed up. A long silence followed. Then Walter quietly added, Your father was wrong about one thing. Ethan frowned. What? Walter looked him straight in the eyes. We're going to remember him. A breeze swept through the valley, for the first time all morning. The clouds parted. Sunlight spilled across Mount Rainier. The summit gleamed white above the scarred valley below. Majestic, unmoved, indifferent, yet somewhere beneath its shadow, entire communities were alive because one man refused to stop walking. Ethan looked at the mountain one last time, not with anger, not with blame, but with respect. Then he turned toward his mother. She was waiting beside the ranger, holding the truck keys tightly in one hand. When their eyes met, she didn't ask if he was ready to leave. She already knew. Together. They started the drive home, without David, but carrying everything he had spent a lifetime teaching them. Epilogue, 1 year later. October 16th, 6:02 a.m. Rain tapped softly against the windshield. The same cold October rain. The same gray sky. The same mountain hidden behind heavy clouds. Only one thing had changed. The driver. Ethan Cole shifted the pickup into park. He looked through the windshield toward the Pierce County Search and Rescue Command trailer. Its lights glowed against the damp morning. Volunteers moved between rescue trucks carrying ropes, helmets, medical packs, and radios. Some laughed. Some sipped coffee. Others quietly checked equipment. For a moment, Ethan simply watched. 1 year ago, he would have been terrified to walk through those doors. Today, he reached for the handle. The ranger keys jingled softly in his pocket. Not because they unlocked anything anymore. The old Ford still rested exactly where it belonged. In his mother's garage, washed, waxed, never sold. Some weekends, she simply sat inside it, listening to the rain, remembering. Ethan stepped from the truck. Cold air greeted him. Walter was already standing outside the trailer. Older, a little slower, coffee mug in one hand, clipboard in the other. He looked up, smiled. You planning on standing there all morning? Ethan smiled back. Depends. Walter raised an eyebrow. On what? If the coffee's any good, Walter laughed. It isn't. Inside, the room buzzed with quiet conversation. Maps covered one wall. Weather reports scrolled across a television. A volunteer pinned another search area onto a large county map. The atmosphere felt strangely familiar, not because Ethan had been here before, because he'd grown up hearing stories about places just like this. A radio crackled. The room fell silent. The dispatcher spoke. "Attention all Pierce County search and rescue personnel. We have a missing juvenile." The words instantly changed the room. Coffee cups were set down, maps folded, conversations stopped. Everyone moved. Walter looked toward Ethan. "You ready?" Ethan didn't answer right away. Instead, he reached into his pocket. His fingers closed around something small. David's old rescue badge. The brass was worn smooth now. Its scratches caught the morning light. He smiled, then slipped it back into his pocket. "Yeah, I'm ready." 20 minutes later, the convoy rolled east. Rain blurred the windshield. The radio crackled with updates. The missing child, 9 years old, last seen hiking with family. Heavy fog, cold temperatures, no cell service. Walter glanced across the cab. "Nervous?" Ethan looked out the window. "A little." Walter nodded. "Good." Ethan looked over. "Good?" Walter smiled. "Means you understand what's at stake." The truck stopped near the trailhead. Search teams spread out with practiced efficiency. Ropes, medical kits, thermal blankets, K9 units. Exactly as Ethan remembered. Only now. He wasn't watching. He was part of it. Walter gathered the volunteers. He looked around the circle, then rested his eyes on Ethan. "You've trained for this." Ethan nodded. Walter handed him the map. "Take Team 3. A few of the older volunteers exchanged surprised glances. Walter noticed. He simply smiled. "I trust him." No one questioned it again. Ethan unfolded the map, studied the terrain, the creek crossings, the ridge lines, the escape routes. His father had taught him to read maps long before he'd ever needed one. He looked toward his team. 3 volunteers, 1 deputy, 1 search dog, all waiting. Ethan smiled calmly. "Let's bring this kid home." They disappeared into the trees. Rain dripped steadily from the cedars. Boots sank into soft earth. The search dog suddenly pulled hard against its leash. Its handler looked back. "I've got scent." Ethan nodded. "Follow it." The trail climbed steadily. Minutes passed. Then nearly an hour. Finally, the dog barked, once, twice, then sprinted ahead. Ethan broke into a run, not reckless, controlled, the way David always had. He rounded a bend. A small boy sat beneath a fallen cedar, cold, wet, crying quietly, but alive. The boy looked up. Fear filled his eyes. Ethan knelt beside him, removed his own rain jacket, wrapped it around the child's shoulders. "It's okay." His voice was calm, steady. "We've got you." The little boy looked at the faded yellow jacket, then back at Ethan. "Are you a firefighter?" Ethan smiled. "No." The words came naturally. "I'm just somebody." He paused, thinking of his father. "Who showed up?" The little boy reached out, took Ethan's hand, and stood. Hours later, the family embraced at the trailhead. Tears, laughter, relief. The same emotions Ethan had witnessed 100 times through his father's stories. Walter watched from a distance. The deputy stepped beside him. "You made the right call." Walter smiled without taking his eyes off Ethan. "I know." The deputy nodded toward the yellow rain jacket draped over Ethan's shoulders. "For a second," he smiled, "I thought I was looking at David." Walter's eyes glistened. He looked toward the mountain rising through the mist. So did I. The mountain stood exactly as it had 1 year earlier. Beautiful, powerful, unpredictable. But today, one more child was going home, because one father had spent a lifetime teaching his son. How? Author's note. When I began writing 90 Minutes, when Rainier let go, I wanted to tell a story about ordinary people facing extraordinary circumstances. While David, Ethan, Walter, and the other characters in this book are works of fiction, the danger they face is very real. Mount Rainier is one of the most closely monitored volcanoes in the world. Even without a volcanic eruption, scientists know that a massive collapse of the mountain could generate a lahar, a fast-moving flow of mud, rock, trees, and water capable of racing down river valleys at highway speeds. Close to 100,000 people live, work, or attend school within Mount Rainier's La Har hazard zones. Communities such as Orting, Sumner, Puyallup, Fife, Auburn, the Port of Tacoma, and others throughout the Puyallup and Carbon River valleys have spent decades developing evacuation routes, warning systems, emergency drills, and preparedness plans designed to save lives. If you live, work, attend school, or travel anywhere within these areas, I encourage you to take a few minutes to learn your designated evacuation route. Talk with your family. Know where you will meet. Practice getting there. In a real emergency, preparation isn't panic. Preparation is love. It is one of the greatest gifts you can give the people who depend on you. The greatest heroes are rarely the people who react in the moment. They are the people who prepared long before the danger arrived. David Cole may be fictional, but the courage, sacrifice, compassion, and selflessness shown by first responders, search and rescue volunteers, firefighters, law enforcement officers, EMTs, dispatchers, and ordinary citizens happen every single day in communities around the world. Their stories inspired this one. I hope 90 Minutes, when Rainier Let Go, remains exactly what it was intended to be, a work of fiction. And I hope no family living in the shadow of Mount Rainier ever has to experience the events imagined in these pages. For every firefighter, EMT, deputy, paramedic, dispatcher, search and rescue volunteer, National Guard member, public works employee, and every ordinary person who has ever run toward danger while everyone else was running away. Thank you. Your courage saves lives. Your sacrifice inspires more people than you will ever know. Thanks for listening. Storytellers Drive-Thru, dedicated to the first responders, volunteers, and ordinary people who run toward danger when everyone else is running away. And to every family living in the shadow of Mount Rainier. May you never need the plans you make today. Know the risk. How fast can a Mount Rainier La Har travel? A large lahar, volcanic mudflow from Mount Rainier, could travel more than 60 miles, following river valleys all the way to Commencement Bay and the Port of Tacoma. During the earliest stages of a major collapse, a lahar can move at highway speeds. Approximate travel speeds may include: location, approximate speed, upper mountain slopes 40 to 60 miles per hour, narrow river valleys 30 to 45 miles per hour, Orting Valley 20 to 35 miles per hour, Puyallup/Sumner 15 to 30 miles per hour, Fife/Port of Tacoma 10 to 20 miles per hour. Although the flow slows as it spreads into lower valleys, it becomes wider, deeper, and more destructive, carrying enormous amounts of mud, rock, trees, and debris. A large lahar could still reach communities dozens of miles downstream in well under 2 hours, depending on where it begins and how large it becomes. Know before you need to know. If you live, work, or attend school in a Mount Rainier La Har hazard zone, learn your evacuation route. Don't wait to see the mud flow. If official sirens sound or authorities order an evacuation, leave immediately. Practice your evacuation plan with your family. Minutes matter. Preparedness saves lives. The information on this page is intended for general awareness and education. Actual lahar speeds, travel times, and impacts depend on the size of the event, terrain, and other conditions. For official hazard maps, evacuation routes, and preparedness information, consult the U.S. Geological Survey, USGS. the Washington Emergency Management Division, and your local emergency management agency.